Age of Elves-My Ninja Frog Can Ninjutsu Chapter 1-50. Chapter 1 God Level Selection System for Flowers. For a reward. Elf World, Fengyuan Area, Weibai Town. In a forest not far from Dr. Odamaki's Research Institute. A handsome, short-haired boy was staring at the sky in a daze. Ding! Successfully traversed the elf world. The God Level Selection System has been bound. Ding! Please choose from the following initial sprite options. Option 1. The two-headed alien fire-breathing dragon. The strength is the peak of the king. Option 2. The ninjutsu knowing Koga ninja frog. The strength of the quasi-celestial king. Option 3. The monarch snake with the breath of a king. The strength of the quasi-king peak. The electronic sound coming from his mind made Li Cha believe that he really traveled to the elf world, and was bound to a God-level selection system. So what is the next choice? Richard was a Pokemon lover before crossing over. He has seen all the works of the Pokemon series, and he has played all the games. The scene at this time is the same as the scene when the initial 3 spirits are selected at the beginning of each game. This is not a game world, so there is no save, and the choice may only be one time. Richard knew that the quality of the initial elves would bring about a series of butterfly effects, which had to make him think carefully. The first one, the two-headed alien fire-breathing dragon, looks like a two-headed fire-breathing dragon. For the time being, I only think of double fire-breathing and quarreling. The second one, the Koga ninja who knows ninjutsu, sounds good. Ninjutsu and ninjutsu, but I don't know if it is ninjutsu in the Naruto world. If it is, it will make a lot of money. The third one, the monarch snake with the breath of a king, feels like the most powerful one. The monarch snake has the breath of a king and the taste of an overbearing president. As for the strength, the 3 are all at the peak level of the quasi-day king. Although Li Cha does not know the meaning of this level at present, they are all the same and there is no difference. To sum up, Richard decided to choose. I silently recited, Option 2 inches in my mind. Ding! The selection is successful. Open the wizard interface. Ding! The next choice will come at an unknown time. Please prepare the host. Richard felt that there was a little more weight in his backpack, which should be the Pokeball of the Koga ninja frog. Why choose Jahei Ninja? Li Cha believes that strength is a temporary thing, but handsome is a lifetime thing. How handsome is the Koga ninja frog who can throw shuriken and shadow clones? Open the wizard interface. An illusory light curtain appeared in front of Li Cha, with only information about the Koga ninja frog. Koga ninja frog. Level, 49 Quasi-King Peak. Features, change freely. Chakra level, Joinin. Qualification, purple. Intimacy, 255 full. Skills, Shuriken of Water, Secret Attack, Hot Water, Wave of Evil, Blizzard. Special Skills, Water Escape Ninjutsu Daquan, Basic Ninjutsu Daquan. Through the remarks in the lower right corner of the sprite interface, Richard learned about the classification of sprites in this world. Level is a ladder every 10 levels. As long as the Koga ninja frog breaks through the 50th level, it can become a king-level elf. And Richard, who can command the Jahei ninja frog like an arm and a finger, is a trainer of the heavenly king level. Aptitude is in the order of rainbow colors, with red being the lowest and purple being the highest. General skills are not displayed in the wizard interface, only special skills are displayed. Looking at the water ninjutsu and chakra in the interface, Li Cha knew that the power system of the Koga ninja frog should come from Naruto, also known as The Legend of Wukin Fighting Eyes. Take out the Pokeball belonging to the Arika ninja frog from the backpack. It is the most common red and white ball. Li Cha couldn't help feeling a little excited. This is different from the toy red and white ball in the previous life. There are real Pokemon in it. Press the button on the red and white ball, and a white light flashes. A ninja-like Pokemon appears on the grass, with a pink scarf around its neck for its tongue, a 4-pointed star mark on each of its legs that looks like a shuriken, and webbed feet. With sharp eyes and extraordinary aura, this is Richard's Jahei Ninja Frog. The moment Jahei Ninja saw Li Cha, his sharp eyes became a little softer. In his memory, his trainer had a deep bond with him. Li Cha looked at the Jahei Ninja Frog, and some unfamiliar memories came up, which belonged to their fetters. Jahei Ninja, this time, let's stand on the top together. Li Cha's eyes were firm, and he stretched out a fist at the Jahei Ninja Frog. Kuga. Jahei Ninja's arms also loosened one of his arms, and his 3 fingers folded into fists, touching Li Cha. An electric current flows through the bodies of the two, which is telepathy. Li Cha and Jahei Ninja have the same mind at this moment. Boy over there, your elf looks very rare, do you want to have a battle? Chapter 2 Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet for Flowers. For a reward. Li Cha heard the sound and looked around, and the one who made the sound was a tall red-haired man who looked to be in his 20s. Even more striking is the elf next to him, the flaming chicken. Just when Li Cha's eyes focused on the flame chicken, a light curtain appeared in front of Li Cha's eyes, which displayed the information of the flame chicken. Flame chicken. Level 48 Quasi-King level. Feature, accelerate. Qualification, green. It seems that I can still know the level, aptitude and characteristics of the opponent's elves, but I can't see the intimacy and skills like my own elves. Richard has a better understanding of the function of the system. The red-haired man is called Hoyan. He is a fire elf specialist. He is currently traveling in Fangyuan, and his goal is to challenge the Kaiyu conference. For Richard's silence, the flame was a little uncomfortable and repeated it again. Boy, let's have a passionate battle. Ding! The host triggers the selection. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, refuse to fight, and reward 10 big mouths. Option 2, accept the battle and reward chakra practice. Option 3, run away, reward a bike. Good. Li Cha replied readily, while at the same time reciting, option 2 inches in his mind. As long as the eyes of the trainers meet, battle is inevitable. Taking this opportunity, he also wanted to see his commanding ability and the combat effectiveness of the Koga Ninja Frog. At this moment, a gust of wind blew through and blew up the fallen leaves on the grass. The leaves swayed in the air. Both Richard and the flame stared at the leaf. They seem to have a tacit understanding. The moment this leaf falls to the ground is the moment when the battle begins. Flaming chicken, flying knees to say hello. Koga Ninja Frog, shuriken of water. The moment the leaves fell to the ground, Richard and the flame both gave orders at the same time. But Li Cha is faster, which is the advantage of telepathy. Koga Ninja's right hand condensed a huge water shuriken, and then quickly threw it at the flame chicken. The moment the flaming chicken was charging, it was interrupted by the rapidly flying shuriken, which caused a lot of damage. Chamo. The flaming chicken howled in pain, and the water-type moves did not do much damage to it. What a quick shuriken. This is the only thought in the flame's heart. This time it seems that he has picked a hard stubble. Flame chicken cheer up, another flying knee kick. Li Cha wanted to laugh when he heard the words of the flame, do you think you are a fool? Also cheer up, why don't you show your backbone? Laughing and laughing, Li Cha decided to pursue the victory. Koga Ninja Frog, use the water dragon bullet. The memories of the two are interoperable, and Li Cha also learned about the water escape move of the Jahei Ninja Club, which is the forte of the Jahei Ninja. I saw Koga Ninja's hands quickly formed a seal, and then a huge wave of water sprayed out from his hands, forming a roaring dragon in the air, attacking the flaming chicken. At this time, the flaming chicken had already stored up his strength, his legs jumped high, and he flew towards the Koga Ninja Frog. In the air, the water dragon bullet and the flying knee kick collided together, and then the flaming chicken was knocked out and fell on the grass, with its eyes turning into circles. Flaming chicken, incapacitated. So the winner is Richard from Kana's city. What was that just now? The flame was shocked by the water dragon bullet of Koga Ninja just now, and even the flame chicken who lost the ability to fight didn't have time to pay attention. I kept thinking in my heart, what kind of trick is this? Ninjutsu. Lee Cha said lightly, as if he was talking about a very small thing. Then, ignoring the flames that have not recovered from the failure, he said to the Koga ninja frog. Thank you for your hard work, you did a good job this time. Kuga. The recognition of the trainer is the best gift that Koga ninja frog has received. Let's go. It was only then that Lee Cha thought that he had to go to Weibai town to find Dr. Odamaki, in order to get the initial elf. That's right, Richard, who is 16 years old this year, is a trainer who has not yet obtained the initial elf. What's your name? The flame shouted to the back of Lee Cha's departure. This is the biggest failure he has ever encountered, and he was defeated without any resistance. He wants to remember Richard's name and win it back next time. It's a pity that Richard won't give him the chance to know his name, because the weak have no right to know my name. Dropping such a sentence, the figures of Lee Cha and the Koga ninja disappeared from the flame's field of vision. Damn it. For Lee Cha's arrogance and contempt, a trace of anger rose in the flames, and more of it was powerlessness, powerless to be defeated by a water dragon bullet. A trainer of this level will definitely participate in the Kaiyu conference, my flame will definitely defeat you there. Third chapter Shafia. Ding! The host accepts the challenge and wins, and obtains the chakra training method. The sound of the system sounded in his mind, and Lee Cha felt that he had more knowledge about chakra cultivation in his mind. There are tree climbing, water treading, chakra nature changes and so on. With this knowledge, there is no need to worry about the training of the Koga ninja frog in the future. Richard put the Jahei ninja frog back into the Pokeball, then tied the shrunken Pokeball with a string and hung it around his neck. No matter when, this is his ace elf. Looking at the blue sky, Lee Cha began to organize the memories of this life. The self in this life is also called Richard. He is 16 years old this year and is already a legal adult in the elf world. Because of his parents' contributions to the Elf Alliance, he can have his own initial elf and start traveling when he is an adult. This world is not as peaceful as in the anime, it is more real and cold, and fights for the ownership of a rare elf also happen frequently. A mixed world of Pokemon specials and TV for Richard. His father, Lee Gang, is the research director of Devon Corporation, and his income is relatively high in the world. Her mother, Sato Ran, is a rare senior breeder in the Alliance, and she married Fang Yuan from Kanto for love. Both of them are of the upper class in this world, and they have not neglected the education of Richard since childhood. Later, they found out that their son seems to be interested in elves fighting, so they applied for this year's Alliance trainer for Richard. Alliance trainers, as the name suggests, are trainers cultivated by the Alliance. They have the qualification to receive the initial elves cultivated by the Alliance, as well as a series of benefits such as free use of the Elves Center. In other words, it is the local tyrant player who starts. Lee Cha was very satisfied with his identity and background, but he was most satisfied with this face. Looking at himself reflected in the lake, his short golden hair was slightly parted, revealing a smooth forehead and handsome facial features. His ice blue pupils were inherited from his mother, and the corners of his mouth were raised slightly. Divided face. Only with such a handsome protagonist can readers feel immersed in it. Richard raised his head and saw a white building across the lake, which was the destination of his trip, the Odamaki Research Institute. Weibai Town, Oda Roll Research Institute. As Yoshian's well-known elves expert Dr. Odamaki, I have a headache at this time. The day before yesterday. The Alliance sent the initial elves of this session of Alliance trainers, a total of 25, 22 have been taken away, and 3 are left. The problem is that when I checked this morning, there were only 2 Pokeballs left, and 1 Pokeball was missing. Odazaki searched the entire institute and couldn't find the shadow of the 3rd Pokeball. Today is the last day to receive the initial elves, and the last 3 trainers will definitely come. Thinking of this, Odamaki felt uneasy. How to solve it? Suddenly, Odamaki flashed and thought of a little elf who was sent to study some time ago. This little elf was very aggressive when it was born, and often attacked other elf. The cultivation center has no way to take it, so it is sent here to be properly disciplined. If there is a reliable trainer, this guy can be entrusted to him. This thought rose in Odamaki's heart, and this was the only way he could come up with a solution to the problem. If it really doesn't work, the only option is to apply for an extension of the initial elves. Dad, I'm here to collect the initial elf. When Odamaki heard this voice, the sadness on his face disappeared instantly. The owner of the voice was a hot girl wearing a red sleeveless top. When she spoke, she showed 2 small tiger teeth, which was really cute. She is the daughter of Dr. Odamaki, Sophia. Today is her 16th birthday, and it is also the day when she receives the initial elf and starts traveling. At this moment, Lee Cha's voice came from outside the door. Excuse me, is this Dr. Odamaki's research institute? Sophia came in a hurry and didn't have time to close the door. Lee Cha saw the closed door and did not push the door directly to enter, but knocked on the door and asked politely. Yes, please. Sophia opened the door for Richard and smiled sweetly at Richard. Lee Cha looked at the girl in front of him with surprise and a little doubt in his eyes. Is this the gem version of the heroine Xiaoyao or the Sophia in the special chapter? Sophia, let the guests in. Hearing the 3 words of Sophia, the doubts in Lee Cha's heart also disappeared, and he entered the research institute following Sophia's guidance. Chapter 4 Electric Shock Monster. P.S. Ask for a review ticket. Richard walked into the institute and saw a fat middle-aged man with curly hair smiling at him. Are you the trainer who came to collect the initial elf? Yes, doctor. For Odamaki, Lee Cha still has a good impression. This person is good at everything, but he likes to be chased by coyotes. Are you Ruby from Chunghwa City or Richard from Kana's City? Odamaki typed a few times on the keyboard in front of the computer, saw the information of the 2 trainers who had not received the initial elves except for his daughter, and asked. I'm Richard from Kana's City, this is my ID. Richard took out the identity certificate given by the Alliance from his backpack, which was a thin magnetic card. Odamaki took Richard's magnetic card and put it on a nearby machine. After a beep, Lee Cha's identity information appeared on the computer. He's 16 too. Seeing the information displayed on the computer, Sophia whispered that she had never seen a handsome boy like Lee Cha at her age, so she paid more attention subconsciously. Okay, then come and choose your starting elf. Sophia, come here too. After returning the magnetic card to Richard, Odamaki went to another machine, took out a box, and opened the box in front of the 2 of them. 3 red and white balls lay quietly in the box. There are the last 3 elves, you can choose. Unlike Sophia's excitement, Richard didn't feel anything because he already had a Koga ninja frog. Ding! The host triggers the selection, please choose from the following options. Option 1. Select the Pokeball on the left, reward the giant swamp monster Mega Stone ×1, Key Stone ×1. Option 2. Choose the Pokeball in the middle, and reward 10 times the power amplifier ×1. Option 3. Select the Pokeball on the right, reward Flaming Chicken Meg Stone ×1, Key Stone ×1. The system prompt came in his mind again, and Lee Cha had probably guessed what kind of elves were in the 3 balls. Let her choose first, ladies first. The gentlemanly behavior of Richard taking a step back made Sophia a little more favorable to him, and she immediately turned her attention to the box. I choose this one. Sophia picked up the elf ball on the far right, feeling a little excited. From this moment on, she has her own elf. Pressing the button on the Pokeball, a white light flashed, and a red chick-shaped elf appeared on the ground. Fire Chick. Tweet. As Odaki's daughter, Sophia also knows a lot of elves. Huo Kai looked at Sophia in front of him, felt the closeness of Sophia, and couldn't help but have a good impression of her. One person and one pet quickly became acquainted. Then I'll choose this one. Option 2, and then picked up the Pokeball in the middle. Ding! The host has been successfully selected, and you will get a 10-fold power amplifier times 1. Richard once again felt that his backpack was a little heavier. The backpack in this world uses space folding technology. Richard's is a high-end product with 10 cubic meters of space. The one on the left should be the water-leaping fish. Richard's team already had a Jahe Ninja Frog, and he didn't want to form a rainy day team, so he didn't choose the water-leaping fish on the principle of, prefer not to be overwhelmed. The middle one, according to Richard's guess, should be an electrical elf. But since I chose you, I will definitely take you to the top. Li Cha looked at the red and white ball in his hand and conveyed his thoughts. The yellow figure in the ball seemed to feel Li Cha's thoughts. A white light flashed, and a humanoid elf in the shape of a plug head appeared on the ground, with black lines on its body and rebelliousness in its eyes. At the same time, the data of this elf also appeared in Richard's field of vision. Electric Shock Monster. Level, 5 Normal. Features, Static Electricity. Qualification, Cyan. Intimacy, 50. Skills, Lightning Fist, Frozen Fist, Fire Fist, Electric Shock, Lightning Flash. Li Cha crouched down and stretched out his hand to the electric shock monster in front of him. Electric Shock Monster, please give me more advice in the future. Are you my trainer? Snort. I haven't approved it yet. The electric shock monster folded his arms around his chest and turned his head to one side, but out of the corner of his eye he was looking at Li Cha. Is this electric shock monster still arrogant? Li Cha didn't care either. He had his own way to deal with Aozhao. Electric Shocker, let's go. He also had to go back to Kana's city, where a girl was waiting for him. The electric shocker turned his head when he heard the words, and followed Li Cha. Let's see how this trainer is doing. If it doesn't work, I will shock the monster and find a chance to run away. Richard. Sophia stopped Richard who was about to leave. Come with me for a elf battle. Chapter 5 Pokedex. Okay. Seeing Sophia with a serious face, Li Cha chose to agree. It just so happened that he also wanted to see what level his new companion was. There is a simple battlefield on the grass outside the institute, which is specially prepared for trainers who have obtained the initial elves. Odamaki serves as the referee for this fight. Go on, Turkey. Come on, Shocker. The fire chick at Shafia's feet ran to the middle of the field, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. This was his first fight. Richard also scanned the turkey's data. Turkey. Level, 5 Normal. Feature, Fire. Qualification, Cyan. Does it have the same cyan aptitude as the electric shock monster? Richard began to pay attention to this game. The electric shock monster beside Li Cha also walked to the middle of the field, and shook his small arm, thinking in his heart that he would reluctantly help his trainer win a game. The battle is imminent. Fire Chick, Spark. Although Shafia has only obtained the initial elf not long ago, he has developed a good fighting intuition after watching elf battles for a long time. The Fire Chick took a deep breath, and then a small group of flames spewed out of his mouth, flying towards the electric shock monster. The shock monster watched the sparks that were getting closer, and controlled the body that wanted to move. It hadn't heard the trainer's order. Having said that this time, to listen to his orders, you must do it. Lightning Fist. Li Cha's voice was neither rushed nor slow, and the electric shock monster reacted as soon as he heard it. Electricity. The electric shock monster swung his arm, and the fist appeared electric light and sparks collided together, producing a small amount of black smoke. Shafia looked at the black smoke nervously, wondering the power of this attack. Rush up and have another thunderbolt punch. I saw a yellow plug rushing out of the black smoke, and the speed was extremely fast, and a dangerous electric light flashed on the arm. Shafia was still a rookie after all, and was a little confused. Fire Chicks, Sparks, no, attack with pecs. In combat, changing orders is a big no-no. The fire chick first took a breath, then spit it out, and was hit by the electric shock monster's fist when he was about to use the peck attack. This punch, which has been stored for a long time, coupled with the acceleration during running, is already the maximum power that an electric shock monster of this level can hit. The young turkey flew out half a meter and let out a painful cry. Chirp. Fire chick. At this time, Richard was about to give the final blow, but saw that the turkey was trying to stand up and give no orders. The turkey chick who stood up seemed to have a flame in his eyes, and the hair on his body became brighter. Fire. Did Lee Cha think of the characteristics of this turkey chicken? The more critical it is, the stronger it is. Fire chick, spark. Seeing the young turkey standing up, Shafia quickly gave an order too late to be happy. Every second in the battle counts. Lightning fist. A real man will beat the world with one punch like Saitama-sensei. The electric light and the flame collided again, this time producing more black smoke, but before the black smoke dissipated, the fire chick fell to the ground, and its eyes became swirling. The last stroke of sparks exhausted all his strength. The black smoke dissipated, the electric shock monster coughed twice, and his body was a little unstable, and he saw the turkey chicken that had fallen to the ground. It turned and smiled at its trainer. Lee Cha walked to the electric shock monster and touched the electric shock monster's plug with his hand. Played well. Electricity. There seems to be a good trainer. The turkey chicks lost the fight, so the winner is Richard from Kana's city. Looking at Shafina who was stroking the turkey, Richard reminded him nicely. It's best to send it to the elf center for treatment after the elf battle. Then he said goodbye to Odamaki next to him. Dr. Odamaki, then I'll go first. Wait, ×2. Odamaki and Shafia's voices sounded at the same time, and Richard turned around suspiciously. I'll give you this. Odamaki took out a red machine and handed it to Richard. Richard's pupils shrank sharply. This machine is an elf picture book. If this is a world where special articles are mixed with TV, the illustrated book may not be as bad as TV, but it is a very precious thing. In the special edition, it seems that only 19 people have ever held a picture book. I have a hunch you're going to be an amazing trainer. This machine is called the Pokedex. It can learn about elves, the distribution of elves they have seen, and they can track the elves they have seen. Another point is that people who have a picture book will resonate when they meet. I need your help in collecting elf information. This is what Odamaki is going to give to his daughter Shafia, but in his opinion, Richard may be more suitable for this job. Lee Cha looked at the red machine in his hand and shook his head. He already has a system, and there are people who are better suited to have this picture book than him. Open a single chapter to talk about the world background. The background of the world is very simple, that is, the special episodes are mixed with TV, there will be characters on both sides, and the plot will collide. There may be conflicts in the timeline, just follow the novel, I hope you will understand. There are also elves that book lovers want to see, can also leave a message in the comment area. This novel does not consider the team temporarily, but you can leave the best weather team you think. For example, Sunny Team, Weather Hand, Y Squirt. Thank you for your support, the outline of this book is perfect, and you can read it with confidence. Ask for a wave of flowers, reward, and evaluate tickets. Chapter 6 Happy Birthday. Doctor, I accepted the illustrated book, but I don't think I'm very suitable for this job. If I find someone more suitable than me, I'll give him the pictorial. The picture book is of no use to Richard, and he never thought of working for Odaki. He has seen the elves of the elves world for a long time, and his goal is to become a Pokemon master. Well, since he is someone whom Richard believes, he must be able to do this job. After Odamaki finished speaking, he went back to the research institute. He saw that his daughter Shafia had something to say to Richard, and he left consciously. Richard, Shafia held the turkey's Pokeball with a little embarrassment on her face. Speak up if you have something to say. Li Cha really hates the girl's twisted attitude. Can you be more refreshing? I don't know where the spirit center is. Can you take me there? Shefei looked at Li Cha with anticipation after finishing speaking. She had never been out of Weibai town when she was so old. Let's go together. It just so happened that the electric shock monster also had to be treated. Richard and Shafia travel together, and the goal is the nearest town of Guchin. Li Cha, aren't you a rookie trainer? Why do you say that? Shafia pointed to the Pokeball hanging around Richard's neck. I can feel a very powerful spirit inside. Hearing this, Li Cha also looked at the Pokeball containing the Koga ninja frog with soft eyes. It's my best companion. Are you a companion? Shafia muttered these two words, and could not help clenching the Pokeball in her hand. After half an hour. Richard, your home is from Kana's city. At first, Richard would answer Shafia's question very seriously, but after being asked for half an hour, he was a little tired. Why is this woman so talkative? Did you also travel as an adult? Yes. What a coincidence. Me too, I'm only 16 today. Oh. Li Cha, you. When Shafia wanted to ask another question, he was interrupted mercilessly by Richard. Guchin town is here. It is a quaint building complex that looks a little old. Guchin town is one of the oldest cities in Fangyuan, with a history similar to that of Luli City on the sea. Around the town, there is a cluster of ancient ruins from which historians have unearthed the history of the super-ancient myth of Fangyuan. The town is very small, and the two soon came to the center of the town, which is also the center of the elves. Miss Joy, our elf needs healing. Richard showed his ID card, and there is no charge for the treatment of the trainer registered by the Alliance. Then he handed over the shock monster's Pokeball, and Shafia followed suit and handed over the magnetic card and Turkey's Pokeball. Please wait a moment. Miss Joy smiled politely, and went to the infirmary with their Pokeballs. The real healers are the auspicious eggs and the happy eggs. The two came to the rest area in the center of the elf, and Shafia kept looking around. Seeing this, Li Cha explained it to him. This is the elf center, as well as the restaurant and hostel. Alliance-registered trainers can enjoy free accommodation, meals and treatment at the elf center, while other trainers have to pay expensive prices to enjoy the same services. Li Cha, your goal is the Caillou conference, right? Shafia's sentence is a questioning sentence, but it is a positive tone. In her opinion, a trainer as strong as Li Cha will definitely challenge Fang Yuan's highest stage. Richard nodded, and Shafia showed an expected expression. I will definitely defeat you at the Caillou conference. Shafia said this with a firm look in her eyes. She was serious about defeating Richard. Then I'll wait for you. Li Cha also changed his indifferent expression before and answered seriously. Is this a rival? Feeling not bad. The two spirits are healed. Because of the level of the electric shock monster and the fire chicken, it can't cause much damage, so the treatment is still very fast. The two retrieved the Pokeball from Miss Joy and walked out of the door at the Poke Center. It was now almost evening, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the streets, and the wind was roaring. Today's temperature is very low, which makes Shafia, who is wearing a sleeveless top, a little regretful. As soon as she walked out of the center of the elf, she hugged her shoulders. Girls, don't go out wearing so little. Richard's gentle voice sounded in Shafia's ear, and then Richard put his blue coat on Shafia's body. The clothes are borrowed from you. Give them back to me next time we meet. As soon as Li Cha said this, the air became colder. By the way, this is for you. A red flash appeared in Shafia's field of vision, and she subconsciously caught it. It's a wizard book. I think you are more suitable for this job than me. Today is your birthday, so take this as a birthday present. Happy birthday, Shafia. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets. Chapter 7 Fire Rock and Water Fleet. Shafia felt the warmth brought by Richard's coat and the picture book in his hand, and felt a feeling he had never felt before. Let's break up here, you will go back to Weeby Town along the original road. Felt that he had done a good job, and left the big trouble of the illustrated book to Shafia, so he didn't have to worry about collecting elves. Richard wanted to take the elite route, and the elite route was destined to be limited in training elves. The premise of collecting elves' information is to capture elves, which is contrary to Richard's idea. After speaking, Li Cha was about to turn around and leave. He was going to the station in Guchin town. Richard. Shafia's voice sounded behind him. Thank you. However, I will still beat you. Dash 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 dash. On the way to Guchin town station, Li Cha planned the future. First go back to Kana's city, and then train for a week, so that the electric shock monsters can grow up quickly. Then start traveling, challenge the 8 Avenues Pavilion, and participate in the Caillou Conference. As he was walking, Li Cha saw 2 groups of people facing each other not far away. Upon closer inspection, the 2 groups were wearing red and blue clothes. It's the Fire Rock team and the Water Fleet. Ding! The host triggers the selection. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Help the Fire Rock team and reward the Lava team with a set of uniforms. Option 2. Help the Water Fleet and reward the Water Fleet with a set of uniforms. Option 3. No one will help. Reward unknown fossil times 1. After silently reciting option 3, Li Cha felt a little more weight in the backpack. Backpack become Doraemon's pocket. Throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind, Li Cha focused his attention on the front. Observe in the dark. Sister Kwanmei, I didn't expect Shui Wutong to send you here. The person who spoke was the bonfire of the Hoyan team, one of the 3 fires of the cadres of the Hoyan team. I didn't expect Kai Yansong to send you a bonfire. Izumi is the brain-level figure of the Water Fleet, and her position in the Water Fleet can be said to be second only to the Water Indus. Sending her over this time is enough to prove that the Water Fleet attaches great importance to this operation. Bonfire took a look at the strong Water Fleet and knew that this battle was incompetent and could only outsmart. Just in the moment of contemplation at the campfire, Izumi spoke up. This exploration of ancient ruins, we 7, you 3. It means that the Water Fleet will get 70% from the exploration, and the Fire Rock team can only get 30%. Sister Kwanmei is too greedy. How about June 4th? Bonfire is not a person who is willing to suffer, who knows what is in the ruins. What a good thing. That's it, let's talk in battle, whoever wins will have the final say. Izumi has always believed that the power of action is greater than words, and did not want to say anything more to the bonfire. Sister Kwanmei, aren't you worried about attracting Junsha? Bonfire knows that his strength is weaker than Kwanmei, and dare not agree to fight. HMPH, then June 4th. Quote. Kwanmei also knew that the matter was urgent, she was just trying to scare the bonfire, but she didn't expect this woman to be more rational than she thought. Then the 2 teams entered the ancient ruins one after another. Li Cha, who was observing secretly, didn't know whether to follow him or not. After hesitating for a while, he took out the main product of the German company, the Genie Navigator. This is a product similar to a mobile phone, with map navigation and contact functions. Called the local police station. Yes, he wanted to report the case. To deal with the evil forces such as the Fire Rock team and the Water Fleet, we still have to rely on the strength of Miss Junsha. Hello, this is the Guchin Town Police Station. Miss Junsha, just now I saw people from the Fire Rock team and the Water Fleet enter the ancient ruins. What? There was a brief silence on the other side of the phone, and Li Cha guessed that he should have called for help, because this incident is no longer something that the small Guchin Town Police Station can solve. As for doubting the authenticity of Li Cha's report, Devon's navigators are all real-name systems and require fingerprints to unlock, which is very secure and can rule out the possibility of others reporting the case. Thank you for your... Miss Junsha was about to thank the enthusiastic citizen Li Cha for reporting the case, but Li Cha had already hung up the phone. Li Cha didn't want to hang up either, because the situation didn't allow it. He was found by the people of the water fleet while he was hiding in the corner on the phone. "Boy, what are you doing?" The water fleet minion smiled wildly. He felt like a cat caught a mouse. But who is the mouse? "Come on, Koga Ninja Frog." Hesitation will lead to defeat, and Richard decisively threw the Pokeball of Koga Ninja. Kuga. Water Shuriken. Before the water fleet minion could react, he was hit by a huge shuriken and fainted. People in this world are physically very strong, and some people can even resist divine beasts. However, Li Cha didn't have time to think about it. Bonfire and Kwanmei, who had just entered the ruins, came back. P.S. I read every comment very seriously. It may be slower for the elves who want to watch to appear, because they can't be ridden too fast, and it is easy to collapse. Ask for a review ticket. Chapter 8 Ninja Art. Is this the Koga Ninja Frog from the Carlos region? It seems that an incredible trainer has come. Bonfire came out of the shadows with a smile, with undisguised fear on his face. She is also a trainer at the peak of the Quasi-King, and she is only one step away from entering the realm of the king. The first moment she saw this Koga Ninja Frog, she judged that the Koga Ninja Frog was also at the peak of the Quasi-King level. But this momentum is many times stronger than her fire-breathing camel. Sister Kwanmei, this time it may be up to you. Izumi, who was on the side, nodded when she heard Bonfire's words. Although the Fire Rock team and the Water Fleet often rubbed against each other, they would still unite at this time and agree to the outside world. Come out, Iron Claw Lobster. Go, Fire-Breathing Camel. 2 white lights flashed, and 2 elves unique to Fang Yuan appeared on the ground. Fire-Breathing Camel. Level 49, Quasi-King level peak. Ability, Hard Rock. Qualification, Cyan. Iron Claw Lobster. Level 50 Tianwang. Feature, Hard Shell Armor. Qualification, Cyan. Heavenly King Profound Truth, Strange Power. Seeing the 2 ferocious elves, Richard felt a little tricky. The 2 elves are rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and their ki output is extremely high. The information of this Iron Claw Lobster shows that it has reached the level of the king, and there is an extra meaning of the king. Li Cha guessed that this should be the key to breaking through to the Heavenly King level, but there is no time to think about it now. Sister Kwanmei, why don't you go one-on-one with him? Bonfire has her own considerations for saying this. Her fire-breathing camel is fire and ground, and it is restrained 4 times by water. The skill that she can fight is a sunshine flame, and now it is night. It is better to preserve the strength, in case there are other situations in a while. It is also easy to deal with. Okay, you pay attention to the people watching the league. Bonfire sat on the fire-breathing camel, ready to watch this battle, and wanted to glimpse the mystery of the realm of the king. Koga Ninja Frog, ready. Li Cha is doing telepathy, and he must go all out to deal with the opponents of the king level. Iron Claw Lobster, Dragon Dance. With the order of Kwanmei, the Iron Claw Lobster danced a mysterious dance, and a powerful force entered the Iron Claw Lobster's body, making it stronger and faster. Kwanmei prepared 2 stages of strengthening and then took 1 set away, letting this kid know that the gap between the Heavenly King and the Quasi-King cannot be bridged. Koga Ninja Frog, Shadow Clone Technique. At the moment when an idea arises in Li Cha's heart, Koga Ren. Frog divided into 3 clones. HMPH, is something like Shadow Clone Technique useful? Izumi believes that what Koga Ninja uses is the Shadow Clone Technique, which is a clone that is useless to confuse the opponent. But it's a bit strange, the number of clones of this Koga Ninja Frog seems to be a little small. Grass Rope Knot. The dancing iron-clawed lobster was bound by the grass ropes drilled out of the ground, and Koga Ninja Frog thought about it. Bang! The iron claw lobster was slammed to the ground, but didn't do much damage due to its characteristic hard shell armor. But Richard's goal has been achieved. Don't forget that the characteristics of the Koga Ninja Frog are free to change, and the current Koga Ninja Frog has become a grass attribute. This is to prevent the Iron Claw Lobster from suddenly attacking. Is it useful? Powerless move, another dragon dance. Quan Mei scoffed at these little tricks of Li Cha. Come on, Koga Ninja, use the shuriken. To deal with the Iron Claw Lobster, which is also a water and evil attribute, the Koga Ninja Frog does not have very good skills, but it has a plug-in. The 4 Jahei Ninja Frogs used chakra to condense a shuriken in their hands and quickly threw them at the Iron Claw Lobster. Bang 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 4 times, the Iron Claw Lobster showed a painful expression, and the damage of the shuriken was still difficult to resist. What? Izumi looked at this scene in disbelief. Isn't the water shuriken of Koga Ninja a water type? And why can shadow clones also cause damage? Before she could react, the Koga Ninja Frog had already rushed in front of the Iron Claw Lobster. No skills, just a beating. The Koga Ninja Frog and the 3 shadow clones surrounded the Iron Claw Lobster with punches and kicks. Li Cha has some regrets that Jahei Ninja has not learned to roll balls, otherwise the wave just now was a spiral pill. How handsome. Iron Claw Lobster, split tiles. The one on the far left. After enduring the beatings of 4 Koga Ninja Frogs, the Iron-Clawed Lobster finally launched a counterattack. Supernatural powers. At this moment, the Koga Ninja used supernatural powers, not to deal damage. The superpower system did not cause any damage to the evil lobster. In order to change the attributes, the Koga Ninja Frog, which has become a superpower, is very resistant to this move. The split tiles after the 2 Dragon Dance enhancements hit a clone, and the clone turned into a puff of smoke and dispersed. It's time to end. Li Cha looked at the Iron-Clawed Lobster, which was already at the end of the fight, and issued the last order. Koga Ninja Frog, Shuriken of Water. Chapter 9. This is my contact information. P.S. This chapter is to add more 500 flowers for book lovers. Every 500 plus 1 change. The evaluation ticket is 1 more every 300. Just over 100. I saw the Koga Ninja Frog jumping in the air, condensing a huge water shuriken, and throwing it on the dying Iron Claw Lobster. Bang bang bang. There was an explosion centered on the Iron Claw Lobster, and the smoke dissipated, leaving only an incompetent Iron Claw Lobster lying on the ground. I lost. Izumi couldn't believe what she saw. A lobster of the king's level lost to a quasi-king level Koga Ninja Frog. Flying Dragon Riding Face lost. The most terrifying thing was that the handsome trainer didn't have any command all the way. How is that possible? What is that? The bonfire sitting on the back of the fire-breathing hunch recalled the situation of the battle just now, a fighting method that he had never seen before, a shadow clone that could attack. This subverts the impression that elf battles give to bonfires. Next. Li Cha, who had not spoken for a while, said to the bonfire on the side, with a calm expression on his face that made it impossible to see through his thoughts. The Fire Rock team, all retreat. Bonfire directly ignored Li Cha, and the 36 strategies were the best. A white light flashed, and a fire-breathing dragon appeared on the ground, the flying elf of the bonfire. Want to run? No way. Koga Ninja Frog, use the blasting water to make waves. The palm of the Koga Ninja Frog quickly formed a seal, and the chakra in the body rushed to the mouth and spurted out. Water escape burst of water. A huge water wave spewed out of the mouth of the Koga Ninja Frog, and the fire-breathing dragon that was about to take off was directly knocked to the ground by this move. Richard walked in front of the bonfire that had turned into a chicken, with an indifferent look on his face. Want to run? Cough cough cough. The bonfire was choked by the water, and looked at Li Cha with angry eyes. Doesn't this man know how to be sympathetic? At this time, there was a rapid alarm bell not far away, and Li Cha knew that it was his reinforcements. But now this situation doesn't seem to need reinforcements. Give me a break and I'll tell you about the ancient ruins. At this time, Bonfire said, she was afraid of being caught by the Alliance, and it would not be easy for someone like her to be caught by the Alliance. HMPH, am I, Richard, the kind of person who would let a criminal go for a little news? Ding! The host triggers the selection. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Let her go, and reward spiral pill cultivation method. Option 2. Don't let it go, and reward a single love song. Without any hesitation, Richard silently recited. Option 1. No one escapes the true fragrance law. There is a little more method in Lee Cha's mind about cultivating spiral pills, but he can't cultivate chakra in this world, so he can only use it for Koga Ninja Frog. Go ahead. Bonfire was ready to be rejected by the indifferent man in front of him, but he didn't expect him to agree. He shouldn't be interested in this kind of boring relic information. Does he like me? Bonfire was very confident in his appearance and figure. Looking at Lee Cha's handsome face, his heart beat a little faster. If it is him, it is not unacceptable. After Lee Cha finished speaking, he kept looking at the bonfire. As a result, the woman didn't say anything, and her face was still red. If it wasn't for the spiral pill, Lee Cha would have let you go. If you don't want to talk, just leave. If you don't take the mission, you will fail. Lee Cha is worried that his memory will be recalled if he fails the mission, so he hurriedly urged. Sure enough, I am not interested in the ruins at all, so there is only one answer. Bonfire shook her head. If it wasn't for the difference between the two, she would have tried it with Lee Cha. This is my contact information. I'm usually in Viola City. The bonfire brushed up the taro-colored hair, threw a note to Richard, and then sat on the fire-breathing dragon and flew away. Izumi also evacuated with the people from the water fleet just now. Lee Cha looked at the note in his hand and didn't understand the idea of bonfire. Could it be that she is the spy that the Alliance placed in the Fire Rock team? Is she passing information? So she just didn't join up with Izumi to fight herself. The more Lee Cha thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth. He carefully put the note away. This was information from a potential comrade. The bonfire on the fire-breathing dragon, which had not yet flown far, shook his head when he saw this scene. Love with different positions will not have good results after all. Miss Juncha and other police officers arrived late, and it took them a long time to assemble the team. You are the one who reported the crime. Are they all in the ruins? Miss Juncha looked at the handsome Lee Cha and the powerful Koga ninja beside him, and sighed that she was an elite trainer again. Richard shook his head. They ran away. Run. Why? Miss Juncha had to wonder if Lee Cha had called the fake police. You ask him. Lee Cha pointed to the water fleet guy who was stunned by the Koga ninja frog's shuriken. He was curled up in the corner at the moment, trembling constantly. Why is this trainer so powerful? The eldest sister can't beat him. Chapter 10. Organize the harvest for flowers. For collection. For rewards. We buy town, Odakimiki's home. Shafia, you're going on a trip tomorrow. Dad has something for you. After speaking, Odamaki took out an elf picture book. This afternoon, the last trainer also came to pick up his initial elf. It was Ruby from Chunghwa City. He picked up the last water-jumping fish. This child seems to be the son of Chinli, the owner of Chunghwa Taoist Hall, but he is determined to be a coordinator trainer. Dad, I have it. Shafia looked at the picture book in Odaki's hand, and said with a smile. It could be seen that she was in a very good mood. Odamaki was puzzled for a while. The elf picture book is something that only exists within the Alliance, and the number is not very large. You can't buy it if you buy it. It may only be given to her by someone else. Did Lee Cha give it to you? Odamaki thought of the boy he had only met in the afternoon. He was the trainer who had the most fighting instincts Odamaki had ever seen. Shafia looked at the coat hanging in the closet, wondering what she was thinking. Then Papa has nothing to offer you. I wish you a good trip. After speaking, Odamaki was about to leave Shafia's bedroom, but heard her daughter's voice again. Dad, where is Kana's city? dash 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 dash. Guchin Town Police Station. At this time, a group of Miss Juncha surrounded the rogues of the water fleet, and the scene was very tense for a time. Miss Juncha, I have told you everything I know. Can I go to the toilet? It's really uncomfortable. The water fleet minion swore that he wanted to be a good person in the next life, and this crime is really unbearable. The leader, Miss Juncha, ignored the words of the water fleet's minions, and looked at the transcript sorted out in her hand. Her eyes were a bit complicated. According to him, the trainer defeated Izumi's Iron Claw Lobster, the second in command of the water fleet, with a single Koga ninja frog. According to the internal information of the Alliance, Quan Mei's ace elf is a giant tooth shark of the king level, but this Iron Claw Lobster has also reached the king level. So, that boy is a heavenly king level trainer. Sister, this is the information about that trainer. Another Miss Juncha walked to the lead Miss Juncha and handed her a stack of documents. Open the document, it is the detailed information of Li Cha. Li Cha, male, 16 years old. Then looked down. My father is Li Gang, the research director of Devon Corporation, and my mother is Sato Lan, a senior cultivator of the Alliance. Just applied for an initial trainer not long ago. If this file is true, where did his Koga ninja frog come from? Sister Juncha's keen sense of smell noticed something was wrong, and immediately saw Sato Lan's photo, and realized it. The Sato family is a water family in Kanto, so it is not a problem to provide a quack frog to Richard. Then the problem is that the 16-year-old Tianwang trainer is very rare in the entire history of the Elf League. After reading the record of the water fleet's minions and the information of Li Cha, Sister Juncha took a deep breath. This child's strength is so terrifying. Dash 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 dash. Li Cha was delayed because of the water fleet and the Fire Rock team, so he simply stayed at the Elf Center in Guchin Town. In the room arranged for him at the moment, Richard is sorting out today's harvest. 10 times power amplifier. Li Cha looked at the motor that was as big as a school bag in his hand. He knew that the power amplifier was a prop for the electric shock beast to evolve into the electric shock beast, so what does 10 times mean? Electrical monster, come here. The electric shock monster on the side was having a stand-up comedy with his elder brother Jahe Ninja. Hearing what Li Cha said, Pidian ran over. It has already recognized Richard as a trainer from the bottom of his heart. Does this work for you? The electric shock monster glanced at the big motor, felt the strong attraction, and nodded. Li Chao is facing a new problem, how to make the electric shock monster bring this thing. This world is different from the game world, and props really have to be carried around. Immediately after a flash of inspiration, Richard found 2 straps from the backpack. These were spare backpack straps and were very sturdy. Then bundle up the entire motor and make it look like a backpack. Put it on your back. The electric shock monster turned his head, so I don't want to go to school. Put it on your back. Feeling the change in Li Cha's tone, the electric shock monster obediently carried the motor on his back, with a yellow color, looking like a delivery man from a certain group. The electric shock monster felt the electricity flooding all over its body, and it felt that it was getting stronger every second. Electricity. The electric shock monster carried the motor to the side of the Koga ninja frog to show off. Jahe Ninja didn't have time to talk about it, and sorted out the chakra practice method and spiral pill practice method passed on by Li Cha. It felt that it could become much stronger again, and it could help Li Cha again. The last thing Richard took out was a fossil. Chapter 11 Lesson, Add more rewards for book friends. And LT. Looking at the fossil in front of him that looked like the jaw of some kind of creature, Li Cha knew what he got. Jaw fossils. After the resurrection of the fossils, you can get ancient elves, baby tyrannosaurs, and after evolution, strange jaw dragons. It's a little elf with both looks and strength. As for the fossil resurrection machine, Richard decided to ask his father Li Gang. In case of indecision, go to Li Gang. After sorting out all the harvests of the day, Richard took back the electric shock monster and the Koga ninja frog with the Pokeball. For sprites, the environment inside the Pokeball is more comfortable. Then he fell into a deep sleep. In the night sky, the moonlight is dim, the stars are sparse, and the whole earth seems to have fallen asleep. Dash 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 dash. Guchin Station. Richard is here waiting for the coach to Kana's city. The wizard world also has a variety of means of transportation such as planes, trains, and ships. Drop drop drop. Richard's elf navigator suddenly rang, and it was a call from his mother, Sato Ran. Son, why haven't you come back yet? I've been delayed because of a little thing. I'm waiting for the bus now. I'll be back soon. Li Cha inherited all the memories of his predecessor, including his filial piety to his parents. The cuckoo is waiting for you in a hurry. As soon as Sato Ran finished speaking, a girl's charming voice came from the other end of the phone. Richard knew that this was his childhood sweetheart and the future owner of the gym in Kana's city, Duan. Okay, just come back soon. Sato Ran hung up the phone after saying this. Aunt Lan, how can you say that? Duan said with a blushing face, that sentence just now was too ambiguous. Although he really missed Li Cha, he couldn't say it clearly. Ha ha ha, did I say something wrong? Looking at the behavior of Duan's youngest daughter's family, Sato Lan became more and more satisfied. Dash 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 dash. Li Cha got off the long-distance bus and smelled the smell of his hometown, and his whole heart calmed down. This is where he was born and raised, one of the most beautiful metropolis, Kana's city. Kana's city is a metropolis with manufacturing giants, ports, docks, and shipyards, and the overall degree of modernization is relatively high. Called a taxi and told the master to go to the trainer school. His house is right next to the trainer school, and it can be regarded as a school district room. In his memory, he just graduated from here with the first theoretical grade in the whole class not long ago, which is theoretically rich in theory. Richard got out of the car. I saw a familiar figure. A red bow tied the long blue silk, wearing a black skirt with exquisite tailoring, and the black pantyhose on the feet made the whole person slender. The facial features carved in pink and jade are like a gift from God. This is Richard's childhood sweetheart, the cuckoo. But at this time, she seemed to be in trouble. Cuckoo, travel with me. Behind the cuckoo was a wretched-looking guy. This man Li Cha knew. He was a classmate in the class, named Pete. How many times have I said, stop following me? Duan was a little angry. She met Pete as soon as she came out of Richard's house, who had been pestering her to travel with her. Ding! The host triggers the selection. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Teach Pete a hard lesson, and reward mutant potion ×1 after completion. Option 2. Choose to ignore, reward green baseball cap ×1. After silently reciting, Option 1 inch, he was joking that Richard didn't lack hats. A hard lesson. Li Cha thought of some examples of teaching others, which can be used for reference. That guy, stay away from her. Richard's lazy but indifferent voice sounded on the street. Duan and Pete looked at Richard at the same time. Duan trotted to him after seeing that it was Li Cha, with undisguised concern on his face. Li Cha, when did you come back? Just got off the bus. Seeing Richard and Duan interact with each other in a familiar way, especially his goddess Duan smiling from time to time, this scene made Pete a little angry. Li Cha, I'm going to have an elf battle with you. Hearing Pete's words, Richard didn't expect this guy to come to the door by himself, which would save trouble. Come on, I remember there was a field in the school. Li Cha's action caught Pete by surprise, and after regaining his senses, he realized that Li Cha seemed to be the first in his grade, and he was just the tail of a crane. HMPH, good grades don't necessarily mean good battles. These are his words to comfort himself. He wants to humiliate this little white face severely in front of the goddess Duan, so that Duan will look at him with admiration. The three of them came to the battlefield of the elf school. At this time, it was between classes, and there were already a group of students in the lower grades. Seeing the arrival of Richard and Pete, they all gave way. Pete, you probably won't last around. PS rewards and updates for book friends. 3 times reward plus 1 more. 500 flowers plus 1 more. 300 evaluation votes plus 1 more. Chapter 12 Childhood Sweetheart. Pete, you probably won't last around. Richard's words made the audience immediately boil. People are always willing to discuss arrogant people. Is this the last senior Li Cha? So handsome, so crazy, I like it so much. You can see who is standing next to the senior. That is senior sister Duan, who is said to be senior Li Cha's girlfriend. I want to know who is going to fight with the senior. I don't know. Richard's arrogant words and other people's comments broke into Pete's ears, causing his anger to explode directly. Li Cha, today I will let you know that knowledge in books and real battles are two different things. Immediately, he took out a high-level ball from his waist. He failed to get the initial trainer spot in the league. This is the initial elf that his father prepared for him. With my anger, come on, Aogayan. A white light flashed, and a well-developed Aoguyan appeared in the air, hovered a few times, and then landed on the ground. Proud Swallow. Level, 10, Normal. Trait, Perseverance. Qualification, Green. Listening to Pete's words, he thought it was just an empty seat, but he was relieved to see that it was a proud Yan Richard. Why, doesn't Richard, who is the first in the grade, even dare to light up the elf? Seeing that Richard didn't throw the pokeball for a long time, Pete thought it was Richard who was afraid. I only need one trick to deal with things like you. It's up to you, Shock Monster. A white light flashed, and an electric shock monster with a giant motor on its back appeared on the field. The black lines on its body looked domineering, and the body was surrounded by electric lights. After a night of absorbing electricity, the level of the electric shock monster has reached the 8th level, which also proves that the level of the elves in this world is not necessarily improved by fighting. Pete didn't know the electric shock monster because he didn't study hard, but when he saw the appearance of the electric shock monster, he knew that it was an electrical elf. He gave the order the moment the electric shock monster appeared on the field and seized the opportunity. Aogayan, lightning flashes. Facing the swiftly flying Aoguyan, the corners of the electric shock monster's mouth rose slightly. After a night of super-fast charging, it felt that it could kill a Kintaro now. Lightning fist. Li Cha's indifferent tone was as if he didn't take this proud swallow in his eyes, and in fact there was no need to take it seriously. The electric shock monster's right fist fluttered with more intense electric light than yesterday, and collided with the oncoming Aogayan. Boom. I saw Aogayan was directly hit by this punch and flew out several meters away, fell to the ground, and splashed a lot of dust. With a little electric light on the wings. It seemed that he was paralyzed, and after struggling for a while, he fainted weakly, and his eyes became swirling. Aogayan lost the ability to fight. Even if there is no referee, such a sentence will automatically appear in the hearts of those present. Ding! The host completes the option, get the mutant medicine ×1. Li Cha was also rewarded by the system. Looking at the name, this is a good thing. How is that possible? Pete looked at Aogayan who was defeated by the electric shock monster, and his eyes were full of incredible. Don't you say that your Aogayan has excellent qualifications? Why can't Aogayan even take a thunderbolt punch? The students' onlookers saw this result and thought it was unexpected but reasonable. They all thought that Pete would lose to Richard, but unexpectedly, Aogayan was defeated by one move. Is this the strength of Senior Li Cha? The electric shock monster is really handsome. The onlookers were all talking about it. This is something they usually don't see in the classroom, and it also made them realize the importance of theory. Thank you for your hard work. shock monster. Richard took the electric shock monster back to the Pokeball, glanced at Pete who had not recovered from his failure, and thought that this lesson was enough. Cuckoo, let's go. Duwan stood beside Li Cha. The scene just now made a deep impression on her who had just received the primal elf. Is this Li Cha's strength? Has he come this far without realizing it? Li Cha's words pulled her out of her thoughts and followed in Li Cha's footsteps. Wait. Pete looked at the figures of Richard and Duwan leaving, and he was unwilling to sink like this. Richard turned his head and looked at Pete suspiciously. Is this guy going to fight again? How can I beat you? Although Pete didn't study seriously, he heard a story that he was not ashamed to ask, and he wanted to know how he could catch up with Richard. If you want to beat me, you are still 10,000 light years away. Light year is a unit of distance, here is just a joke. For this kind of person, Li Cha didn't want to give him a good face, so he left the elf school with Duwan after leaving these words that made Pete's face pale. Li Cha, where are we going? Duwan is now facing Li Cha, but she doesn't have the naturalness she used to be in school. As she grows older, she has a little more emotion for Li Cha that she doesn't know what it is. Send you home, isn't it like this before? Under the sun, Duwan looked at Richard's bright smile, exactly the same as before. Chapter 13 Fairy Body, Ask for a Reward. Richard sent the cuckoo to the gate of the gym in Kana's city. Duwan's father is the current owner of the gym in Kana's city, Dureski, whose home is behind the gym. Richard. When it came time to part, Duwan felt that she would regret not doing some things again. Huh. Can I travel with you? As soon as these words were finished, Duwan's heartbeat kept accelerating unsatisfactorily, his eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look directly at Li Cha. This question. However, Li Cha pretended to be hesitant. He also had feelings for his childhood sweetheart in his heart, but at this time he wanted to tease Duwan. Duwan listened to Li Cha's hesitant tone, and for some reason suddenly wanted to cry, and a large mist of water condensed in his red eyes. When Li Cha saw Duwan's expression on the verge of weeping, he immediately said, I don't need to think about this issue, I also want to travel with the cuckoo. When Duwan heard Li Cha's words, the feeling in his heart was like riding a roller coaster. His eyes widened, and a few tears solidified inside. Really? I came back this time to talk to you about it. Li Cha feels like he has awakened some kind of scumbag attribute. No, Richard, can't be a scumbag. You hate it. Duwan slammed Li Cha with a pink fist, turned and ran back to the gym. Not long after, Richard received a message from Duwan on his navigator. Tell me when you're leaving. Li Cha sighed. No matter which world women are like this, they dislike integrity. Immediately on the way home. Richard's house. Mom, I'm back. Who was sitting on the sofa watching the variety show, Run, Elf. Heard her son's voice and acted very flat. Oh, there's still some food in the kitchen, so I'll eat when I'm hungry. As expected of her own mother, she just said this, and then she focused her attention on the TV again. Li Cha smiled bitterly, went back to his room and closed the door, and then took out the reward just now from his backpack. It's a test tube with a green liquid in it that looks dangerous. Mutation Potion. A potion that can make elves mutate special abilities, and each elves can only be used 3 times. There are also item descriptions, which seem to be high-end goods. The Jahei Ninja Frog and the Electric Shock Monster were released. Because of the existence of telepathy, the Jahei Ninja Frog knew what Li Cha was thinking and did not reveal it. A puzzled expression. The Electric Shock Monster looked at the surrounding environment with a bewildered expression. Is this where the trainer lives? The smell of trainers is everywhere. Li Cha pointed the mutant potion at the Electric Shock Monster, and a prompt appeared. Ding! Use the mutation potion on the Electric Shock Monster. You can choose the direction of mutation. Option 1. get the ability to get the Thunder Fruit, and increase the ability to control the electrical properties. Option 2, get Thunder Attribute Chakra, and you can perform Thunder Ninjutsu. For the Koga Ninja Frog, a prompt also appeared. Ding! Use the mutation potion on the Koga Ninja Frog, you can choose the direction of mutation. Option 1, get Immortal Body Transformation, you can communicate with natural energy and use Immortal Mode. Option 2, get Wind Attribute Chakra, you can perform Wind Escape Ninjutsu. Looking at the direction of the mutation, Lee Cha found that this mutation potion is to help the elves tap their own power, rather than relying on foreign objects. The electric specialization route of the electric shock monster, and the ninja system of the Koga Ninja Frog, who should I choose? Richard first ruled out the 2 chakra options, because he did not have the corresponding ninjutsu, and the chakra with this attribute was useless at all. The Thunder Fruit and the Immortal Human Body are both capable of high growth, but Lee Cha decided to choose the Immortal Human Body. Because the ability of the Immortal Human Body is nothing for the Koga Ninja Frog, the ability of the Thunder Fruit is just icing on the cake for the electric shock monster. Richard touched the electric shock monster's plug. Electric shock monster, I'll give you this next time, this time I'll give you Big Brother Ninja Frog first. The electric shock monster didn't quite know what Lee Cha meant, but Lee Cha touched its head to make it feel comfortable, so he nodded. Koga Ninja Frog, you come and drink it. Koga Ninja Frog didn't hesitate to take the mutant potion and drank it without any hesitation about the trainer's order. Lee Cha also silently recited, Option 1 inch. After a while, the Koga Ninja Frog fell asleep. Lee Cha guessed that this should be the transformation process, so he took the Koga Ninja Frog back to the Pokeball and hung it around his neck again. Electric shocker, I'll show you my mother. Electricity. Walk out of the room with the shock monster. Mom, this is my original elf, the shocker. Yo, come and let me see. Sato Ran was about to pick up the electric shock monster, but found that the electric shock monster was carrying a motor behind him, and he couldn't hold it, so he simply touched the electric shock monster's plug like Lee Cha. Chapter 14 The beginning of the trip, for flowers. For a reward. While Sato Ran touched the electric shock monster's plug, he was also observing Richard's electric shock monster. This electric shock monster has a well-proportioned body and thick arms. In terms of the degree of cultivation, it is not the top. But the confidence revealed in his eyes can't be hidden. If you look carefully, you can still see the electric light flashing in the eyes of the electric shock monster. This is an elf who is expected to be a champion. Sato Lan came to a conclusion for Richard's electric shock monster. She has nurtured elves for most of her life. She has seen a lot of elves at the level of kings, and a few at the champion level. Judging the potential of an elves is still very accurate. Son, this electric shock monster is very good. Don't give it other things in the future, just eat the energy cube I gave you. Sato Lan is not stingy with her son, and other Heavenly King trainers have to promise her various conditions when they ask her to make energy cubes. That, Mom. Lee Cha was a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Can you give me another water elf energy cube? Sato Ran thought of her son and blamed an elf with an electric shock. Where did the water elf come from? Immediately, another possibility came to mind. In order to please other girls, my son happened to have a water-type elf. Sato Ran knew that the initial elf of the cuckoo was not from the water type, it was only another girl, and some lamented that her son had grown up and knew that she was pleasing to girls. Without asking too much, he nodded. Instead, Lee Cha was a little puzzled as to why Sato Ran was so good at talking. When are you going to set off, son? I can equip you with an energy cube. After 7 days, I plan to train the electric shock monsters for a while. The electric shock monster, who was watching TV, felt a chill for some reason. 7 days later. Kana's city gym entrance. Richard wears a baseball cap with a red pokeball, a new denim jacket with a white lining, black pants and a pair of sneakers. People rely on clothes, and Richard's top-notch appearance looks even more handsome with the blessing of decent clothes. The sneakers were given by Sato Ran, but Lee Cha searched the whole pair of shoes and couldn't find the B button, so it was impossible to press B to accelerate. He just completed the special training on the electric shock monster yesterday, and today is the day to travel together with the cuckoo. Jahei Ninja also woke up a few days ago. In the past few days, he has learned the spiral pill, and then he will train in the immortal mode. After the special training, the electric shock monster level has reached the 19th level, which is the peak of the ordinary level. Once it breaks through it, it will always be an elite level elves. As for the jaw fossil, Li Gang said that the existing gene pool could not be resurrected, and he needed to go to Luling City to ask Richard. Women are all creatures who are habitually late. Duwan and Richard made an appointment at 8 o'clock, and now she came out at 8:30. The excuse that Li Cha helped Duwan figure out, the gym is so big that he lost his way. However, the cuckoo, who was obviously dressed up today, made Li Cha's long-awaited boredom disappear completely. A light blue knee-length skirt is paired with a pair of white sneakers, her hair is neatly tied into a ponytail, she is carrying a blue backpack, and she has a light smile on her face. The breath of youth is coming. Wait for a while. Yes. Richard's answer made the atmosphere just created disappear completely. Duwan took a deep breath, scolded an idiot, and forcibly opened the topic. Then what's the first city we're going to? Duwan didn't plan to challenge the Caillou conference. She just wanted to go out and have a look this year to make up for the scenery she missed in the elf school over the years. But as the daughter of the current owner of the gym in Kana's city, her fighting instinct is not bad. In other words, it came out to travel with Richard. Chunghwa City. That's right, the first gym that Li Cha wants to challenge is one of the 3 major mountain ranges in Fangyuan, the Orange Flower Gym. During these days at home, Sato Lan told Richard a lot of knowledge that he could not learn in school. Quasi-Celestial King level, level 40, is an assessment of the aptitude of elves. For elves whose aptitude is not high enough, no matter how powerful the trainer is, they cannot make it reach this level. Heavenly King level, level 50, is a test for trainers, and a trainer who cannot comprehend the profound meaning cannot reach this state. Champion level, level 70, is a double assessment of the elves and the trainers. It is necessary for the trainers to comprehend the mood of champions, and the elves' qualifications are high enough to break through the realm. The first goal of Li Cha's trip is 1,000 miles. This is a well-known Tianwang level trainer for a long time, and Richard hopes to get a glimpse of the realm of Tianwang from such high-quality battles. Kana's city is not far from Chunghwa City, so Richard and Duwan decided to walk through the Chunghwa forest. The PS evaluation ticket is still more than 80, and it is only 300, please. Chapter 15 Orange Forest for Flowers. For a reward. Orange Forest is one of the largest forests in Fangyuan. There are many kinds of elves in it, most of which are grass-type and insect-type elves. Richard and Duwan took a car out of the city center of Kana's city, and walked for more than an hour before reaching the Chunghwa forest. I'm exhausted. Duwan had an undisguised tiredness on his face. Such a tiring ride was a real torture to an eldest lady like her who had never traveled far. Then rest here for a while. Li Cha pointed to a big tree that was as thick as 5 people embraced, and immediately took out a thicker tablecloth from his backpack and spread it on the ground, and then took out some food. Seeing that Li Cha was so well prepared, Duwan couldn't help blushing a little. Except for a sleeping bag in her bag, everything else was clothes and shoes. Richard sat on the soft tablecloth and felt the gentle breeze in the forest. This is the charm of nature. Why didn't you come? Looking at Duwan who was still standing blankly, Li Cha felt that the girl was a little dumbfounded. Oh. Duwan just let it go for some reason, walked to the tablecloth, tucked up her skirt and sat down. Li Cha released the electric shock monster. It was time to eat. As soon as the electric shock monster came out, it was attracted by a butterfly and chased. Li Cha, I feel your electric shock monster is getting stronger again. As the daughter of the owner of the pavilion, Duan still has this vision. I haven't seen your initial spirit yet. However, Li Cha was very interested in Duan's initial elf, and Duan took out an elf ball from his bag when he heard this. A white light flashed, and a small fist full of vitality appeared on the grass, punching the air a few times. Small fist stone. Grade, 8 normal grade. Ability, sand hide. Qualification, cyan. It is a rare small fist stone with sand hidden characteristics. Did you bring elf food with you? Duan shook her head. She was dressed up in the morning, and she didn't bring many things. Li Cha then distributed the more popular elf food to part of the small fist stone. The electric shock monster and the Koga ninja frog are custom made, and other attributes are not good to eat. Hello, can you have an elf battle with me? Just when Li Cha looked up at the sky, a weak male voice appeared in his ears, and he followed the sound to see a thin boy with green hair standing not far away. Isn't it full? Maybe his other name, Xiaoguang, is more familiar to everyone. It's the guy who caught Loloras with the spirit of the gem version. Are you talking to me? Is 1v1 okay? Manchong looked at the small fist stone, thinking that Loloras should be able to. Victory against such an opponent, his tone could not help but be full of confidence. No problem, shock monster. Richard stood up and called back the electric shock monster who was catching the butterfly. The electric shock monster heard the trainer's voice and ran over quickly. After 7 days of high-intensity military training, the electric shock monster already understood what discipline is. Electric shock monster. It's full of stupid people, what about the small fist stone? However, the battle that has been promised cannot be easily given up, this is his way of fighting. Come out, Loloras. Level 10, normal. Feature, sync. Qualification, cyan. As soon as Loloras came out, he saw the electric shock monster with a wicked smile, and was so frightened that he ran behind Manchu, and his body kept shaking. Loloras, cheer up. Looking at the unsatisfactory Loloras, full of energy can only cheer it up. With full encouragement, Loloras stood opposite the electric shock monster again. Let's get started. Full of confidence in himself Loloras. Shock. Magic. Before the last leaf word was filled, the electric shock of the electric shock monster hit Loloras. A burst of black smoke came out, and he went directly into a state of paralysis. At this time, due to Loloras's synchronization feature, the electric shock monster also became paralyzed. Since the 6th generation of PS, the electric spirit will not be paralyzed, but it is still allowed here. Manchong felt that he still had a chance, because the electric shock monster was also paralyzed. Loloras, magic leaf. Loloras raised his little hand with difficulty and used the power of the fairy to condense the magic leaf. Feel the numbness, absorb it. The power amplifier behind the electric shock monster was activated, and it quickly got out of the paralyzed state. At this time, Lolora's magic leaves were also condensed. Flame fist. The electric shock monster rushed towards Loloras quickly, and bursts of flames wafted from his right fist. The magic leaf was launched at this time, and the electric shock monster's flexible movement evaded most of the attacks. This was the result of Koga ninja training him with the Shuriken army in the past few days. Enduring the damage caused by some of the magic leaves, the electric shock monster punched Lolora's weak body. Loloras. The full of fighting skills was shattered by Richard's punch before it could be condensed successfully. P.S. There will be new sprites in the next chapter. As of 6 p.m., if someone guesses right in the comment area, add another chapter. Hint, blue. Chapter 16 Flash Larulas, add more, yellow flash, for book friends. It's a spray that can treat a paralyzed state. Seeing the miserable appearance of Loloras, Richard couldn't bear it, so he kindly filled the spray in his backpack. Thank you. Although he was reluctant in his heart, In order for Lulas to get better faster, Manchong still accepted Richard's kindness. Lalu. Lulas cried weakly. The intensity of the battle just now was the greatest since it was born, and its small body couldn't stand it at all. May I know your name? Full change the name of Richard. Most people in this world respect the strong. Richard. Your Excellency will definitely challenge the Caillou Conference, right? When Li Cha heard this tone, could it be that Manchong would also be his own rival? Probably so. Li Cha said vaguely. He didn't want the entire Caillou Conference to be full of rivals. My goal is to challenge the Caillou Conference. Where will I be waiting for your Excellency? It's a pity that Manchong is so stubborn that he has already regarded Li Cha as his lifelong enemy. As Manchong's first inner demon, he will also be his biggest inner demon. Afterwards, Manchu put Lulas into the Pokeball and left. Looking at his direction, the target should be Kana's city. It was almost noon. Li Cha and Duwan decided to go one more way and try to get out of the Chunghua forest tomorrow. Li Cha, how did you cultivate the electric shock monster? Duwan is very interested in the cultivation of electric shock monsters. She likes this kind of fist to meet combat, which is why she likes the rock type. Find out the characteristics of the elf, and focus on cultivating it. My electric shock monster is more interested in lightning and fists. Li Cha said seriously. One of the electric shock monster's training program has 1,000 punches a day, and he feels thunder and lightning all day long with the motor on his back. Characteristics. The cuckoo nodded thoughtfully. Ow. Ow. Suddenly there was the sound of coyote dogs barking one after another. It seemed that Richard and Duwan had encountered a group of coyote dogs. Don't panic. Li Cha stopped Duwan behind him, looked around, and carefully identified where the sound came from. Duwan hid behind Li Cha and had a feeling of being protected, which had only been experienced by his father before. Ow. The voice was getting closer and closer to Richard, and at the same time it was accompanied by another faint voice. La. Ru. On Richard's right, 5 coyotes are chasing a Lulas, which has blue hair, unlike the full Lulas just now. Color. That's really Lulas' hair. Flash Lulas. Coyote. Level, 14, normal. Ability, escape. Qualification, yellow. Electrical monster, full power. Without hesitation, Richard threw the Pokeball in his hand. The moment the electric shock monster landed, it launched a maximum power electric shock in the direction of the coyote, but this electric shock was different from the previous one, and its power was much greater. 100,000 volts. Looking at the data rescanned by the system, there is a new skill called 100,000 volts in the skill column of the electric shock monster. The 4 coyote dogs were electrocuted to the ground, and the only coyote dog gave Li Cha a deep look and then ran away. Lulas glanced at Li Cha before he fell, as if to remember him, and then passed out. Richard took out the wound medicine from the bag, applied it to Lulas's body, and washed the mud and dust on its body with clean water. Lulas Flash. Level 6, normal. Feature, copy. Qualification, cyan. Flash special ability, Queen's Aura. After dealing with Lulula's injuries, Richard walked in the orange forest with Lulas in his arms. Electric shocker, you just did a good job. Li Cha will not take back the electric shock monster. The eyes of the coyote that just ran away made Li Cha think it will come back again, so he kept the electric shock monster on guard. Electricity. The shocker is very happy to be praised by his trainer, and sometimes the happiness of the elf is as simple as that. Li Cha, what are you going to do with it? Looking at Lulas in Richard's hands, a hint of concern flashed in the cuckoo's red eyes. She was afraid that Richard would not want the elf, and it would wander in the forest again. When he wakes up, ask him if he wants to come with me. Richard is not the kind of person who forces elves, and if Lulas doesn't go with him, he won't force it either. By the way, this Lulas won't be a flash elf, is it? Looking at Lulas's blue hair, Cuckoo guessed. Rhododendron is the second place in the whole grade. She knows about the sparkling elves, which are also called different colored elves. But there are only written records in the books, and no practical examples. Li Cha nodded, still assured of the quality of education at elf school. At this moment, Lelora's in his arms moved. Chapter 17. Please advise, add a reward for the 588 points of the book friend, Golden Cat. P.S. Thank you for your strong support. This chapter is a reward plus update, and the flowers plus update will be sent soon. LaRue. Lelora's made a faint sound. After Richard's unprofessional treatment, Lelora's injury was much better, and he was more energetic than before. Hungry. Suddenly, a soft voice like Loli's entered Li Cha's mind. Yes, it was directly passed into his brain. Li Cha looked around and found nothing strange. Cuckoo, did you hear anything? What's the sound? After getting Duan's reply, Li Cha knew where the voice came from. It should be Lelora's from his arms. Hungry. Li Cha, who was walking, suddenly stopped and pulled out the elf food from his backpack, which caused Duan to be puzzled. What's wrong? Lelora's, it's hungry. How did you know that? Out of trust in Li Cha, Duan did not suspect that Li Cha was lying. Telepathy. Richard poured out part of the elf food, kneaded it into fine particles and powder with his hands, and sent it to Lelora's mouth. But Lelora's still didn't respond, as if he had fallen asleep. Richard had an idea. Since Lelora's could use telepathy to contact him, then he should also be able to use telepathy to contact Lulas. He calmed down and stared at Lelora's, conveying his thoughts. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. Suddenly, the mouth of Lelora's in his arms opened a small gap, and Richard hurriedly fed the elf food in his hand. Lulas greedily ate all the elf food in Richard's hand, and licked Richard's fingers as if he wanted to eat it. Seeing this, Li Cha repeated the previous action again. Duan on the side was stunned, and Tenko opened his mouth slightly to express his surprise. Regarding the telepathy between the trainer and the elf, there are also records in the book, but it is less than the previous record of the Flash Elf. Today, these two things appeared in front of Duan at the same time, which made her have to be surprised. At the same time, she was fortunate to travel with Li Cha. If it weren't for Li Cha, she would not have so many opportunities to gain knowledge. It may always be a frog at the bottom of the well at the elf school in Kana's city. Drink water. There was a soft lowly sound in my mind again, this time the request was to drink water. Richard feels himself. He picked up a princess and came back. If he wanted this or that, Li Cha served him like a servant. Now you can be arrogant, and when I subdue you, let you wait for me to drink water. Richard didn't notice that he and Lulas were always in a state of telepathy, which meant that all his thoughts were sensed by Lulas. Lulas, who was drinking water, blushed a little for some reason, causing Richard to think that Lulas had a fever, but he didn't feel hot when he touched his forehead. LaRue. After eating and drinking, Lelora's recovered 80% of his vitality, and his voice became more energetic. Thank you. Lulas's soft and cute Lolian expressed her sincere gratitude. If this human hadn't rescued her, she might have died on the spot. Are you going home? Li Cha asked tentatively. I have no home. Lelora's was rejected by the Lulas clan from birth. Because of its blue hair, other clans regarded it as an outlier. When it was 3 months old, the pack made a move without telling it, and when it woke up, only dark caves and icy stone walls were left. It began to make a living by itself, surviving by eating wild fruit every day until it was targeted by 5 hyenas. The elf world also has the strong prey to the weak, and this is why wild elves are so aggressive. The last memory of Lelora's is Richard's face, which is the only warmth he has felt since he was born. Lulula's memories played in Richard's mind like snowflakes. Richard did not decide to test Lulas's attitude. He wanted to subdue this Lulas and give it more warmth. Lelora's, are you willing to be my elf? Can your elf be with you? Lolores's voice was worried about gain and loss. It didn't know what the result of being Richard's elf would be, and it was afraid of losing the warmth it just gained. Not just with me, but a whole bunch of company. Companion. _ If you are my partner, you can be together. Then I am willing to be your elf. Lolores said without any hesitation. After receiving a positive answer from Lulas, Richard showed a heartfelt smile. He took out an advanced ball from his backpack and tapped it on Lulula's head. Lulas turned into a red light and entered the advanced ball. The high-level ball shook symbolically, and then returned to calm. Please advise, Lolores. Please, give me more advice, mate. Chapter 18 Wolf is coming, add more flowers for book lovers. P.S. This chapter is for flowers, and there are more than 100 flowers left to add another chapter, and the evaluation votes are still 20 people short. Thank you for your support. Richard was in a good mood after subduing Lolores. This is a flash elf that can be mega. And the gender is female sign. Raising a Lolores is like playing a game of teenage girls. It will evolve into Cerulean and then into Shonado. It's like watching a girl grow into an adult. Duwan on the side didn't think so. From her point of view, Licha always liked to think about the wild elf like the electric shock monster. Why capture this Lolores? He must have done this because he couldn't bear to see Lolores living in the wilderness and ending up homeless. Richard is really a kind-hearted person. Duwan's evaluation of Richard was elevated again. The two went from the sun to the night in the Orange Forest, during which they both fought a lot of elf battles. Electric shock monster level has reached level 20, and the accumulation of many battles has made it successfully break through to the elite level. To Licha's surprise, Lolores, who had just been conquered, turned out to be a fighting maniac. After fighting for a day, she rose to level 12. The superpower control skills can be said to be very superb, but due to the level, it cannot cause greater power. Otherwise, at noon today, the group of coyotes will suffer. At the same time, Richard also figured out what Lolore's flashing special ability means. Queen's Aura is a passive skill that increases with its level, but the current Lolores can only actively use this skill. If you want to truly be full of Queen Aura in every move, you should evolve to Shonado. The Queen's Aura is a bit like the Intimidate trait, but more effective than the Intimidate trait. After Richard's test, the Queen's Aura will reduce the announced attack and speed of the elf of the same level. There is no doubt that the time when Lolores grows into Shonado will be the time when the flower will bloom. Night breeze. On a hillside somewhere in the Chungwa forest, a man and a woman gathered around a bonfire to keep warm. Licha, why haven't I seen you know so much in school before? Just now, Licha built this bonfire camp by himself. The various skills displayed during the period made Duwan sigh that he could not learn it. Out of school, you'll find people you don't seem to know. Licha looked at the bonfire, pretended to be mysterious, and then broke the power in a second. Of course. Which does not include me. Ha ha. Duwan was amused by Licha's face change in Sichuan opera, and the strange feeling with Licha when he grew up is slowly dissipating. Looking at the brighter and brighter moon, the two realized that it was getting late. Licha, this is the first time I haven't slept at home, tell me a story. The cuckoo was extremely coquettish, staring at Licha with red eyes, with a pitiful look. Licha couldn't stand the girl's coquetry the most, so he nodded in agreement. After searching for the difference between the stories of the two worlds in his memory, Licha came up with a classic and unconventional story that is quite educational. Once upon a time, there was a child who raised Bali sheep, and every day he drove the Bali sheep to the mountains to eat elf food. Richard narrated this classic fable and successfully attracted Duwan's attention. This kid cried for the third time, "The big wolf dog is here. The big wolf dog is here." But the other trainers in the town ignored him, and all his Bali sheep were eaten by the big wolf dog. This story tells. Licha was talking vigorously, and found that Duwan was looking behind Li Cha with a little fear. The great wolf dog. Here. Want to scare me? I, Li Cha, grew up scaring others. Will I be scared by you, little cuckoo? Richard turned around immediately and found that a pair of red eyes were staring at Richard and the cuckoo, and a group of big wolf dogs was slowly approaching the campfire camp. Great wolf dog. Level 35 Elite. Ability, Intimidate. Qualification, Yellow. Come on. Richard made a quick decision and threw the backpack to Cuckoo, and then threw the electric shock monster and Lelora's pokeball to her. The shocker can protect you, and Lelora's can let me find your location. Then don't you have no elves? Although Duwan is a girl, she is not emotionally out of control in this situation. On the contrary, she is still very rational. I still have it. Richard took off the Pokeball belonging to the Koga ninja frog from his neck, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Then you must come to me. Duwan knew that staying here would only get in the way, and after receiving the confirmation of Li Cha, he quickly left the hillside and looked back at Li Cha's back when he entered the forest. Li Cha, you must live. There is no signal in the forest. She has to go to the place where there is a signal to call for help. Chapter 19 Thrilling. Reward and update the 788 points of Remembering QR for book friends. Somewhere on a hillside in the orange forest, a group of big wolf dogs were confronting one person. A white light flashed, and a new Koga ninja frog appeared on the hillside. After the transformation of the fairy body, its chakra level has now reached the shadow level, and its physique has been strengthened by 2 levels. Ding! The host triggers the selection. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Fight against the Great Wolf Dog Group. Get a Master Ball X1 after victory. Option 2. 36 strategies are the best, and after escaping, you will get Xanadu Evolution Stone X1, Keystone by 1 inch. Without any hesitation, Li Cha chose option 1, even though the reward of option 2 was very generous, which was very suitable for him. Facing such a group of big wolf dogs, Li Cha never thought to back down. Because, the word retreat does not exist in the ninja way of him and Koga ninja. Come on, Koga ninja frogs, let them experience our ninja way. Kuga. The scene became tense as the bonfires became smaller and smaller. A cool breeze blew out the last flame of the campfire. Ow! The 2 great wolf dogs were the first to attack, their teeth glowing coldly under the moonlight, and they rushed towards the Koga ninja frog. Shadow Clone Technique. Koga ninja was divided into 6, 2 more clones than when he fought Izumi before. At the same time, it also avoided the attack of the 2 great wolf dogs. Spiral Pills. Jahe ninja quickly rushed in front of one of the wolf dogs, condensed a chakra ball in his hand, and threw it on the face of the wolf dog. Boom! The wolf dog hit by the spiral pill flew out backwards, and its life and death were unknown. The 5 shadow clones surrounded and beat the other one, and soon the other one also lost its fighting power. The entire battle went on very fast, and in less than 5 seconds, Koga ninja defeated the 2 great wolf dogs. Ow! The leader of the clan is a 45-level wolf dog with 2 hideous scars on his face, leading the entire clan to charge at this time. Li Cha's pupils shrank sharply. He roughly counted the number. There were 20 giants. Jump up and use the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu is a ninjutsu that applies the Shadow Clone Jutsu to the Shuriken, which can make the Shuriken clone to achieve the effective area damage. Kuga. The Koga ninja frog jumped high with good bouncing power. At this moment, he had no time to take care of his clone. He took out a huge shuriken from the ninja bag, and the other hand made a mark with one hand. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The huge shuriken was thrown at the great wolf dog group below, and the shuriken was automatically cloned in the air. Become tens of thousands of shuriken. Bang bang bang. There was a huge collision sound, stirring up smoke and dust all over the place. So many shuriken smashed the entire hillside into the soil a little, which shows its terrifying power. Looking at the battlefield with white smoke, both Lee Cha and Jahei Ninja didn't dare to take it lightly. Kuga. Buddy, do you want to use that? What Koga Ninja is talking about is the immortal mode. I tried it several times in Kana's city before, but they all failed. It is the trick that Koga Ninja is trying to squeeze the bottom of the box. No, that's not safe. Richard didn't want his Koga Ninja Frog Immortal mode to become a frog on a frog, or a snake on a frog. The white smoke gradually dissipated, and a wolf's shadow threw out of it, targeting Lee Cha. This is the chief wolf dog. It watched other companions fall into a pool of blood, and couldn't help but remember the coyote who reported the news. But now it wants to kill this human being and avenge its comrades. It was too late, but the moment the leader wolf dog rushed towards Lee Cha, Jahei Ninja pushed Lee Cha away with one hand, and blocked the leader's wolf dog's teeth with the other hand. Kuga. Jahei Ninja let out a low cry, endured the pain in his left hand, and his right hand condensed a spiral pill at an extraordinary speed, and slapped it towards the leader, the wolf dog. Bang! The leader, the wolf dog, was in pain and let go of his mouth, and the blood-red eyes that were hit by the spiral pill had a trace of blood flowing down. Ow! The howl of the wolf at this time has turned into a scream of pain, and the leader of the great wolf dog has already begun to retreat. Jahei Ninja resolutely teleported to Lee Cha's side with a teleportation technique. It is not necessary to pursue the victory, protecting the trainer is the key. Lee Cha secretly said that it was dangerous. Looking at the leader of the wolf dog who was trapped and fighting, Lee Cha gave the last order. Hot water. Compared with ninjutsu, the advantage of elf skills is that there is no need for seals, but its attack surface and flexibility are far less than ninjutsu. A ball of steaming hot water spit out from the mouth of the Koga Ninja to the leader of the great wolf dog. The great wolf dog did not resist or was powerless to resist, and fell to the ground. Lee Cha looked at the entire hillside with only himself, the Koga Ninja frog, and the great wolf dogs all over the place. Some of them lost their ability to fight, fell into a coma, and some died completely. Koga Ninja frog, are your hands okay? Lee Cha walked to the side of Jahei Ninja. At this moment Jahei Ninja's left hand was shaking slightly. P.S. Thank you for the reward from the book Friends Yicker. The flowers are still more than 60 and 1500. Please work harder. I will write another chapter. Chapter 20 Fetters, add more for 300 evaluation votes. 300 PS evaluation votes. Thank you for your support. There are 2 shallow bloodstains on Jahei Ninja's left hand, one up and one down, and there are blood oozing out from time to time. The teeth of the chief wolf dog can be said to be iron teeth, and the pain caused cannot be relieved for a while. Richard's healing spray is all in the backpack, but the backpack was thrown to the cuckoo before. Jiaga Ninja, if you are patient, we will find the cuckoo and we will be able to heal you. Kuga. Buddy, this little injury is fine. Looking at Jahei Ninja's wound, Lee Cha wanted to be able to share the pain for Jahei Ninja. Under the condition of mutual understanding, Koga Ninja also knew the thoughts of his partner, and his eyes could not help softening. Dong dong. Lee Cha's heartbeat suddenly jumped violently, while the heartbeat of Jahei Ninja was 2 beats slower. Dong dong. There were 2 bloodstains on Lee Cha's left hand without warning, which were slightly smaller than those of Jahei Ninja, but now the wound of Jahei Ninja had improved. This is Kuga. Friends, this is our bond. The Koga Ninja frog was suddenly covered with a layer of waterspout, and the Koga Ninja frog inside the waterspout was undergoing a more advanced evolution. Bang! The waterspout dissipated, and the appearance of the Koga Ninja frog at the moment changed slightly. A red mark appeared on the blue head, and it looked even more majestic. There was a clump of golden hair around his ears, which was the color of Richard, and he carried a water-made shuriken on his back. His eyes became the same icy blue as Lee Cha. At this time, the two were not only in the same mind, but integrated into one. Kuga. Feeling the new power, the Koga Ninja frog couldn't help but screamed excitedly, so that he could better protect his partner. As this bond evolution. Li Cha has a clear understanding. From the moment he chose the Jahei ninja frog, they have formed an incomprehensible bond between them. The victory over the flaming chicken, the iron claw lobster, and today's victory over the great wolf dogs are all their common experiences. At this time, Jahei ninja clenched his fists with 3 fingers and stretched them out in the air. The first time was Richard's initiative, this time it was his turn. Buddy, I will always protect you. Dash 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 dash. Somewhere in the orange forest. Why can't you get out? Duwan pressed the elf navigator indiscriminately, but unfortunately the Chunghwa forest was too large to have no signal. Electricity. The electric shock monster on the side danced and wanted to comfort Duwan. It wanted to say that the big brother ninja frog is very strong, you don't have to worry. But the cuckoo could not understand its electric shock language. Laru. My partner is contacting me. Loloras, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said in the cuckoo's brain. Where is he? Duwan finally heard good news and couldn't wait to ask. It's very close to us, on the left, here it is. In the woods on the left, a blue shadow jumped from side to side among the trees, with agile posture, and soon approached here. The people who came were Li Cha and Jahei ninja. Swish. The Koga ninja frog jumped down from the tree and landed on the ground. As soon as Li Cha got off the back of the Jahei ninja frog, he felt something in his arms. Cuckoo. When Li Cha saw the red bow on the blue silk, his heart sank. He still made this girl worry about him. The two had a tacit understanding and did not speak. Under the bright moonlight, a man and a woman quietly embraced each other. Jiaga ninja jumped to a tree wisely, leaning on the branch to doze off, but the attention on Li Cha did not dissipate. The electric shock monster couldn't understand it, and when he wanted to go up and have a word with the trainer, he was pulled away by Lulas. Electricity. What are you doing? Do you know who you stopped? I am the second largest Dharma protector under Richard, and so is Dharma King Thunder. Laru. If you don't want to starve, don't go up. Because Loloras is a super spirit, his mind is much more mature than other spirits. Electricity. Hearing Lulas's words, the electric shock monster seemed to understand something, and Dingpin found a place to sit down in frustration. Loloras looked at the back of the electric shock monster and sat quietly beside it. Is this what it feels like to be a companion? Very nice. On the hillside where the Koga ninja frog fought just now. A group of people in fire rock costumes are taking in the still living great wolf dog. Who is so powerful? There are more than 20 big wolf dogs. This person should have the strength of the king. Fire Village, one of the 3 fires of the fire rock team, sighed to his subordinates. What's the use of him no matter how good he is? We haven't missed it yet. The rogues of the fire rock team couldn't understand Richard's behavior of not subduing so many wolf dogs. Fire Village understands that trainers of this level do not despise this kind of elves, and only those under him will regard such elves as treasures. Hurry up, we need to reach Wudo town before the day after tomorrow. Understood. Chapter 21 Encounter with Flames. Early the next morning, Richard and Dewan embarked on a journey again. Because of what happened last night, the relationship between the two has become elusive. To be precise, it is more than friends and less than lovers. Li Cha, as far as I know, Chinli, the owner of Chunghwa Taoist Hall, is a very powerful trainer. Duwan said very implicitly. She did not directly say Chinli was strong, for fear of putting pressure on Li Cha. I know. Li Cha's eyes were also full of fighting intent at this time. Before yesterday, he was not too sure about fighting Chinli, but after the evolution of fetters, he is more willing to give it a try. According to his guess, Chinli should have entered the second realm of the Heavenly King level, that is, level 60 to 70. As a gym trainer, it is already very strong to have this strength. Looking at Li Cha's eyes full of fighting intent, Duwan knew that Li Cha would definitely challenge and hope to win. Is that Chunghwa City? Looking at the corner of the city not far ahead, Duan was a little excited. After 2 days of wandering in the forest, she almost forgot what the castle looked like and what the milk tea tasted like. Let's go quickly. Richard is also a little excited. This will be the first gym he will challenge. Dash 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 dash. In the elf center of Chunghwa City, in the room allocated for Richard. Richard was wiping the Koga Ninja's Pokeball and the Electric Shock Monster's Pokeball carefully. He wasn't going to let Lelora's play in this gym battle. I took out last night's reward from my backpack, a purple Pokeball with the letter M printed on it. Master Ball, a ball that can capture 100% of the sprites. The description is so simple and rude. According to Richard's knowledge, there is no Pokeball in this world with a 100% catch rate. Dong dong. The knock on the door was accompanied by Duan's voice, and Richard put the Master Ball back into his backpack, and he hasn't had a chance to use it yet. Richard, it's me. Duan's room was next door. At this time, she was completely different from the desolate look she had just left the forest. She changed into a long brown dress and stepped on a pair of small leather shoes, looking like she was going to go shopping. Richard backed his backpack, put on his hat, and opened the door. Li Cha, how about we go shopping for a while? When Duan saw Li Cha coming out, she couldn't wait to say that she's specially dressed up today, with light makeup on her face. How could she accompany Li Cha to the gym? Go to the gym first, then go shopping. Richard has nothing to do with shopping with girls, as long as he doesn't stop him from challenging the gym. That's it. Good. After receiving a positive answer from Li Cha, Duan felt that his dress was not in vain, and his face showed unstoppable happiness. The accommodation area of the Elf Center is on the second floor, and the first floor is the lobby. When Richard and Duan came down, they met an acquaintance, the Flame. The fiery red hair and tall body are so recognizable. Flame took the Pokeball from Miss Joy and was about to leave the Poke Center when he saw a handsome blonde man smiling at him. Seeing Richard's harmless smile, Flames felt a chill in his heart. It is impossible for the Flame to forget that battle in this life. The Flame Chicken, which he is proud of, was defeated by this guy's Koga Ninja using a strange trick. Seeing Li Cha walking towards him, Flame's hand holding the Pokeball could not help trembling slightly. Long time no see. Li Cha was also impressed by the Flames. This was his first opponent here, so it was a fate to meet him here. I'm not in a good state today, so I won't fight you. The Flame thought that Li Cha came up to fight with him, and found the worst excuse to reject it directly. After speaking, he found that Li Cha did not seem to be here to make trouble. I didn't come to fight you. Then what are you doing here? Flame felt that he couldn't be cowardly, so he spoke in a tougher tone. I want to ask if you have ever challenged the Orange Flower Gym. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can help you win 100 battles. In the Battle of Elves, information warfare is also a very important part. Chunghwa Taoist Hall. Hearing the name of Chunghwa's gym, Huyan hesitated for a while, but told Li Cha what happened to him in the past few days. He came to Chunghwa City after losing to Richard, and went to challenge the gym without any preparation. The gym trainer will arrange opponents according to the challenger's elves, and the opponent of the Flame is a super powerful Leaf King. After the Flaming Chicken and the Leaf King fought for 20 rounds, the Leaf King returned as soon as he slept. At this time, the Flaming Chicken was exhausted, and the Flame had no choice but to admit defeat. After the failure of the Flame experience, he went to the Chunghwa Forest to practice for 2 days, and challenged the gym again, but he still lost to the king who asked for leave. Today is the 3rd time. The Flame Chicken and the King of Asking for Leave have fought so badly, but unfortunately they still can't fight. The Flame was ready to pack up and go to Kana's city. He couldn't climb this mountain range, so he decided to climb another mountain. PS currently owes 1 more chapter, and will add more when the 3 chapters are guaranteed. Ask for votes. Chapter 22 Orange Chinese Taoist Hall, for collection. For flowers. For rewards. P.S. The new book period really needs confidence. Book friends who don't have tickets can leave a comment. Thank you. Mr. Chinley from Orange Flower Hall is very strong. After the flame finished telling his challenge experience, he glanced at Li Cha, thinking that if it was him, he should have been able to beat him. It was true that Li Cha was unhappy, but he was still very convinced of Li Cha's strength, but Li Cha's next sentence made him almost run away. Thank you for sharing, I will take your failures to success. After Li Cha finished speaking, he and Duwan left the center of the elf, leaving the flame alone in a mess. Damn it, I will definitely beat you next time. After Richard and Duwan walked out of the elf center, they came to the streets of Chunghwa City and looked at the city. When they entered the city, they looked for the elf center, but they didn't take a good look at it. Because Chunghwa City is adjacent to the Chunghwa Forest, more people just use it as a transit point for travel. There are lush trees everywhere in the city, like a city in a forest. Chunghwa Taoist Hall is right in front. Richard took out the Wizard Navigator, and the navigation system inside can let you quickly go to where you want to go in an unfamiliar city. Then Richard must win. I will cheer you on by the side. Duwan gave Richard timely encouragement. Mom said that men will remember the women who gave them encouragement at low times. It's a pity to meet Li Cha who doesn't understand the style. You don't need to tell me, I'm sure to win. What? The two of them came to the Chunghwa Taoist Hall in a noisy manner. Chunghwa Taoist Hall is a quaint Japanese-style building, just like the feeling of a temple, but there are some differences. Li Chaping calmed down and pushed open the door. Hello, are you a challenger? A beautiful woman in casual clothes greeted her with a gentle smile on her face. I am. Okay, please wait a moment. The beautiful woman's name is Mitsuko, the wife of Chisato, who occasionally works as a receptionist at a gym. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man with a short head to walk into Li Cha's line of sight. This is an extremely self-disciplined man, and Richard's first impression of Chinley is very good. Men will inevitably gain weight in middle age, refer to Oda volume, and men who can maintain a strong body are all people with extremely self-disciplined living habits. Hello Challenger, I'm the trainer of Chunghwa Gym, Chinley. I'm Richard from Kana's City. After the two introduced themselves, Chinley introduced the challenge rules and challenge methods to Richard. The challenge rules are 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, which one do you want? Just when Li Cha was about to say 2v2, the sound of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! The host triggers the selection. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Choose 1v1, and reward a level 3 Divine Beast message after victory. Option 2. Choose 2v2, and reward Hwang's Feather ×1 after victory. Option 3. Choose 3v3, and reward the inheritance of the Meteor people after victory. This time the rewards are all related to Divine Beasts, and the reward for option 1 is the information of an unknown 3rd level Divine Beast. The reward for option 2 is to point to the 1st level Divine Beast in the city of Hwang. The reward for option 3 is related to Fang Yuan's Sky Pillar Rift and Meteor Falls. Li Cha hesitated for a while, and chose option 3. People are in the predestined relationship, and the inheritance of the people of the Meteor still works. I choose 3 volts 3. Chinley nodded. He was going to use the combination of Lazy Man plus Hyperactive Ape plus Hyperactive Ape, leave King. The two came to the battlefield, which was an empty dojo. Each gym has a professional elf battle judge, who is also standing in the middle at this time. Chunghwa Taoist Hall Challenge. The challenger is Richard from Kana's City. The number of elves is limited to 3. And the challenge ends when all elves on one side lose their fighting ability. Come on, Li Cha. The cuckoo sitting next to Mitsuko couldn't help clenching her hands, and her nervous appearance made Mitsuko beside her puzzled. Is he your boyfriend? Duwan was blushed by Mitsuko's sudden question. No, no. Mitsuko couldn't help laughing when she saw Duwan's embarrassed look. It's nice to be young. My first is just it. A white light flashed, and a lazy man lay directly on the ground. Lazy man. Level, 18, normal. Trait, lazy. Qualification, green. Really lazy man. It's up to you, shock monster. Electricity. After a morning of super fast charging, the electric shock monster was full of energy at this time, and when it came out of the Pokeball, it was accompanied by a few electric lights. Seeing the eyes and muscles of this electric shock monster, Chinli realized that the challenger this time was not easy. First strike by the challenger. Electric shock monster, wake up the opponent and doze off, 100,000 volts. Richard was not polite, and directly let the electric shock monster use the strongest skill at present, 100,000 volts. With the increase of 10 times the power amplifier, the attack of the electric shock monster has reached a very terrifying level. Chapter 23 Gym Battle. PS Flower Plus is in the next chapter. The evaluation votes are still more than 100 and 600. If you haven't voted, please vote, thank you. Electric light surging up and down the body of the electric shock monster, and electric attacks were sent from the plug on its head. The speed of the current was so fast that the lazy man couldn't dodge it, so he took this attack. The lazy man, who was lying on the ground lazily, stood up directly by electricity. Chinli's eyes were calm, and he was not at all disturbed by this attack. Lazy man, true chi fist. A stern look flashed in the lazy man's eyes. He slept soundly, and the plug woke him up. This must be accounted for. The lazy man quickly approached the electric shock monster, and his right fist flashed white light. Infuriating Fist is the most powerful skill in the fighting system, but the disadvantage is that it requires a high degree of concentration before using it. And this lazy man from Chinli has already mastered Junchi Fist very deeply, to the extent that he can easily grasp it at his fingertips. Thunderbolt Fist. The electric shock monster's right fist and the lazy man's right fist collided, and the power of the two sides was stalemate. Now it was Mitsuko's turn to be surprised. As the wife of a gym trainer, she still knows a lot about battle. The power of Junchi Fist and Thunder Fist is obviously much different, but the electric shock monster cannot lose in the fight against Lazy Wang. This shocker is very powerful. Mitsuko said these words subconsciously, and the cuckoo beside her nodded in agreement. Electric shock monster, increase the intensity. After the electric shock monster received the order, the electric light in his hand suddenly increased a bit, and he gained the upper hand in the counterpunch. Looking at the lazy man who was already showing fatigue, the electric shock monster did not forget to ridicule. Electricity. Smelly brother, go back to the Pokeball. Bang. After all, the lazy man couldn't hold on, and was kicked out by the thunder and lightning, rolled to Chinli's feet, and his eyes became swirling. Lazy Wang lost his fighting ability, please send the next elf from the trainer. The referee was also a little surprised. He had been a referee at the Orange China Taoist Hall for almost a year, and it was the first time he saw Lazy Man being defeated so quickly. Chinli's eyes became a little more serious. The lazy man just now was just a pawn for him to test Li Cha's strength. He put the lazy man back into the ball, and Chinli took out the Pokeball of Hyperkinetic Ape. Come on, Hyperactive Ape. An irritable hyperactive ape appeared on the field and gave the electric shock monster a provocative look. Hyperactive Ape. Level 27, Elite. Trait, Energetic. Qualification, Green. The red hair on the head makes the hyperactive ape look like a bad elf. It has been jumping up and down since it came out of the elf ball, very restless. Electric shock monster. The opponent is very strong. Electricity. The electric shock monster didn't show any timidity when he heard Li Cha's words, but on the contrary, he hooked his finger at the motion ape provocatively. Hyperactive Ape. Bodybuilding. The irritable hyperkinetic monkey took Chinli's order and put on a bodybuilding posture, which is a skill that can improve attack and defense. Electric shock monster. Electromagnetic wave. This time, Richard is going to use tactics to defeat his opponent, because hard power is not necessarily overpowering. The hyperkinetic monkey, who was in a bodybuilding posture, suddenly felt that he was exhausted, and glanced at the electric shock monster irritably. Earthquake. Chinli didn't worry when he saw that the hyperactive ape was paralyzed. The effect of bodybuilding has been achieved. Hearing Chinli's order, Li Cha secretly said that it was not good. Electrical monster, jump up. But the electric shock monster is not a Koga ninja frog, and because it has a motor on its back, it is difficult to jump up. The ground began to shake, and the electric shock monster showed a painful expression. The ground-based skills did too much damage to it. Electricity. Withstanding an earthquake is already the limit of a shock monster. Come back, shocker. Seeing this, Li Cha resolutely took back the electric shock monster, and if he hit it again, it would be a gift. You've done a good job, let's leave it to other partners. An electric light flashed from the Pokeball of the electric shock monster, like a response to Richard. Immediately afterwards, he took the Pokeball of Koga Ninja Frog from his neck, and several people who saw this scene had different expressions. Duwan, is the Koga Ninja Frog coming? Mitsuko, looks like a tough opponent. Chinli is even more serious. With his intuition as a trainer, there is an amazing elf inside. Mr. Chinli, I hope you can do your best in the next battle. That depends on whether you have the qualifications or not. I'll let you know. Come out, my ace. A white light flashed, and the Koga Ninja Frog stood proudly above the dojo. This elf. Chinli felt the strong breath of the quasi-celestial king of Jahei Ninja, and couldn't help shrinking his pupils. How old is this child? He has already reached this realm. Mr. Chinli, I want to have a real battle with you, which is also the purpose of my challenge. Chinli took back the hyperkinetic monkey, and it was no longer necessary to test Li Cha. I admit that you have this qualification, but I have two kings of asking for leave. Which one do you want to challenge? Chapter 24 Fetters Transform S. P.S. This chapter was written by listening to the XY theme song. That song really exploded. Thank you book lovers for the flowers. Chinli was indeed aroused by Li Cha's peaceful fighting spirit for a long time. The last time I wanted to fight this way was at the Heavenly King Challenge a few years ago. Unfortunately, that time when the masters gathered, Chinli was also defeated by a trainer who was at the peak of the Heavenly King level. Then he returned to his hometown to take over the gym, accompanied by his wife and son. Of course the stronger one. Li Cha had this guess before, that there is not only one king who asks for leave in 1,000 miles. One of the two kings who asked for leave should be a quasi-king level, that is, the one who fought with flames. The other should be the real trump card of Chinli, whose strength is unfathomable. And Li Cha's original idea was to fight with the king-level elves, hoping to get a glimpse of the mystery of the king's realm. Have ambition, then I'll satisfy you. Chinli took a shiny pokeball from his waist that looked a little old, and Chinli wiped the pokeball every day. Come on, old man. A behemoth appeared on the dojo, and the ground trembled. This is Chinli's real ace asking for leave. Leave King. Level, 61 Tianwang. Trait, lazy. Qualification, Cyan. Heavenly King Profound Truth, landslide. The 61 Leave King is 2 realms higher than the Jahei Ninja. Li Cha's breathing was a little short. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered since he got the Jiaga Ninja. Jahei Ninja, just go all out in this battle, and it doesn't matter if you lose. Kuga. I believe in our bond. When Li Cha heard the answer from Jahei Ninja, the tension in his eyes was replaced by a strong fighting intent. Yes, you must believe in the bond between me and the Koga Ninja. In the stance. Duwan clenched his hands again. This king of asking for leave is stronger than his father's big steel snake. Li Cha, Jahei Ninja, come on. Mitsuko looked at Chisato, who was full of fighting spirit. This appearance of Chisato evoked her memories. This is what she looked like in her youth. Husband, he is serious. It's up to you to strike first. The corners of Chinli's mouth rose slightly, and he was confident when he took out the King of Leave. Then I'm welcome. Li Cha calmed down, and then conducted telepathy with the Jahei Ninja Frog throughout the whole process. Koga Ninja Frog, let's bond evolution. Kuga. Koga Ninja gave a loud shout, and a huge waterspout wrapped it up. Bang. When the water tornado spreads, the Koga Ninja Frog has completed the evolution of the bond, a red mark appears on the head, and a shuriken made of water appears on the back. If you look carefully, the current Koga Ninja. His eyes were exactly the same as those of Li Cha. This is. Chisato, Mitsuko, including Kuku, have never seen such a skill. Seeing Chinli's puzzled expression, Li Cha said. If you beat me, I'll tell you. Kuga. Koga Ninja Frog, Water Shuriken Combo. The Koga Ninja Frog jumped high, raised the shuriken behind his head above his head, and threw it at the king who asked for leave, followed by the second and third. Please leave the king, defense. Chinli looked at the endless shuriken and couldn't help but feel a little scalp numb. Roar. The false king put his hands in front of his chest, resisting the attack of the shuriken. Bang bang bang. Row is that the king who asked for leave could not bear this level of damage. Please leave the king, destroy the death light. Looking at the flexible Koga Ninja Frog, who jumped horizontally and repeatedly, Chinli chose to give up fighting with melee. Destruction of Deathlight is a move that fits the characteristics of the King of Leave, and the rigidity time and laziness overlap. A red light shot out from the mouth of the king asking for leave, targeting the Koga Ninja Frog who was throwing a shuriken in the air. A shuriken was directly melted when it hit this light, which shows its terrifying power. Shadow Clone Technique. When destroying the dead light to meet the Koga Ninja Frog, the Koga Ninja Frog quickly formed a seal and divided it into 6. The destruction light hit the ceiling of the gym, punching a hole through it. The entire gym shook because of this, but Li Cha and Chinli were unmoved. Koga Ninja Frog, Blizzard. To deal with spirits like asking for leave, whose weakness is special defense, they should use special skills. But in the face of the blizzard's erosion, the King of Leave seemed to be fine, and he yawned in a stiff state. This level of attack is just tickle the King of Leave. Chinli's cultivation of a Leave King can be said to be a must in the elf world, and its defense is the same as that of Kirbymon, which has the characteristic of thick fat. What should I do? Looking at the passive Koga Ninja Frog, Duan was also worried for Li Cha. Since the special attack fails, we will fight hand to hand. Li Cha's eyes flashed with determination. Koga Ninja Frog, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, and then Spiral Maru Attack. Kuga. The Koga Ninja Frog jumped up again, took out a large shuriken from the ninja kit, and threw it out after forming a seal with one hand, and then rushed to the king of asking for leave with the other 5 shadow clones. The shuriken turned into tens of thousands of shuriken in the air, hitting the huge body of the King of Leave. At this time, the Koga Ninja Frog also rushed to the front of the king who asked for leave, and a spiral pill was condensed in his right hand. King of Leave, Landslide. Chapter 25 Landslide. King of Leave, Landslide. Hearing Chinli's order, Li Cha frowned slightly. There is no skill with this name in the elf skills, and the name of the Heavenly King Profound Truth of the King of Leave is called Shanbang. Could it be that the Profound Truth of the Heavenly King level is a self-created skill? I saw the fist of the king who asked for leave was slightly raised, flashing gray light, and it seemed that there was no threat. Then it collided with the spiral pill of the Koga Ninja Frog, and the spiral pill shattered directly. Spiral pills turned into powder when they hit the fist of the King of Leave. Quote exclamation mark. Richard's expression can only be represented by this symbol. Facing Li Cha's surprise, Chinli said that this was expected. My King of Leave once shattered a mountain with this trick. It's okay to tell you now, you should be able to cross this hurdle soon. The Koga Ninja Frog and the King of Asking for Leave stopped their movements one after another, and the entire dojo suddenly turned into a classroom for thousands of miles. There is only one way to break through the quasi-celestial king, and that is to turn an elf skill into one's own. My master of asking for leave was practicing Junchi Quan continuously at the beginning, and only then did he realize that this trick collapsed. Li Cha understood that the so-called Heavenly King profound truth is to create an exclusive skill, and this step is done by the trainer and the elves. Thank you Mr. Chinli for your teaching. It's fine, but you probably won't get the Libra badge, and the way your Koga ninja fights is interesting. Chinli shook his head. The gap between the Heavenly King and the quasi-Heavenly King was still too large. I got this Libra badge today. Looking at Li Cha's confident expression, Chinli sighed that he was really young and frivolous, but his pupils shrank immediately. Koga Ninja Frog, Straw Knot. Because of telepathy, Chinli couldn't hear Li Cha's command. The skill of Straw Knot is better for the heavier elves, and the King of Leave is the kind of elves that are very heavy. The standing king asking for leave was grabbed by the straw rope sticking out from the ground, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stop struggling with the straw rope. Boom! The gigantic body of the king of asking for leave fell to the ground, and the effect of the earthquake was no greater than that of a 2-magnitude earthquake. Many residents around the Chunghwa Taoist Hall felt the earth shake. The king who asked for leave was hit hard by this straw knot, and he couldn't get up for a while. Sleep. Chinli used the most rogue trick of the King of Leave. With this trick, he dragged and won many players who were much stronger than him. But Li Cha would not give him this chance. Koga. Forbearance Frog, Hard Vortex Water Blade. The Hard Vortex Water Blade is the proud ninjutsu of the second-generation Hokage, and it can be said that it is the most powerful in the water escape ninjutsu. The Jahei Ninja Frog made a seal with both hands, and quickly condensed a water vortex in his hand. With this move, it exhausted all the chakra. At this time, the Leaf King adjusted his posture and prepared to fall asleep. Chinli looked at the vortex in Koga Ninja's hand, and a sense of unease rose from the bottom of his heart. Water Escape Hard Vortex Water Blade. The vortex in Koga Ninja's hand turned into a knife, and immediately threw it in the direction of the King of Leave. When the King of Leave closed his eyes, he was attacked by the Hard Vortex Water Blade, and the Hard Vortex Water Blade exploded on it, forming a huge waterspout. The waterspout penetrated the ceiling of the gymnasium and rushed to the sky, forming a fountain, and even the flames in the orange forest could be seen. Could this attack be that guy's Koga Ninja Frog? An unacceptable thought rose in the flame's heart. Chinli watched Wang Zhaoshan's body fall to the ground. His eyes turned into vortexes, and his mood was a little complicated for a while. Have times changed? Sleeping is a double-edged sword skill. It can recover a lot of stamina, but it puts oneself in an absolute passive state. The King of Leave is incapacitated, so the winner is Richard from Kana's city. Hearing the referee's verdict, Richard breathed a sigh of relief and released the evolution of the bond with the Koga Ninja Frog. The load brought by the evolution of the bond made him almost fall. Koga Ninja Frog. This sentence is spoken. Koga Ninja turned his head suspiciously and looked at his trainer. Li Cha didn't speak, and gave a thumbs up to Jahei Ninja. I will always believe in our bond. Chinli withdrew the king of asking for leave, and walked towards Li Cha and Jiaga Ninja. Duwan and Mitsuko also came down from the stand. It's the Libra badge and I have a hunch you're going to be an amazing trainer. Chinli took the badge to Richard and said what Odamaki once said. By the way, although I lost, I still want to know what happened to the state of Koga Ninja just now. That's our bond. Li Cha didn't say much. Chinli didn't ask any more questions. He was just pondering the word bond by himself. Li Cha looked at the Libra badge in his hand, and learned something stupid to pin the badge on the inside of his shirt. Libra badge, get. Chapter 26 Legacy of the Meteor People. P.S. If there are flowers and evaluation votes, cast a vote !o out !. There will be votes in this chapter, see the comments section for details. Li Cha, congratulations. Duwan appeared on Li Cha's right, with an unstoppable joy on her face. She had been worrying about Li Cha just now, but she did not expect that Li Cha would defeat such a formidable opponent. Your friend has been cheering for you just now. Mitsuko didn't mind giving Duan an assist. Duan turned her head a little shyly when she heard the words, but Yu Guang kept staring at Li Cha. Thank you. Richard's reaction was normal, but Duan didn't like it. Li Cha, don't forget what you promised me just now. What? Shopping. Quote. Dash 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 dash. Chunghwa City Shopping Street. This is the only street in Chunghwa City that you can get your hands on. There are shops with different styles on both sides of the street, as well as the dazzling array of goods on the stalls, which attracts many people to stop. Li Cha, do you think I look good wearing this? Richard and Duan entered an accessories store. Duan picked up a pair of star earrings and asked Richard. It's beautiful. Richard said something very rare, and Duan happily held this earring in his hand. The saying that a woman is the one who pleases herself can be used in any world. Li Cha actually didn't hear what Duan was saying, and didn't know about earrings. He was sorting out the extra memories in his mind, and he didn't pay attention along the way. The name of this part of the memory is called the inheritance of the people of the Meteor. Meteor people refers to a group of dragon-type elf trainers in Meteor Falls. Legend has it that a long time ago, Primal Groudon and Primordial Kyogre fought, and then ultra-ancient Pokemon Rakuten stopped them. Thousands of years later, a meteor fell on what is now Luli City, awakening Groudon and Kyogre. The people of Meteor at that time stood on the Rainbow Stone and prayed for the return of Lycongza, and prayed for the super evolution of Lycongza. After the fierce battle, Groudon and Kyogre went back to the depths, while Lycongza returned to the sky. The Meteor citizens built a pillar of the sky to commemorate their god, and murals were painted on the walls of the tower. And because of this memory, Richard became one of the people of this era of meteors. The inheritance of the Meteor people is different from ordinary inheritance. It does not rely on blood inheritance, but only on memory. Whoever knows this history will shoulder the responsibility of the people of Meteor. The people of Meteor also have the same level of existence, the people of the Dragon and the Silver in Guandu, the people of the Temple of Shanao. Kanto and Castle were originally combined. In addition to the above, this memory also brought two benefits to Richard. One is to master the strong. The super evolutionary method of empty sitting is the finishing touch. Of course, this is the same as Dagu becoming a light. You must first give Li Cha a Lycongzai, and then he can let Lycongzai learn to put the finishing touches to complete super evolution. This benefit is like a blank check. Seeing the Koga ninja frog who is still at level 49, Richard decided to wait for him to think about this at the championship level. The second advantage is obvious, he has the qualification to go to Meteor Falls to accept inheritance. Every generation of Meteor people will go to Meteor Falls to receive inheritance. The inheritance content is Legacy of Fire, Fire-Breathing Dragon. Sky Inheritance, Tanabata Bluebird. Heritage of the Land, Desert Dragonfly. Legacy of the Seas, Dragon King. Inheritance of the Tyrant, Tyrant Dragon. The flame is the symbol of the earliest human civilization, symbolizing the beginning. The sky, the earth and the sea are the symbols of nature, and the tyrant is the peak and end of ancient civilization, symbolizing the end. When each generation of inheritors is about to die, the descendants of the original inheritance elves will be sent to the returning star waterfall to grow up and wait for the arrival of the next inheritor. So when Li Cha goes to Meteor Falls, he may get a cub of level 5, or he may get a dragon of level 69 of the Peak of the King. Richard, let's go. It is so troublesome for a woman to go shopping. Li Cha thought about it so much that Duan only bought one thing after visiting a store. Li Cha, don't you have anything you want to buy? Duan was a little curious, and Richard didn't show any interest in any commodities throughout the process. Yes. Richard saw a certain blue peaked cap on a booth, which matched his jacket very well. After trying it on for a while, he bought it. The whole process is straightforward and not sloppy. Wudo Town's value for money surfing experience is only 998. Come and see. At this moment, the voice of a white-bearded uncle with a straw hat attracted Duan. Richard, let's go take a look. Li Cha was dragged in front of Uncle Whitebeard by Duan. What, are you too interested in surfing? Both Richard and Duan nodded, but Duan said nothing, the eldest lady who has never been out of Kana's city. Li Cha has always longed for the feeling of riding the wind and waves. As long as 998, you can't buy a loss, you can't be fooled. Can I swipe my card? Li Cha handed over his savings card of the Elf Bank, and Sato Lan will pay 10W into it every month. Richard's showdown, he doesn't pretend, he is the second generation of rich. His original plan was to challenge Taizan in Zijin City, but since he had surfing, he changed his plan to challenge Fujiki. Chapter 27 Battle Rhythm. PS is still more than 200 and flowers are 2000. Uncle Whitebeard is very efficient, and he has already arranged the ferry tickets to Wudo Town tomorrow for Li Cha and Duan. Uncle, how much did you deduct the ticket? Although Li Cha is not bad for money, he doesn't want to be a tourist to be slaughtered. If Uncle Whitebeard says a sky-high figure, Li Cha doesn't mind setting up his stall. Take my boat, no money. Uncle Whitebeard said angrily, and by the way added. Just come here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and wait for me, and I'll take you to the boat. Thank you so much for that. Duan is not a girl who doesn't understand anything. Knowing that he and Li Cha got cheap, a thank you is still necessary. The cuckoo didn't buy too many things in the back, because he was still traveling, and it was not good to carry too many things on his body. But this time she learned a long lesson and bought a lot of food and some items that can be used outdoors. Mosquito repellent, flashlight, and a tent. The reason for buying the tent is that the cuckoo is not used to the feeling of a sleeping bag. Then the two went back to the spirit center. Dash 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 dash. Koga Ninja, which skill do you think you want to understand the profound meaning from? In the room, Li Cha was speaking to the recovered Jahei ninja frog. Chinli's words made Li Cha very clear about the road ahead, and he understood the profound meaning from the elf skills, thus breaking through the peak of the Quasi-King. But this skill selection still has to be handed over to Koga Ninja. The electric shock monster on the side is holding a dumbbell. This is the training plan that Li Cha gave it. Li Cha wants to develop it into a big muscle tyrant. And Lulas is drinking the elf papaya milk, and then uses his mind to control the Rubik's Cube in the air. Richard's customized plan for Lulas is to supplement nutrition and practice superpowers. Kuga. Boost your punches. Enhanced Fist is the genetic skill of Koga Ninja Frog, inherited from Wubo. The effect is that the more powerful it is, the stronger it is, similar to the rolling of the rock system. Koga Ninja thinks that he has no shortcomings in the long-range attack, and needs a melee skill to improve his combat system. Enhanced Punch is its choice. Li Cha nodded, the choice of Jahei Ninja is still very good. The profound meaning can not only magnify the advantages, but also make up for the shortcomings. Then Jahei Ninja, don't use other skills these days, and feel the feeling of strengthening fist. Jahei Ninja nodded, and it still knew the importance of being distracted. Seeing the elves who were training hard, Richard instructed them to go back to the Pokeball when they were tired, and then put on the quilt and fell asleep. Silent all night. Early the next morning, a hurried knock on the door woke Li Cha from the dream of the elf master. Li Cha, get up quickly, you're going to be late. Duan didn't realize that Li Cha might still be sleeping after putting on makeup, and there was no response to the phone call to Li Cha's elf navigator. So I knocked on the door next door. You have the ability to sleep, and you have the ability to open the door. Squeak. The door was opened by Li Cha, looking at the cuckoo outside the door, who had already had her delicate makeup done. The black dress highlighted the beautiful figure of the cuckoo, and a pair of low-heeled sandals added a summer vibe. However, Richard was unmoved. His goal was to become a master of elf, and he was not interested in women. Hurry up, it's 9 o'clock in half an hour. I see. Thump. The door was closed by Richard. Du-Wan took a deep breath and frantically hinted that Li Cha was a man with a bad character, so that she could lower her expectations for Li Cha. However, Du-Wan did not know that all her actions represented an attitude. This attitude cannot be written now and will be sealed. 10 minutes later, a neatly dressed Richard appeared outside the door. When he was checking the Pokeball just now, the Koga ninja came out of the ball and told Richard that it had broken through. That indifferent expression was as if something trivial had happened. Koga Ninja Frog. Level 50 Tianwang. Ninja level, ordinary shadow level. Features, easy to change. Qualification, purple. Intimacy, 255 full. Skills, Shuriken of Water, Secret Attack, Hot Water, Wave of Evil, Blizzard, Supernatural Power, Enhanced Fist. Special Skills, Water Escape Ninjutsu Daquan, Basic Ninjutsu Daquan, Spiral Maru, Bond Transformation. Heavenly Kings, Battle Rhythm. The effect of the battle rhythm of the Heavenly King Profound Truth of Jahei Ninja is passive. It comprehends a profound meaning that becomes stronger and stronger in battle from the strengthening fist, and integrates this profound meaning into its own fighting rhythm. The effect is very simple and rude, that is, the more you hit, the stronger it is. As for the limit, it has not been tested. This is a very powerful mystery, but it also has limitations, that is, the effect is very tasteless when it is quick to fight. Richard put on the blue peaked cap he bought yesterday, and changed his jacket to a red and blue baseball uniform with the Libra badge pinned on the inside. Du-Wan, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, lost half of his anger when he saw Li Cha's handsome dress. Let's go. Target Wudo Town. Chapter 28 Wudojin, Ask for Support. Chunghwa City Shopping Street. The white-bearded uncle waited here early, and when he saw the figures of Li Cha and Du-Wan, he waved to the two of them. Let's go, the weather is good today, it's a good day to go to sea. Uncle, are you a sea sailor? When Li Cha heard the words of Uncle Whitebeard, he almost blurted out a pirate. I used to be when I was young, and now I'm old, not worthy of being a man of the sea. The white-bearded uncle sighed, a little sighed, and walked in front of the two to lead the way. Chunghwa City is a relatively small city. After walking for less than 2 streets, I saw a small wharf. That's my ship, the Seagull. Richard and Du-Wan followed the direction of the white-bearded uncle's finger and saw a white ship docked safely at the dock, as if the years had left no traces on it. The boat is not big, but it is exquisite, and many places are covered with ornaments. Following the white-bearded uncle on the boat, the oncoming sea breeze made Li Cha feel relaxed and happy. This kind of good thing cannot be enjoyed by him alone. Everyone come out. Kuga. Electricity. Laru. Du-Wan also released the small fist stone. Hey Cha. As soon as the electric shock monster came out, it walked around the entire deck, knocking and beating from time to time, as if testing the defense of the entire ship. Leloris jumped on Richard's shoulders, breathing the fresh air at a high place, and enjoying the sea breeze with Richard. It was very pleasant. The Koga Ninja Frog jumped on the mast and overlooked the entire city of Chunghwa. Xiaochuan stone is still relatively sticky to the cuckoo, and has been wandering around her. Let's go. Uncle Whitebeard said energetically in the cab, and then the seagull moved slowly, and did not start to accelerate until it left the dock. After standing and blowing the wind for a while, Li Cha found that the cuckoo people were gone, only the small fist stone was playing against the electric shock monster. Glancing at the back of the cabin, he never looked away again. Du-Wan changed into a white one-piece swimsuit at some point, showing off her beautiful figure and fair skin, with her hair tied in a double ponytail, looking cute and sexy. Looking at Li Cha's straight eyes, Du-Wan was a little bit delighted, but on the surface he pretended not to care. Didn't he bring so many clothes to attract someone's attention? Duwan walked to the railing beside Richard, stretched out, and showed the beauty of youth to Richard. Too bad she found the wrong person. It's very cold today, so go back and put on your clothes. Richard put his red and blue jacket on the cuckoo, and the whole action seemed more skilled. After all, it was familiar once again. Duwan secretly scolded the idiot, but smelling the smell of Li Cha from the coat, her heartbeat slightly accelerated. Reluctantly walked back to the locker room, she didn't want to change back. Wait. Duwan hurriedly turned his head and looked at Richard expectantly. Have you finally realized the beauty of Miss Ben? Regret it. I have a badge in my clothes, don't get it dirty. Richard reminded kindly that it was his first badge, and it meant a lot to him. Humph. Duwan stomped his feet in anger, and ignored Li Cha and left. Li Cha, you deserve to be single all your life. Uncle Whitebeard witnessed all this in the cockpit. Looking at the rudder in front of him, he suddenly felt that he had missed something on this ship for most of his life. Dash 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 dash. Wudo town is a small island in the southwest of Fengyuan. The whole island is not very populated, but there are many tourists. Many people come to surf every day. Just go to him and he'll teach you a lot about surfing. The airline inspectors along the way also learned that the white-bearded uncle is Edward, who used to be a sailor and has a wide network of contacts in this area. Then I'll go back to Chunghwa first. Edward is not only the two guests of Richard and Duwan, he has to pick them up again. The uncle is destined to see you again. Li Cha accepted the business card Edward gave him, glanced at the word, vine tree, and couldn't help being a little surprised by the uncle's connections. The gym trainers knew it. 35 Hyben Road. After watching Edward leave, Richard took out the elf navigator. Just ahead. Richard and Duwan followed the navigation and soon came to number 35 Hyben Road, which was a small wooden house. Dong dong. Anyone? The door opened, and a dark-skinned, blue-haired man looked at the two of them suspiciously. Richard handed over his business card and explained his purpose. Uncle will find something for me to do. Fujishu has only recently become a gym trainer in Wudo town, and it is a busy time, but Edward is kind to him, and he can't drive Richard and Duwan out. You wait for me. Tengshu went back to the house to get the surfing equipment. Richard looked around and suddenly saw a familiar touch of red. It's Team Fire. P.S. Book friends. Flowers are miserable, please support. Chapter 29 Cave of Stone. On the right side of Richard's line of sight, there is a person in a fire rock team sneaking around. Cuckoo, I'll take a look over there. Under Duwan's puzzled eyes, Richard put down his backpack and walked to the other side of the beach. What Li Cha thought about was not to let the cuckoo get involved in the affairs of the dark forces. Now the cuckoo is not the queen of the rock. I followed the fire rock team to the entrance of a cave and heard a conversation. Why are you so diligent? I'm just waiting for you. I went to the toilet. I'm sorry. Come in with me, this mission is very important. Yes. From this conversation, Li Cha could not analyze any useful information. It seems that he can only follow up. Sent a message to Cuckoo. Cuckoo, Chaan, don't read. Ding. The host triggers the selection. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Disguise as the Fire Rock Team. Reward the Fire Rock Team uniform by 1 inch. Option 2. Disguised as a Water Fleet. Reward Water Fleet uniform by 1 inch. Option 3. Disguise as Team Rocket. Reward Team Rocket's uniform by 1 inch. Option 1 is definitely not acceptable. The people on this mission should all know each other. It is easy to be exposed if he rushes in. The second option depends on the nature of the Fire Rock Team's mission, and there is a chance of conflict. Option 3 is the choice of stepping on a tightrope, betting on whether the Hoyan team will give the rockets face. After thinking for a while, Li Cha silently recited, Option 2 inches. He is the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Cave of Stones. Huo Kun looked at the mural in front of him and was shocked beyond words. as this. Groudon. The frescoes describe the earth-shattering battle of land and sea 1,000 years ago. The original return Groudon used the magma on his body to push the sea away to form land, while Kyogre wanted to sink the whole world into the sea. The two sides were born to be enemies, but the gods fought and mortals suffered. The people of Fangyuan continent lived in dire straits, and the recording of the contents of the murals came to an abrupt end here. We will succeed in resurrecting Groudon and make the whole world return to land. Fire Village turned around and said to his minions. Return to the land. Return to the land. Return to the land. The minions all showed frenzied expressions. Dao in the depths of the cave of stones seemed to have heard a sound. He often came here to dig stones, and he had harvested a lot some time ago. Golden monster, what's going on? Dago's giant. The golden monster's eyes become colored, which is a symbol of the use of superpowers. Special. The elf's cry is really hard to find, and I can only guess it from the Roman sound. Dao and the giant gold monster also have a certain degree of telepathy, and he can roughly understand the meaning of the giant gold monster. Is there a group of people? Daigo put the digging tool back in his backpack, ready to go out and have a look. Fire Village is calling for his men to dig out the Groudon on this mural and take it away. Suddenly I heard unfamiliar footsteps. The shoes of the Fire Rock costumes are specially made, and there is generally no sound when walking, so it is only possible for other people. Who? Dao didn't expect that he would be discovered as soon as he walked out, so he simply admitted his identity frankly. Zavok Daigo. The current Dao is not the league champion, just a trainer who has just stepped into the Quasi-Celestial King and is still preparing for the challenge of the Caillou tournament. The young master of the Devon Company. As one of the three fires, Huo Village knows the specific situation of Fangyuan's various forces. Devon is a technology giant of Fangyuan, and the Hoyan team may not be able to afford it. You actually. Dao saw that there were people from the Fire Rock team trying to dig up the murals, and he couldn't help but get angry because he attached great importance to this kind of cultural relics. I also ask my young master not to meddle in his own business. Huo Village said with a smile, implying a threat. He has dug up the mural today. Dao looked at the more than 10 Hoyan team minions present, and this fat man whose strength was unknown. The strength of his own giant gold monster Quasi-King Peak was not enough to resist. Could it be that they just watched them dig up the murals? For the first time, Dao felt powerless because of his weak strength. If he were stronger, he would not be so passive. Haibawang, will be nosy. At this moment, at the door of the stone cave, a man with a mask and a water fleet costume appeared, with a Koga ninja frog beside him. The person who came was Li Cha. He had been observing the situation secretly. He had no idea that the Hoyan team was going to dig up the murals. Until the moment Dao appeared, Li Cha felt bad. Dao and Li Cha were half a child. When Dao was 13 years old, he was sent to Kanto to study, and the two seldom contacted each other again. But Li Cha knows Dao's stubbornness, and he will definitely stop the Hoyan team. Under the siege of so many people, there is obviously only one ending for Dao. So, Richard jumped out at this moment, and he had a showdown. I don't pretend anymore, I'm the Sea Overlord of the Water Fleet. Chapter 30 Terrifying Sea King. Sea Overlord. Feeling the momentum of the Koga ninja frog that is not weaker than or even higher than his own duck-billed flame beast. Huo Village showed a look of fear, and his small eyes were almost invisible. At this time, he was madly recalling the information about the water fleet in his mind. Apart from Shui Wudong, the three captains are Quan Mei, Chao, Di, and I have never seen any other captains. If it's not the captain, is he a scumbag with the power of a quasi-king? That's too terrifying, and it's going to be a fart with the water fleet. Fire Village boldly guessed that this sea overlord is the secret weapon of the water fleet. It must have been a long-term plan for him to track down here, and he hurriedly jumped out when he saw that they were digging the murals. Sea Overlord, my fire rock team and your water fleet have their own ideals. If you want, I will help you dig down the murals of Kyogre. For this sea overlord who jumped out of nowhere, Wudo village has an attitude of doing more than one less thing. What if I say, I want both? Li Cha plays a domineering, arrogant and super conceited member of the water fleet, and at this moment, the domineering that belongs to the Sea King is fully revealed. Hearing this, Mura's brows furrowed and he could no longer see his eyes. Then the water fleet means that it is going to war with us. Of course, Huo-kun didn't believe that this was Hai Bawang's own intention. This must be the person behind him, that is, the meaning of Shui Wadong. You say it again, you will super double your grocery shopping. Li Cha gradually entered this role, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly, revealing a mighty smile. That's nothing to talk about. All the team members, let's go together. Huo-kun was irritated by Li Cha's words. He didn't care how much he fought and how little he was disgraced. Only the winners were qualified to speak. Pokeballs were thrown out one by one, except for the platypus beast in Wudo village, the rest were all big wolf dogs. Platypus. Level 49 Quasi-King Peak. Ability, Body of Fire. Qualification, Cyan. These great wolf dogs were picked up and captured in the Orange Forest some time ago, and their strength is quite good. Ow! But all the great wolf dogs screamed for mercy when they came out. They saw the demon again, and they were the only ones who survived that night of annihilation. Now that I saw the Koga ninja frog again, I was so scared that I screamed madly. What's the matter? The big wolf dog is going to bite him. The hooligans of the Fire Rock team ordered the wolf dog beside them. They were quite obedient yesterday, so why are they cowardly today? The big wolf dogs were so frightened that they ran into the depths of the cave one after another, and the minions could only chase after them. When Wudo village saw this scene, a thought that even shocked him came to his heart. Wouldn't this sea overlord be the one who killed the great wolf dogs that night? If you dare to attack me, you all have to die. Li Cha was having a great time playing role-playing, and all kinds of middle school words came out of his mouth. Koga Ninja Frog, attacking the key point. Richard decided not to use ninjutsu and telepathy, which might reveal his identity, and he could disguise himself as another Koga ninja trainer without using ninjutsu. Jahei Ninja rushed to the front of the platypus with a jump, and punched the platypus in the face. So fast. Wudo village reacted, and he still has the most basic fighting skills. Duck-billed Flame Beast, Thunder Fist. The duck-billed Flame Beast endured the pain on his face, and his right fist flashed electric light and hit the Koga Ninja Frog. Stay out of the way and use hot water. Richard believes in the responsiveness of the Koga Ninja Frog. The Koga Ninja turned to the left gently, and flashed past the attack of the platypus, followed by a stream of high-temperature water sprayed towards the platypus from its mouth. Such a close distance. 100,000 volts. The left hand of the platypus is not a hand, but a gun barrel. At this moment, bursts of electric current rushed out from it, but in the face of the hot water already in front of him, even the 100,000 volts of the skin god could not do anything. Bang! The platypus was hit by hot water, and the effect was outstanding. A steam rose from the body of the platypus, which was enough to prove how hot the hot water of the Koga ninja was. Maga! Get rid of this guy with the water shuriken. The flames in the eyes of the Koga ninja frog gradually burned. This is the effect of the stacked battle rhythm, and its strength, speed and physical strength have increased slightly. Huo-kun couldn't see the face under the hood of Li Cha Shui fleet, but he could imagine that this person's expression must be extremely proud. This sea overlord must be a murderer without blinking an eye. If the platypus dies, his captain position may be lost. Thinking of this, Wudo village gritted his teeth and spoke. Wait. Stop. Hearing Li Cha's order, Koga Ninja took back the 40-meter-long shuriken. Let me go, I'll give you something good. It can be seen that Wudo village hesitated for a long time for this move. I killed you, but things are still mine. Li Cha's words made Huokan feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. This sea tyrant is too terrifying. PS book friends have read every comment, and there will be something that you want to appear. Chapter 31 Super Evolution Stone. Fire Village is still thinking about making a final struggle. But if I die, no one will know what this thing is. Oh. Li Cha showed a very interested expression, but no one could clearly see the expression under the mask. Is there anything good in this Fire Village? Daigo listened to the conversation between the two, and suddenly realized that a big fist is the last word. The man in the water fleet costume gave him a sense of familiarity, but not strong. He has remained silent because he did not want to be regarded as the focus. With his current strength, he is not qualified to jump out. Hearing Li Cha's mild tone, Huokan knew that he had a play, and said quickly. It's a stone from the Kalos region that is said to allow the elves in their final form to evolve again. Mega evolution is still limited to Carlos, and it has not been widely spread. The longer this matter is concealed, the greater the benefits that can be obtained. The Alliance has been searching for evolution stones and keystones everywhere, and most ordinary trainers still know nothing about super evolution. Li Cha realized that Huokan should be talking about the super evolution stone, but he didn't know which elf it belonged to. I'll tell you where the stone is, can you spare me? Huokan panicked. The stone was actually on him all the time, but he was afraid that the sea tyrant would kill people and make more money, so he didn't tell the truth. Yes. Although Li Cha has a bad personality, he still values promises, provided that Huokan did not deceive him. Phew. After receiving Li Cha's affirmative reply, Huo Village breathed a sigh of relief. The people of the Dark Forces have an unwritten rule that what they promise to do must not be violated. He believed that a ruthless person like Haebawang must value commitment. It's this. Huo Village threw the stone hidden in his chest to Li Cha. Li Cha took the stone steadily, put it in his hand and looked at it. The stone as a whole is jade white, with a green and pink crossed leaf pattern inside. It should be a super evolution stone, because the pattern of the keystone is a leaf with black stripes. What's the use of this thing other than looking good? Richard's tone became icy cold, and the temperature of the entire cave seemed to drop a few degrees. You promised me not to kill me. Huo Village was about to cry. This thing was found from an Alliance investigator when he was on a mission, and it was definitely genuine. Li Cha was just trying to frighten Huo Village, and he nodded reluctantly. The character design of Haebawang's vest must be done well, and it may come in handy in the future. Give you 30 seconds to disappear from my eyes. Hearing Li Cha's words, Huokan, as if granted an amnesty, took the platypus back into the ball and rolled away. After entering the cave of stone, he didn't dare to look back at Li Cha. As for the other minions of the Fire Rock team, he didn't want to care anymore. Li Cha looked at Dawu, who had been silent all the time, and did not speak, because his current status was inconvenient to speak. Putting the Koga ninja frog into the goal, Richard also left the cave of stone. After leaving the wooden house for so long, the cuckoo should be worried too. Dawu looked at the figures of the two leaving, and clenched his fists. Is this what it looks like to be ignored without strength? The setting of Dawu as a trainer who debuted earlier than Li Cha, and the title of Feng Yuan champion is temporarily vacant. At this point no one noticed that Groudon's eyes flashed on the fresco. Dash 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 dash. When Li Cha returned to Tingshu's wooden house, he had already changed his clothes, and hid the clothes of the water fleet in a bush, ready to get the backpack and bring it back. The navigator is full of cuckoo news. What do you mean, Richard? Li Cha, what are you doing? Li Cha thought for a while and gave a more reliable reply. I just got lost, didn't look at the navigator, and now I'm back. As soon as the message was sent, Duan responded quickly. How old are you to get lost? The words of reproach revealed a tone of concern. Li Cha smiled slightly, and when he looked up, he saw Duwan's bright smiling face. Where have you been? How did you get lost? Duwan had no doubts about Li Cha's lies, but thought that Li Cha was really lost. I walked around the beach and lost myself as I walked. Li Cha's explanation was full of loopholes, but Duwan, who was thoughtful, didn't notice it, and scolded the idiot Li Cha secretly. Do you know the true identity of Mr. Fujiki? Duwan seemed to know a big secret, and waited for Li Cha to ask her about it. If Li Cha had a normal thinking, he would have followed Duwan's words, but he didn't. I know, gym trainer. Then do you want to know the lineup of Fujiki? Duwan had an expression like I'll tell you if you asked me, but the next moment was hit. I don't want to. Duwan's bright smile froze on her face like this, but now her mood is not as bad as at the beginning. She seems to be gradually getting used to Li Cha's lack of roots. Fujishu was holding a surfboard at the moment, standing on the beach and waving to the two of them. Mr. Fujiki, can we go to the gym challenge now? Compared with surfing, Richard prefers the feeling of battle. Chapter 32 Queen's First Battle. I can consider it if your mate is not busy surfing. As a fighting trainer and a lover of extreme sports, Fujiki has always been open to combat. I'm not in a hurry. Duwan hurriedly said that compared to surfing, she also prefers to fight with fairies. The challenge rule is only 2v2, is there something wrong with your sprite? Fujishu asked thoughtfully. He was afraid that Richard was the kind of trainer who just debuted with only one elf. No problem. Richard took out Lelora's Pokeball. After 2 days of nutritional supplementation and light training, this little guy has reached level 15. This will be its debut battle. Then please be the referee. The vine tree said to the cuckoo standing beside him. Good. Dash 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 dash. On the vast beach, Richard and Vine stood opposite each other. Challenger, I am the trainer of the martial arts gym. Fujiki, please give me more advice. Fujiki had practiced martial arts, so at this moment he treated Richard with the etiquette of a fighting competition. I'm Richard from Kana's city. Li Cha also nodded in response. After the two sides introduced themselves, the atmosphere of harmony disappeared in an instant, replaced by a strong and undisguised fighting intent. For the Wudo Gym Challenge, the challenger is Richard from Kana's city. The number of elves is limited to 2. The challenge ends when all elves on one side lose their fighting ability. After all, Duwan is still a child who grew up in a gym, and is relatively familiar with the referee's style. After speaking the referee's speech, Duwan clenched his hands subconsciously. It was almost a habit to be nervous for Richard. Challenger, you go first, my first elf is it. Fujiki threw out a pokeball, and a wrist appeared on the beach. The slightly bulging muscles represented that the wrist had undergone a certain degree of strength training. Wrist strength. Level, 18, normal. Trait, no defense. Qualification, green. It's over to you, Leloras. White light flashed, and a flashing Leloras appeared on the sand. The characteristic of arm strength is that there is no defense, and the skills representing both sides have become must-hit skills at this moment, and Lelora's copying characteristic will not come in handy. Unlike the shyness when he was subdued at the beginning, Leloras has become a lot more confident now. The glitter pixie. Tengshu still had some eyesight, and at a glance he recognized that Li Cha was the flash elf. Leloras, take it easy. Richard's voice appeared in Lulas's mind, and to deal with opponents of the same level, he should go all out. Voice of enchantment. Without warning, Leloras let out a charismatic cry, and soon his wrists covered his ears in pain. Hold on with this trick. Fujiki was very troubled by Leloras's sudden attack. Hey! Wrist strength painfully resists the sound of charm, hands cover ears but still inevitably let out pain. Wrist strength, close combat. Reflection wall. The two orders were issued almost simultaneously. Vinetree also knew that he couldn't spend any more time with Leloras, so he simply rushed over. Lulas used his superpower to condense a substantial wall of light in front of him, which was used to resist the attack of the wrist force. Boom! The reflection wall shattered under the impact of the arm force, but successfully weakened the arm force's attack and speed. It's right now, Queen's aura. The blue hair on Lulas's head was slightly shiny, and the covered eyes flashed with blue light, and an indescribable power spread. The wrist strength felt weakened again. The previously strong and powerful arms were now limp, and the legs were as heavy as lead. The effect of this reflective wall is so good. Fujiki didn't know about the Queen's aura, so he attributed the weakening of his arm strength to the reflection wall. When the fist of the arm's strength touched Lulas, it was already too soft. In addition, the damage of the fighting system was only a quarter of the damage to Lulas, so the damage of this melee combat was negligible. Armor also exposed his weakness to Lulas with this move. Voice of Charm. Lulas's super strong combat intuition made it uncharged and directly released the sound of charm. Although the power was much lower, it was enough. Hello. I collapsed on the beach with weak arm strength. Why did I become so soft without doing anything? The arm strength has lost the ability to fight. Please send the next elf from the gym trainer. Duwan was a little surprised. She knew how weak Lulas was at the beginning, but now this Lulas exuding a strong aura made her a little unfamiliar. Luru. Companion, I won. Lulas won the competition, and his first reaction was to act like a spoiled brat to Richard. In its view, no honor could compare to Richard's praise. Well done, add a bottle of papaya milk in the evening. Chapter 33 Queen Style and LT. Well done, add a bottle of papaya milk at night. Of course, it is impossible to say this in front of rhododendron and vine tree, and Lulas can only know it through telepathy. Strong attribute understanding, but it's difficult to get the badge from me by just relying on it. Fujiki is very confident in his fighting spirit. Even if he has retreated to the edge of the cliff, he is still very confident. The next genie, it won't be so simple. Come on, under the curtain. Thump. The appearance of the fighter under the curtain splashed a lot of sand, and it seemed that he was a heavyweight player. Under the curtain. Level 25 Elite. Features, thick fat. Qualification, green. Lulas copying feature is of no use in such a match, and neither the forcible force of the arm nor the thick fat of the underworld warriors can help the battle. The challenger should go first. The vine tree is no longer called self-confidence, but expansion. In his opinion, Li Cha was just a lucky boy who had the advantage of attributes. Then I'm welcome. Since you are so inflated, I will convince you. Voice of Charm. Lulas's mastery of fairy energy is no less than his mastery of superpowers, and the grinning expression of the man behind the curtain has now turned into a painful look. Is this the trick again? The fighters under the curtain cover their ears and rush over. Fujiki's energetic command made the sublime warrior full of power again, covering his ears with his hands and rushing towards Lulas. But in this case, how does Fujiki command the fighters under the curtain? Move behind it instantly. Lulas's eyes lit up, dodging the collision of the wrestlers under the curtain. Under the curtain, poison strike. It's a pity that the fighters under the curtain stood in the position of Lulas and covered their ears at a loss. Are you going to let go? What if you let go and hear the sound that makes it painful? Under the curtain, the wrestler's heart was very complicated, and he simply stood there motionless. Fujiki could only use body language to tell the fighters what to do, but the fighters only got half of what he meant, so he put down a hand. When Li Cha watched this scene, he didn't know what to say. The reckless trainer is matched with the Han elf. This vine tree is not the brave man who rode the wind and waves later. Mind power. The eyes under Lulas's blue hair shone, and an invisible force lifted the body of the fighter under the curtain. Woohoo! The knight under the curtain felt at a loss to be lifted up in the air. Boom! The heavy body fell on the sand, splashing a larger dust. Voice of Charm. Plum. Chaco doesn't have the habit of showing mercy, and Loloras's physical strength should not be able to support him anymore. Under the curtain, cheer up. The entire beach was left with the cries of the vine trees and the charming cries of Loloras. Unfortunately, there was no voice in the sand to reply to the vine tree. After the dust cleared away, only the eyes of the knight under the curtain became swirling. Duwan, who had been paying attention to the battle, immediately announced the result. The warriors under the curtain are incapacitated, so the winner is Richard from Kana's city. Laru. Before Richard could be happy, he saw Loloras surrounded by a burst of white light. The shape of Loloras in the white light gradually changed. Evolved. Seeing Loloras evolving, Vine Tree has mixed feelings in his heart, because it can be said that Lulas stepped on him to evolve. The evolution of the elves does not depend on the level, but on the energy accumulated. The elf is like a wooden barrel, and the energy is like water. When the water is full, it needs to be replaced with a larger capacity wooden barrel, that is, to evolve. Chiru. A crisp girl's voice came. The white light dissipated, and a girl in a white dress appeared gracefully, as if she had faded away from the childishness of a child and suddenly grew into a girl. The bangs of the eyebrows were separated to both sides, revealing bright orange eyes, and there was a noble temperament in her gestures. Chiru. Companion, I have grown up. Cerulean turned around happily, and could still vaguely see the shadow of Loloras. So beautiful. Duwan praised from the bottom of his heart. If Loloras is a budding flower, and Shinado is a fully bloomed flower, then Cerulean is a bud that is about to bloom. That kind of innocence between childishness and maturity can indeed attract many people. Li Cha felt like an old father. His daughter, who had been feeding him for 2 days, suddenly went to elementary school. She also dyed her hair blue and wore beautiful contact lenses. Thank you, I was a little bloated just now, thank you for teaching me a lesson. Fujiki came over with sincerity on his face. As a trainer, he was qualified, but as a gym trainer, he was unqualified. In addition to the assessment, the role of the gym trainer is to teach the trainer how to fight. You totally deserve this badge. Fujishu gave Richard a badge in the shape of a boxing glove. I learned a lot from you today. I'm sorry I can't teach you to surf. How can I teach others if I haven't learned it myself? After Tengshu bowed to Li Cha, he returned to the wooden house and closed the door and window, as if to close himself. Since we can't surf, what shall we do? Eat. Chapter 34 Reunion. Eating is not for fun. Li Cha has been hungry for a day. When I woke up in the morning, I took the boat, and it was almost noon before I arrived at Wudo town, and then I came to Fujishu non-stop. Then he went to sabotage the plan of the Fire Rock team, and finally had an elf battle with Fujiki. It was almost night now, and Duwan was still full of energy, which surprised Li Cha. You said this, I always have something to eat. Duwan pointed to her backpack. When she left Chunghwa City, she bought a lot of food and drink to prevent her from starving to death after getting lost in the wild. Seeing the longing flashing on Richard's calm face, Duwan handed over the bag. I don't eat anything from women. 10 minutes later. Cuckoo, why did you only buy tomato-flavored ones? Because I like it. Dash 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 dash. The two came to the elf center in Wudo town and found that a long queue had already formed. Li Cha, do you think we will have no room to live in? Duwan looked at the long line of people and couldn't help worrying. There are only so many rooms in the elf center, so many people will definitely not be able to live in it. Then sleep in the wild, it's not that I haven't slept before. After Li Cha finished eating Duwan's snacks, his waist stiffened and his words became stiff. The cuckoo pouted at the thought of spending the night in the wild, and she didn't want to feed the mosquitoes. Richard. At this moment, a familiar female voice came from behind Li Cha. When Li Cha looked back, it was Shafia. For some reason, Shafia put on conservative sportswear, no longer wearing boldly before, and now there was a surprise on his face. The first stop on her trip was Kana's city. When she came to Kana's city, she realized that she didn't know where Richard was. She had to go to the gym after special training, and she succeeded in the challenge 3 times. Later, I went to challenge Chunghwa Taoist Hall. In the face of absolute strength, it was useless for a turkey chicken to evolve into a strong chicken. I decided to come to Wudo Island to challenge the Wudo gym, and I just got off the boat. I didn't expect to meet Lee Cha here. I really stepped through the iron shoes and found nowhere, and it took no effort to get it. But seeing the girl with ruby-like eyes beside Lee Cha, Shafia couldn't help feeling a little bit of sadness in her heart, but she didn't show it. Obviously it was me first. What a coincidence, Shafia, you're here too. Lee Cha just thought it was a coincidence that he met again after being a friend. Who is this? In fact, Shafia's eyes never left the cuckoo, but it was better hidden. She was traveling with me. Companion, rhododendron. Shafia noticed Richard's words, companion. I couldn't help but put down a big stone in my heart, and the joy on my face was more sincere. The two then shared their experiences of the trip. You actually defeated Mr. Chinley. Shafia was deeply impressed by Chinley's request for leave, a mountain that could not be climbed. She would never have imagined that Richard had climbed over a higher mountain behind. It's better luck. Seeing the two of them chatting eagerly, and Shafia looking at Lee Cha, a familiar feeling arose in Duwan's heart. It was like the feeling when a girl from another class wrote a love letter to Richard. You came to Wudo town for the Thousand Lantern Festival. What Thousand Lantern Festival? We're here for the martial arts gym. Richard expressed doubts about the Festival of Lights in Shafia's mouth. Shafia immediately explained to Richard what the Festival of Lights was. Legend has it that a long time ago, Wudo Island was not called Wudo Island. Every night, the sky will cross a meteor, and one night, a meteor fell on the cave of the Stone Cave on Wudo Island. Then a great change occurred, and a terrifying and indescribable monster came out of the cave of stone and ravaged Wudo town. At this time, a warrior named Wudo and his flaming chicken defeated the monster, but also lost their lives. In order to commemorate the warriors' fighting, the people of Wudo Island changed the whole island to Wudo Island, and the town was also renamed Wudo Town. At this time of the year, the Thousand Lantern Festival is held to commemorate the warriors' fighting. The final celebration of the festival is the flying of 1,000 prayer lanterns, hoping that these lanterns will keep the fighting spirits of warriors buried in the ground. Richard frowned. This story has never appeared in the special, TV, or even theatrical version. Could it be something unique to this hybrid world? I'm sorry for the trainers at the back, there are no more vacancies in the Elf Center. Miss Joy spoke with a small trumpet, with an apologetic expression on her face, and even the apologetic look beside the Geely egg. Richard, where are we going to sleep tonight? Duwan deliberately said misleading words, just to get mad at Shafia. Shafia became nervous when she heard the words. Could it be that they have that kind of relationship? In the wild, where else could it be? Lee Cha quite liked the feeling of being in the sleeping bag. Seeing the dull expression on Shafia's face, Lee Cha sent an invitation. Shafia, together. The male trainer behind Shafia widened his eyes and gave Lee Cha a thumbs up. My role model. Chapter 35 Fire, 8th more. An LT. What? Shafia felt that Lee Cha suddenly became frivolous, and asked people this question in public. Ask in private. So how does she answer? Seeing Shafia's blushing face, Richard realized that she must have misunderstood something. I mean there's no room in the Elf Center, so just camp. No. It was only at this moment that Shafia realized that she had misunderstood what Lee Cha meant, but she still said stubbornly. Then look for a place now, lest there will be no place to camp. After Lee Cha finished speaking, he walked out of the Elf Center. Duwan followed suit and gave Shafia a provocative look. Those ruby eyes glittered with pride. Shafia was very angry and followed. dash 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 dash. On a lawn not far from the stone cave, Rhododendron and Shafia are setting up a tent. The two girls have very high requirements for the quality of life. Richard didn't buy a tent, he only had a sleeping bag, and it felt good to watch the stars before going to bed every day. He secretly went to the place where the clothes of the hidden water fleet were just now, and put the clothes into the backpack. The identity of Haebawang may still be used in the future. Back at the campsite, they found that the two women had already set up their tents. Shafia's tent has a pattern of flaming chickens, while Rhododendron has a pattern of rumbling rocks. They all look quite boyish, not like the fat Ding and Ibrahimovic that normal girls like. Richard, let's fight. I want you to see how much I have grown. Seeing Richard's return, Shafia couldn't wait to say these words. Since losing to Richard's electric shock monster, she and Lizhuang Chicken have been training hard day and night, just to defeat Richard one day. As 1v1 okay. The two walked to a relatively empty flat ground. Shafia's expression was excited, while Li Cha's expression was indifferent. Come on, strong chicken. Shafia had a smile on her face, and she enjoyed the battle. Scare Mo. A strong chicken appeared on the grass, looking at Richard with high-spirited eyes. It remembered this trainer and his shocker, and that was its first failure. Strong chicken. Level 20, Elite. Feature, Fire. Qualification, Cyan. Electrical monster, meet an old friend. The electric shock monster appeared on the grass, and the body was surrounded by dense currents, which looked very dangerous. Electricity. Seeing the strong chicken, the electric shock monster reacted to the evolution of the original chick, and couldn't help but watch. He glanced at Richard. Because the electric shock monster has a 10-fold power booster, the energy in its body has long met the conditions for evolution, but Li Cha suppressed its desire to evolve. Seeing the electric shock monster's eyes, Li Cha also understood the meaning of the plug monster. Evolve, shock monster. Electricity. Approved by the trainer, the electric shock monster no longer suppresses the energy in the body. The electric current around the body surged wildly, and then the electric shock monster was wrapped in a mass of white light. Evolution. But my strong chicken is not afraid. Scare Mo. Shafia and Lizhuangji will not be afraid of the strength of their opponents, but will feel excited. Climb over the mountain to see more beautiful scenery. The white light shrouded in the electric shock monster gradually dispersed, and an electric shock beast appeared. Different from ordinary electric shock beasts, the height of this electric shock beast of Richard has reached 1.5 meters, and the arms are thicker. The plugs from the shock monster period turned into two rocker-like things, with blonde hair rising into the sky. The 10-fold power booster is still behind his back, which is not so huge compared to the body of the electric shock beast. The black lightning symbol on the stomach looks lifelike. Hey! The electric shock beast could not help but roar excitedly when he felt the new power he had obtained. Lizhuang Chicken's height of 0.9 meters has become a chick again in its eyes. Then I'm welcome, strong chicken, second stage kick. Shafia launched the attack first, and she understood that it was important to be ahead in the fight against Richard. The strong chicken ran on the grass, and soon approached the electric shock beast. Grab its feet. Richard's orders are always issued at the most opportune moment. The powerful big hand of the electric shock beast grabbed the leg of the strong chicken hanging in the air. Scared. The strong chicken found that he couldn't get rid of the big hand of the electric shock beast no matter what. Lightning fist. Spray flames. The two people's commands were issued simultaneously, and the right fist of the electric shock beast stirred up a stronger electric current, and it met the jet flame of the strong chicken in midair. Bang! It was very much like the collision between the flames and the lightning fist during the first battle. The collision of lightning and flames. It is obvious that the electric shock beast has the upper hand. Strong chicken, burn it. In the eyes of the strong chicken, the flames became bigger and bigger, and the air around the body was slightly deformed. Li Cha was a little surprised to see this scene, but he quickly calmed down and mastered the power of fierce fire. P.S. I haven't asked for tickets for a few chapters, please ask. 8 more today. Chapter 36 Meteor. Electrical Beast, Wild Volt. A strong electric current erupted from its body, and it passed from the hand that grabbed the strong chicken. There was no pain in the expression, and the power of thunder and lightning only made it feel more comfortable. Scare Mo. The fierce fire only brought the strong explosive power of the strong chicken, and the defense power did not improve. In the face of the violent electric current, the strong chicken let out a painful howl. Strong chicken, hold on. Seeing the violent current gushing out of the electric shock beast, Shafia felt terrified after seeing it, and cheered Lizhuang chicken. Electrical beast, full power. Hey! The black lightning mark of the electric shock beast faintly glowed, and the current on its body was stronger by 3 points. Strong chicken, break away with the second kick. The strong chicken endured the pain caused by the electric current, and kicked the body of the electric shock beast. The electric shock beast was in pain, and let go of the hand that grabbed the other leg of the strong chicken. Immediately afterwards, the strong chicken kicked over again. This time, the electric shock beast protected his chest with both hands, resisting the attack. In the first round of confrontation, the electric shock beast had the upper hand. So strong. Duwan looked at Shafia's strong chicken, but did not expect this girl to have such a strong strength. Thinking that I have never trained Xiaochuan stone seriously, as a trainer, I am really unqualified. Strong chicken, jump up and use the jet flame. Looking at the bulging arm of the electric shock beast, Shafia knew that the melee strength chicken might not be able to gain the upper hand, and could only consume it with a long-range attack. The strong chicken stomped on the electric shock beast's hand, and jumped into the air with the strength, and a thicker flame was sprayed out. 100,000 volts. The electric shock beast sent out a fiery lightning from the 2 joysticks above its head, and collided with the jet flame of the strong chicken. Boom! The flame and electric current collided in the air, producing a large amount of white smoke. The strong chicken fell on the grass, with a slight numbness in both feet, and some instability. The electric shock beast's eyes glowed, and the little chick at the beginning still had 2 strokes. At this time, a group of people exclaimed from the other side of the grass. Look at the sky. What's that? Meteor. Make a wish, make a wish, make a wish. Li Cha looked up at the sky and watched a purple-blue meteor streak across the sky, followed by another. Is this a meteor shower? For some reason, a bad premonition arose in Li Cha's heart. Why don't you fight? Duwan said suddenly, pointing to the meteor in the sky. With such a beautiful scenery, are you still embarrassed to fight? Richard and Shafia glanced at each other, and both tacitly took back the elf. Don't be complacent, Li Cha, I will definitely beat you next time. Defeating Richard has almost become Shafia's obsession. This time there is a meteor shower, so let him go first. You're still a long way from defeating me. Li Cha unknowingly fell in love with the feeling of such a powerful enemy. Okay, come over to eat, and watch the meteor shower by the way. Dash 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 dash. The 3 sat on a tablecloth, drinking Shafia's drinks and eating Shafia's snacks. Duwan's snack inventory has been settled by Li Cha, and he can only rub Shafia's. Let me introduce you. Li Cha took a sip of his drink and paused. This is a cuckoo from Kana's, my travel companion. Duwan nodded towards Shafia as a greeting. This is Shafia from Weibai town. She and I are friends. Good friends. Shafia was a little dissatisfied with Richard's self-introduction and emphasized. Under Richard's intentional arrangement, the relationship between Shafia and Duwan has become much more harmonious. Do you know Michaeli? You're talking about the coordination trainer. I know, he's so handsome. I like his Minas so much. Star chasing is an eternal topic among girls. Most of the stars in the elf world are powerful trainers or gorgeous coordination trainers. Mikri is a rising star among the familiar coordination trainers. He debuted 2 years ago and is now a powerful and gorgeous coordination trainer. I don't know how many people envy a quasi-king level Minas. Shafia and Duwan were also excusable for discussing him, because it was the whispering of the two of them, which Richard could not hear. But I think Richard is still a little more handsome than him. Duwan's sudden words made Shafia ponder. It seems to be but his strength is not as strong as M.I. Kelly. Listening to Shafia's words, Duwan shook his head. You are the Jahe ninja frog who has never met Richard, and you won't say this after seeing it. I'm very curious about how Richard defeated Mr. Chinley. I think his electric shock beast is at most a little bit stronger than my strong chicken. Did you know that Richard also has a genie? You mean that Pokeball around his neck? Shafia suddenly remembered what Li Cha said on the way to Guchin town. It's my best companion. That elf is. Duwan was interrupted by Li Cha before he could say anything. The Festival of Lights has begun, let's go and see. Chapter 37 Accident. Hearing Li Cha's words, Duwan and Shafia both looked in the direction of Wudo town. At this time, Wudo town was shrouded in thousands of lights, and the people in the town gathered in the square in the center of the town. Then tell me later, let's go and see. Shafia likes to join in the fun the most, and she doesn't want to miss the Thousand Lantern Festival, which sounds very lively. The three packed up their valuable luggage, put on their backpacks and left the campsite, leaving the tent in place, and they will be back in a while. Inside the Cave of Stones. At this time, Groudon's eyes on the mural have been emitting a dazzling light. If you look closely, it is exactly the same as the light of a meteor. Dash 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 dash. The platypus, fire breathing. Following the acrobat's order, the platypus fired a wisp of slender flames towards the prepared props. The flame was transformed into various shapes under the action of the props, so that the eyes of the onlookers never left. It's amazing. The three of Li Cha were onlookers. This is just an appetizer, the wonderful performances in previous years were before the prayer lights. An elderly uncle next to him said that according to his words, he should have participated in this activity many times. Then what show is the best, uncle? Shafia asked like a curious baby. Her big fluttering eyes made people unable to say the words of refusal after seeing it. I don't know the best show, but the thing that must be done is to put on prayer lights to pray. After listening to the uncle's explanation, they realized that the Thousand Lantern Festival has changed from praying for warriors to fight for themselves and others. The wish of the prayer lamp will come true if it is not outrageous. When the uncle said this, there was a look of reminiscence on his face. When he was young, he wanted to find a wife, but no one liked him until he made a wish to find a wife with a prayer lamp. The next day, a woman with a big belly approached him and said she wanted to marry him, and said that the child was given by a prayer lamp. He still believes it. Then thank you, uncle. The three of Richard went around and finally came to the place where the prayer lamps were made. Everyone's prayer lamp must be made by himself, otherwise the wish will not work, and even disaster will befall. Richard paid for 3 prayer lamps and took 3 materials. The three found a table and started making their own prayer lamps. The practice of praying for the lamp is very simple, just stick a note on the lampstand. Some people also write and draw on the note. It is said that the wish written on it will meet the easier to implement. Richard scoffed at the dross of this kind of feudal superstition. He still believed in bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods after all these years. Until he saw what Duwan and Shafia were writing attentively there, Li Cha suddenly felt that it would be good to write something. What if it came true? After thinking for a minute, Li Cha wrote down a simple wish. Hope to be more handsome tomorrow. The wishes of a mediocre person like me are also so unremarkable. There are still 2 minutes to put the prayer lamp, if you haven't done it, hurry up. The master who sold the prayer lantern urged him to put the prayer lantern on time. It would be bad if the auspicious time passed. I'm done. I'm done too. Duwan and Shafia spoke one after another, and Li Cha glanced at them and found that their prayer lamps were densely covered with words. What is this wish? Let's go to the square, it's crowded. The proposal was quickly passed, and the three came to the square with prayer lamps. At this time, the square was crowded with people, and it was very lively. There are still 30 seconds left, and those who haven't ignited can ignite. The voice of the host of the Thousand Lantern Festival came from the loudspeaker. Shafia released the strong chicken, and the current strong chicken is called turkey. You can let it go. Almost at the same time, tens of thousands of prayer lights flew from the square to the sky, and the red lights flickered, forming a sea of lights in the air. Carrying the wishes of the residents and tourists of Wudo town, it flies high into the sky. Meteor is also a background board for prayer lights at this moment. That meteor is so big. A little girl pointed at the falling meteor in the sky and exclaimed. Li Cha also saw the meteor, but in his field of vision, the meteor was getting bigger and bigger. When Li Cha realized that the meteor was flying towards Wudo town, the meteor had already landed. Dong dong dong. The meteor fell on Wudo Island, causing the ground to shake and people in the square to squat down. The shaking didn't stop until a huge crack appeared in the square of Wudo town. People looked at the cave of the stone, where there was a huge meteorite. Li Cha's pupils shrank suddenly. He saw a red and blue humanoid creature. Deoxys. P.S. Ask for a wave of flowers. Ask for a reward. Chapter 38 Must Do. That red and blue humanoid is Deoxys. The cosmic crystal on the chest emits a dangerous light, and the four tentacles hang down slightly, floating in the air motionless. Richard thought that the meteor in the historical legend of Wudo town was also a ghost on behalf of Ochasis. Just as Richard was thinking, Deoxys suddenly rushed towards Wudo town at an astonishing speed, stopped above the square, and looked down at the people on the square. What is that? It's a demon, the legendary demon. An old woman next to the three of Richard suddenly shouted. Richard caught the word, devil, and when he was about to ask, Deoxys moved. Destroy the light. Deoxys held his tentacles across his chest, and a red light with a destructive aura shot out from the cosmic crystal, targeting the town of Wudo below. Run. While talking, Richard dragged Duju and Shafia to run to the place with the building. At this time, only the building can help them. Bang 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 bang. Continuous and uninterrupted explosions sounded in Wudo town, accompanied by people's shouts. Help. Run. The three of Richard came to a small alley next to the square, and the explosion sounded very close to them. Deoxys fired a beam of destruction around the battle town from above the plaza. Woo. The long distance running made the three of them breathless. What is that? Elf. Cuckoo swore that he had never seen such an elf in any book. It's the devil. At this time, a strange force suddenly appeared beside the three of them, carrying the old woman from before. Demon. The old woman got off her back and said in a heavy tone. This is the demon that the warriors defeated in battle. Isn't it already defeated? Why did it appear again? The old woman shook her head. Defeat is to defeat, to destroy is to destroy. After the demon is defeated, there is a gem left behind. People at that time tried all means to destroy this gem. Then people sealed the gem in the cave of stone. I didn't expect it to be resurrected after 1,000 years. There was a dead silence on the old woman's face. She had given up resistance. Thousands of years ago, a Deoxys landed on Wudo Island along with a meteor shower, and it was devastated as it is now. At that time, the brave warriors cooperated with flaming chickens to defeat it. But if you don't destroy the cosmic crystal of Deoxys, it doesn't count as destroying it. The landing of a meteor in the sky brought this cosmic crystal back to life. Is there no way to stop it? Shafia thought of the fighting flaming chicken. Can his own strong chicken work? Ding! The host triggers the selection. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Destroy Deoxys, and reward mutation potion ×2 after completing the option. Option 2. Subdue Deoxys, and reward the power of the gods after completing the option. Option 3. Escape and reward a yacht. Li Cha took a deep breath and said to Duwan and Shafia. You two take good care of the old lady, and I'll stop it. Richard. ×2. Richard did not look back, but walked straight out of the alley. Silently reciting, option 2 inches, Richard was not 100% sure that he would be able to eliminate Deoxys, but there was a master ball with a 100% catch rate. As for running away, that's not Richard's style. A man does not do something, he must do something. At this time, Fujiki in the square was directing the battle between the Super King and Deoxys. Super Power King, stop. For the 4th time, the Super King blocked the destruction of Deoxys, and the skin on his arms was already flushed, and it seemed that he could not last long. This is a quasi-king level Super Power King, and it is also the ace elf of Fujiki. Damn it, what is this? As a gym trainer in Wudo town, Fujiki must stand up at this time. Deoxys just looked dull. He should be adapting to his new body. Now he looks a lot more flexible, and the Super King is going to suffer. Switched to the speed form, and instantly came to the side of the Super King, and then switched to the attack form. Thought hammer. Ha! The Super Power King was hit by this headbutt 4 or 5 meters away, and his hands could no longer see the original appearance. Deoxys looked like he was taking advantage of your illness to kill you, and he shot the Superpower King with a destructive deathlight. The King of Superpower wanted to raise his hand but couldn't. There was only one end for him to forcefully destroy the deathlight. Die. At this time, a Geoga ninja frog appeared in front of the Superpower King, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Water escape water formation wall. A vertical wall made of water appeared out of thin air, blocking the destructive light of death. A familiar voice appeared in Fujiki's ear. Then, leave it to me. Li Cha stepped out of the shadows, put on the peaked cap on his head, and looked serious. Chapter 39 Fight. Deoxys. Fujiki looked at Li Cha's serious appearance, and the momentum of the Koga ninja frog, and knew that this was a battle level that he could not participate in. You must win. Tengshu knew that if he stayed any longer, it would only implicate Li Cha, so he took away the Super Queen and quickly left the square. At this time, the buildings around the central square of Wudo town have been almost destroyed by Deoxys, and there are still people in the ruins who secretly cast their eyes here. Who is that person? The owner of the museum can't beat this guy, can he? Duwan, Shafia, and the old woman had already walked out of the alley and came to a place closer to the square. The two women were worried about Li Cha, while the old woman wanted to take one last look at the world. Is that the elf of Richard? Shafia looked at the Jahei ninja frog, and the fierce aura made her a little scared. It turns out that Li Cha is so strong. You must win. Duwan prayed for Richard with his hands folded together. The old woman looked at Li Cha's back, and unknowingly, it overlapped with the back of the warriors fighting in her memory. Deoxys. Level 50 Tianwang. Abilities, Pressure. Qualification, Purple. Heavenly King Profound Truth, Overweight. Richard is not prepared to lose the Master Ball to subdue Deoxys from the very beginning. That kind of subjugation is meaningless. He's going to convince this guy, and if he doesn't get to sit, he's going to use the Master Ball. Koga Ninja Frog, the opponent is very strong. For Deoxys, Richard did not dare to take it lightly, this is a divine beast. And this is the real world. Deoxys' transformation form is not limited, which means that almost every ability of it is top-notch. Kuga. Koga Ninja also felt a lot of pressure. Deoxys glanced at Richard and Koga Ninja, and decided to say hello first. Destroy the dead light. Without warning, Deoxys began to unleash destructive rays. The thick light of the bucket shot towards the Koga ninja frog with the breath of death. Shadow clone technique. The Koga ninja frog was divided into 6, and escaped the destruction and death, but the building behind it was stunned. Bang! The buildings behind him were reduced to pieces in the sky, leaving only the ruins. Koga ninja frog, fetters transform. If you hesitate, you will lose. A burst of water tornado rose from the body of the Koga ninja frog. This was the 3rd time that the Koga ninja frog had transformed itself, and the Koga ninja frog was already well acquainted with this power. The waterspout spreads out, and the Koga ninja frog has a new look after the transformation. The strength of this guy. Seeing this scene, Tenchu, who had not gone far, couldn't help but sigh, how stupid he was at the beginning, and swelled in front of Licha. Deoxys recovered from his stiff state, and was a little excited to see the Koga ninja frog after his transformation. Also a guy who can transform. Then see who is stronger. When Deoxys switched his speed form and came in front of the Koga ninja frog to switch his attack form to attack, he found that the Koga ninja frog was faster than it. Spiral pill. Richard judged Deoxys' attack one step ahead of time, and made Koga ninja to prepare. Sure enough, Deoxys has great strength but lacks an important combat IQ. In other words, a jerk. Attack routines are the same. The light blue spiral pill was thrown on Deoxys' body, directly smashing half of its body. Deoxys in attack form has obvious shortcomings as well, his defense and stamina are too low. That guy actually had his hand broken. Survivors in the ruins found hope, but it was soon dashed. After a while, the missing half of Deoxys' body was automatically restored, which was Deoxys' bug. Deoxys was very angry. This guy actually hurt himself. He wanted to give Koga ninja frog a little color to see. Overweight. This is the profound meaning of Deoxys, which is comprehended from the supercharging of the spirit, and the effect is to give the enemy super pressure in outer space. Koga ninja suddenly felt that his body became much heavier, and it became difficult to walk. Phew, karma. Richard looked at Deoxys who cast spells with both hands in the sky, and thought about it. Shadow art. The Koga ninja frog was under tremendous pressure and finished the seal, and the entire square was suddenly shrouded in thick fog. Deoxys is still exerting pressure on that area, and it does not believe that the Koga ninja frog can attack it under such pressure. It only needs to slowly grind the Jahei ninja frog to death. But after a long time, Deoxys felt that something was wrong. Why did the fog still not disperse? Taking advantage of Deoxys' trance this time, the pressure on Koga ninja was greatly reduced, and he used the Shunshu technique to leave the original area. Licha and Jahei ninja shared vision at this time, one was outside and the other was inside. Deoxys didn't feel anything behind him. Insidious attack. According to Richard's instructions, Koga ninja's move hit Deoxys' cosmic crystal. Deoxys suddenly felt pain all over his body, and his core was shattering. Chapter 40 God's Power. Deoxys fell from the sky and hit the ground. I lost. Are you going to return to the eternal darkness? Deoxys thought of his experience of being trapped in the cave of stones for the past 1,000 years, and his mood could not help darkening. Would you like to be my elf? At this time, the thick fog had not dispersed, and Richard walked to Deoxys and stretched out his hand. Deoxys could understand Richard's words. Be this person's elves. Richard didn't know what Deoxys was thinking, so he spoke on his own. I'm a trainer who wants to be at the top of the world, and for that I need a strong group of partners. Licha thought of the dangers of this world, the chaos of various divine beasts, and the various divine beast trainers. It is very difficult to reach the top with a Koga ninja frog alone, and more and stronger partners are needed. To the top, buddy, mate. Deoxys also had companions, but that was 1,000 years ago. Instead of continuing to sleep in the dark, go out and see with this person. I would. A high cold bass entered Richard's brain, which was Deoxys' telepathy. Li Cha smiled and took a high-level ball from his waist. Since he can persuade him with his mouth cannons, there is no need to waste the master ball. This is the Poke Ball, and it's where you're going to be. Then he touched Deoxys' head with the poke ball, and Deoxys turned into a red light and entered the ball. Ding! The host completes the options and obtains the power of the gods. The power of the gods, the power that can control the gods and beasts. Li Cha felt that there was an indescribable power in his body, full of limbs and bones. Immediately, he released Deoxys, who had just subdued, and he wanted to try the effect of this divine power. Deoxys. Evolution 1. Absolute Attack. Evolution 2. Absolute Defense. Evolution 3. Absolute Speed. Evolution 4. Absolute Equilibrium. Richard looked at the list of evolution plans and fell into contemplation. These 4 plans were concise and to the point, corresponding to the 4 forms of Deoxys. In the end, Richard chose option 2, Absolute Defense. Deoxys has no shortage of attack methods, and is also fast, but there is no more conspicuous point in defense. Absolute Defense makes up for this nicely. Deoxys felt that his shattered core was reorganizing, and an inexplicable energy filled it. Is this his power? Deoxys can only attribute the source of this power to Richard. Soon, the core of Deoxys was reorganized. It could feel that the core became much tougher. If the number 1 represents the previous toughness, the current toughness is 5. Deoxys, please advise. Richard stretched out his right hand, and Deoxys shook it without hesitation. The thick fog soon dissipated, and the residents of Wudo town raised their heads from the ruins to look here, and Duwan and Shafia also came here. Okay, gesture in all directions. Suddenly, cheers filled the entire Wudo island. He actually defeated the devil. The old woman felt very incredible about this scene and stood there blankly. Li Cha, Jahe Ninja, are you all right? Duwan asked with concern as soon as he came up. Although Shafia did not speak, he still had a concerned look. At this time, Jahe Ninja had already withdrawn from the state of fetters and transformed, folded his hands on his chest, and nodded coldly at the 2 of them. Do you look like I'm in trouble? Li Cha replied slyly. Before walking out of the alley, he was not ready to retreat, but fortunately he had the Jahe Ninja frog. Koga, Koga, Koga. The surrounding residents gathered around. They didn't know Li Cha's name, but someone knew the Jahe Ninja frog, so they called out. If there were no sacrifices in martial arts 1,000 years ago, they would have been treated like this. Maybe in 1,000 years, this place will be renamed Koga Town. Thank you for saving Wudo Town. Tengshu stepped forward and expressed his heartfelt thanks to Li Cha. He couldn't imagine what Wudo Town would look like without Li Cha. Looking at the ruins around him, Fujiki dared not continue to think about it. This is what I should do. After all, I have a boxing badge. Richard lifted his jacket to reveal the Libra badge and boxing badge inside. In fact, he still has something to say, that is, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Campsite. Richard and Duwan looked at the sky full of stars, but neither of them said anything. Shafia fell asleep first because he was too sleepy. After a while, Duwan said, Richard, I may not be able to travel with you anymore. P.S. Because of some reasons that everyone knows, I can't write something, so I can only use this method to let other girls appear. There is no female protagonist in the whole book, only female supporting characters. If a female supporting role is very popular, let her become the female protagonist. Book friends who like Duwan should not panic, there will be appearances in the future. Chapter 41 respectively for the next reunion and LT. Why? Li Cha was a little surprised by Duwan's sudden farewell. I feel safe around you, but I don't think it's good. The cuckoo turned to look at Richard, with determination in his eyes. The cuckoo at this moment had the shadow of the later Rock Queen. I can't convince myself to become stronger, because with you, it seems that any problem can be solved easily. I want to make myself better. After the cuckoo finished speaking, he got into the tent. She still hasn't said a word, that's how she can stand by your side. Seeing the battle between Richard and Shafia today, she realized how big the gap has been between herself and this group of peers. She made this decision with great determination. Li Cha was silent after listening to Du Wan's words. What qualifications do you have to prevent others from becoming better? Looking at the Pokeball of Koga Ninja on his neck, and the 3 Pokeballs on his waist, Li Cha sighed that Pokemon still smells better. In the tent, the cuckoo looked at the earrings in his hands a little fascinated. These are the earrings that Richard praised her as beautiful, and she has always treasured them carefully. Cuckoo put the earrings into a very delicate purse, which was given to her by her mother, which she has always used to hold very precious items. Starting tomorrow, Du Wan, you have to become excellent, so that you can stand beside Richard. The men and women across the tent have different minds, and no one can know what their future will be like. Dash 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 dash. Wudo Town Wharf. Richard and Du Wan stood here waiting for the arrival of the ship, but they did not go to the same place. Du Wan deliberately wore that earring today, and she didn't know why she did it. Shafia went to challenge the martial arts gym today, and said that he must defeat Richard next time. Richard bought a ticket to Kana City, and he wanted to go from Kana City to Zijin City to challenge Uncle Taizan to get his 3rd badge. Du Wan is going to Green Ridge City, which will be the starting point of her journey. Cuckoo, this is for you. Richard gave the jaw fossil he got earlier to the cuckoo. The baby Tyrannosaurus happened to be a rock-type elf, and the cuckoo would definitely like it. What is this? Rhododendron has only learned about fossils in books, but has never seen it with his own eyes. You'll know if you take it to the Green Ridge City Museum. Li Cha did not tell Du Wan the truth directly, he was afraid that Du Wan would not accept this gift if he knew it. At this time, a steamship approached the pier, which was going to Green Ridge City. Du Wan found that she was a little reluctant to be separated from Li Cha at the moment, but thinking of the more distant future, she strengthened her determination again. Before Li Cha could say the name of the cuckoo, he was hugged by the cuckoo. Li Cha, see you at the Caillou conference. After speaking, Du Wan got on the ship without looking back. Li Cha didn't react a bit, but still shouted at Du Wan's back. Cuckoo, your earrings are beautiful. Immediately, he realized that he had turned his childhood sweetheart into a rival. When Du Wan heard Li Cha's words, there was a hint of smile and firmness on the corner of his mouth. She believes that every separation is for the next better encounter. Next time we meet again, I must be qualified to stand by your side. Dash 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 dash. After a while, the ship going to Kana City also stopped at the pier. Seeing that most of the tourists above were faces from the Western Hemisphere, Li Cha realized that it was an ocean-going ship. The Eastern Hemisphere regions are Kanto, Chengdu, and Fengyuan. The Western Hemisphere regions are Shanao, Hezhong, Carlos, and Kalal. Between the Eastern and Western Hemispheres is an archipelago called Alora. Most people in the Eastern Hemisphere are yellow-skinned, and their first and last names are relatively simple. People in the Western Hemisphere have both white and black skin, and their names are more complicated. After Richard got on the boat, he came to a corner and stood there, thinking about how interesting his next journey should be. But as soon as he started to think, he was interrupted by a timid female voice. Did you see my fire fox? When he looked up, he saw a face that was familiar to Li Cha. The long golden hair was casually draped, which perfectly decorated the delicate face, and the pink hat made it even more cute. The black over-the-knee socks under the red short skirt reveal the absolute realm of mystery, and a pair of black sneakers are on her feet. Serena was in a hurry at the moment. When she woke up, she found that her original elf, the fire fox, was missing, so she came out to look for it. Saw a handsome boy thinking against the wall. He looks so good looking, he shouldn't be a bad guy. Serena asked with this first feeling. Please book friends who have not commented, please comment, thank you. Chapter 42 Evil Nemesis, Seeking Evaluation Ticket. Firefox. Never seen one. Richard didn't like Serena who interrupted his thinking, and he wasn't interested in women. Serena noticed Richard's indifference and left with interest, but she was not at peace. Even if he looks so good looking, he is still so cold, I really want to be friends with him. Serena traveled from Carlos to Fangyuan. Fangyuan is the origin of the gorgeous competition. She was inspired to become a coordinator and came to the holy place in her heart. Shortly after Serena left, a little yellow fox appeared in Richard's field of vision, with red fur on its ears and tail, looking smart and cute. Kuo. The flaming fox gave Li Cha a soft bark. It had been hungry for so long after running out. He hoped that this human could give him something to eat. Li Cha has always been unable to guess the thoughts of women, but he can guess the thoughts of elves. Are you hungry? Richard squatted down, took a little elf food from his backpack and put it in front of Firefox, signaling Firefox to eat it with confidence. Firefox shook his head. Li Cha frowned slightly. He guessed that the Firefox was hungry, but why didn't he eat? Immediately, he took out a bowl containing elf food, put the previous food in the bowl, and signaled the Firefox to eat again. This time, the Firefox lowered his head and happily ate the elf food. Richard is a little speechless. This is a noble Firefox. Soon the hungry Firefox swept away the food, and came to Richard's feet with a satisfied expression and rubbed his trousers. Kuo. Thank you. Li Cha stroked the fur of the Firefox, thinking that this Firefox should not be wild. Wild pixies are unlikely to appear on such a large ship, so it's only possible that some careless trainer lost his pixie. Li Cha suddenly remembered Serena who had just asked him. She seemed to be asking where her Firefox was going. Hey, help the fox to the end, I'll take you back to your trainer. Li Cha ignored Firefox's slight struggle and hugged Firefox. Serena should be sitting a long way, so she should have her own room, but the problem is, Richard doesn't know which is Serena's room. It is impossible to knock on the door one by one to ask. Richard pinned the key to solving the problem on Firefox, and his hands began to stroke Firefox's hair again, and Firefox showed an expression of enjoyment. This man is much more reliable than his own trainer, and he can play foxes. Little fox, which room is your trainer in? Kuo. I don't want to go back. Richard ignored the little fox's rebellion and questioned Firefox from room to room on the first floor. Then judge whether Serena is here based on Firefox's reaction. Is this the room? Li Cha pointed to a room on the second floor. The Firefox suddenly became silent, and Li Cha knew that he had finally found it. Just as he was about to knock on the door, the floor under his feet began to shake violently. The ship's siren hummed, followed by a low male voice from the horn. Passengers, please do not come out in your room, and short-distance travelers, please make sure you are in a safe location. Then the siren stopped abruptly, and the door in front of Li Cha was also opened. Serena didn't know what was going on, so she wanted to open the door to see what was going on. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the cold and handsome man standing in front of the door holding his Firefox. Is this your Firefox? When Serena was about to nod her head, the floor shook violently. Richard grabbed the handle on the door before he could stand firm. At this moment, an arrogant male voice came from the loudspeaker. This ship has been hijacked by our water fleet. Everyone on board is now gathering on the deck. Otherwise, we will blow up this ship. Gia. The other doors were also opened at this moment, and the tourists all showed a panicked expression. Water fleet. It's over, they are a bunch of murderous demons. I can't make calls now, what should I do? A panicked mood rose in the hearts of the tourists. Water fleet. Serena's suspicious voice rang in Richard's ear. It's Fang Yuan's dark forces. After Richard explained that he threw the Firefox to Serena, he was going to see what was going on. Where are you going? Deck. Can you take me with you? The adventure factor in Serena's heart was aroused at this moment, and her eyes were full of eagerness to try. Just don't get in the way. After Richard said this, he left the second floor, and Serena chased after him. Ding! The host triggers the selection. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Defeat the water fleet. Reward evolution keystone ×1. Option 2. Escape and reward a submarine. Option 1. Inch silently. Li Cha was a little helpless. Every option in this system is forcing him to become an evil nemesis. Chapter 43. The First Battle of Deoxys. When Richard came down from the second floor, he found that there were already many people on the deck, surrounded by members of the outer water fleet. The leader of the water fleet, Li Cha, is very familiar with it. It is Quan Mei. Standing next to Izumi was a tall, topless man with the symbol of the water fleet tattooed on his chest. This is the tide of one of the 3 captains of the water fleet. Serena took a lot of effort to keep up with Li Cha's footsteps, and couldn't help but complain a little about how this man was so incomprehensible. Wouldn't he wait for a girl? You'll be adaptable for a while, and take care to protect yourself. What about you? Serena saw that Richard was about the same age as herself, and she should also be a trainer who just debuted. What does he want to do? I attack from the front. Richard took out Deoxys Pokeball. He had no strategy and was going to go straight ahead. What? There are so many of them. You didn't send it up. Before Serena could finish speaking, Richard had already left the cabin and came to the deck. Is this man dying? Serena couldn't understand Richard's thoughts. Shouldn't the correct way be to find a place to hide? She found a corner to squat, where she could see the deck. I hope this man doesn't have an accident. As soon as Richard appeared on the deck, a member of the water fleet came up. Boy, come to the front and stand, and give me all your Pokeballs. The water fleet minions looked at the high-level ball in Richard's hand, and their eyes were a little hot. Generally, the elves that were conquered with high-level balls were relatively rare. Although the Pokeballs collected according to the rules should be reported uniformly, what does it matter if you keep 1 or 2? You want this. Li Cha looked at the greedy eyes of the water fleet's minions, and knew that this man was hitting on his elf's idea. It's a pity that he doesn't have the eyesight to see, and he doesn't know who can be provoked and who can't be provoked. Bullshit, give it to me. The water fleet minions were about to snatch Richard's Pokeball, but before his hand touched the Pokeball, he was kicked in the stomach by Richard and rolled to the side. Li Cha, who has been strengthened by the power of the gods, can barely be regarded as a fighter. What sound? Izumi was puzzled when she heard a crash from the right side of the deck. Eldest sister, just sit here and I'll take a look. Chao stretched his back. Today's task made him a little bored. Most of the boats are rich businessmen, and there is no serious trainer. Don't bother. At this time, a cold male voice came from the right side of the deck, and then came out the handsome blonde guy wearing a blue peaked cap looked 16 or 17 years old. It's you. Izumi saw the appearance of the visitor clearly, and her pupils shrank. She remembered the man's Koga ninja frog, and her strange fighting style left a deep impression on her. Does the eldest sister know this kid? Chao looked at Quan Mei's increasingly serious expression, and his expression was also a little dignified. This trainer is very strong. We will play together in a while. Izumi didn't hesitate. She regretted not bullying more with Bonfire last time, and this time she won't make the same mistake again. Understood. Chao has always been obedient to Quan Mei. The captain and crew of the ship were all taken away from the elves and surrounded on the deck. At this time, Richard's sudden appearance gave them hope. He really went. Serena hid in the cabin, looking at Li Cha's back without turning back. Her eyes were full of brilliance. He must have gone to the deck to save the people on this ship. Boy, I don't really believe it when the eldest sister says you are strong. As he spoke, Chao released his elf, a Mari Luli. Mary Luli. Level 49, Quasi-King level peak. Trait, Hercules. Qualification, Green. Tide, don't underestimate the enemy. Kwanmei also released her own elf, still the Iron Claw Lobster. This is not water, and the combat effectiveness of her ace elf Megalodon will be greatly reduced. You'll know if you try it. Richard also threw Deoxys Pokeball, and Deoxys appeared on the deck in a balanced form. Unlike before being transformed by the power of the gods, Deoxys was much bigger than before. A slight pressure shrouded Izumi and Chao's heart, and Mari Luli and Iron Claw Lobster also felt a little inconvenience. What kind of sprite is this? Kwanmei and Chao looked at each other, both of them had the same doubts. Boy, your elf looks very rare. This is more than a rarity. At present, there may be only Richard, the Ochisus, in this world. Deoxys, shut him up. When Chao heard Li Cha's order, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, tell me to shut up. I'm going to take a look. PFF'd. Deoxys switched to speed form and came in front of Chao, then switched to attack form and punched Chao in the stomach. Chao felt that all the bones in his body were shattered by the blow. Chapter 44 Unsung Hero, 1/7. There is an unwritten rule in elf battles that you can't attack trainers. But this rule is also divided. Richard is now fighting against the dark forces. His mercy will not make others grateful. On the contrary, he will call him a fool. Iron Claw Lobster, strange power. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kwanmei directly called the Iron Claw Lobster to use its Heavenly King's profound meaning, strange power. This move was born out of a strange force, and it was essentially an attack of great power. A pair of claws gleamed white toward Deoxys. Defense. Richard could have made Deoxys switch to the speed form to escape, but he didn't. He wanted to try the defensive ability of Deoxys' defensive form after evolving Absolute Defense. The crystals of Deoxys lit up slightly, and then turned into a round defensive form. Boom. The Iron Claw Lobster felt like he had hit a piece of steel, and Deoxys' figure was not shaken by this attack at all. Looking at this crayfish, Deoxys' eyes were full of humanized mockery. I stand here and let you fight for the rest of your life and you can't beat me. What? Kwanmei's eyes widened. This little elf was able to eat the Iron Claw Lobster's strange power so easily, even the boss Shui Wudong praised the Iron Claw Lobster's strength. Destruction of Death Light. Li Cha's voice sounded like a death knell to Kwanmei at this moment, and every order brought her closer to failure. Deoxys switched to attacking form, and soon the light of destruction was condensed in the place where the crystals crystallized on his chest. Iron Claw Lobster, get out of the way. Izumi tried to use the magical skill, dodge, but unfortunately only a teenager in a real new town can use this skill perfectly. A ray of light with a destructive aura directly penetrated the body of the Iron Claw Lobster, shot through the back of the boat and finally hit the sea, stirring up waves of 3 people's height. The right body of the Iron Claw Lobster was hit by the destruction light, and the right claw felt that it was no longer strong. Deoxys was a little surprised. It felt that its power had increased by more than 1 grade, and its defensibility had increased by several grades. All of this is thanks to that man, his own trainer. Idea Hammer. Without giving the Iron Claw Lobster a chance to breathe, Richard issued an attack order. Mary Luli, Brute Force. At this time, the tide climbed up from the ground. People in this world have good physical fitness. Some people have to be exposed to 100,000 volts more than 10 times a day and they are fine. He didn't know what the attributes of Deoxys were, so he had to use Mariluri's proud skills. Just as Deoxys dashed for the Claw Lobster, a water rat's fist collided with Deoxys' head. Mary Luli was hit by this move and flew to the ship's board, and the ship's board dented directly because of the impact. The members of the water fleet are also preparing to support the eldest sister and the captain of the tide. Seeing this scene, they all showed incredible expressions. Can the Iron Claw Lobster and Mari Luli work together to defeat this mysterious elf? At this time, Kwanmei winked at Chow Chow, ready to run away. This scene was watched by Li Cha, and he thought he could run away like last time. Deoxys, overstressed. Deoxys flew into the air and placed pressure on Shimo and Izumi's position with one hand. An indescribable weight covered the two of them, making Chow and Izumi unable to move. Don't worry, I won't kill people indiscriminately, Miss Junsha will deal with you. Although Li Cha doesn't like to be merciful, it is not easy for so many people on board to look at him. This kind of dark forces should be handled by the Alliance and Miss Junsha. As for the gangsters of the water fleet who jumped and escaped, Richard didn't have the heart to take care of them. Just be optimistic about the two big fish, this tide and Kwanmei. The captain watched Li Cha deal with the water fleet with swiftness and resoluteness, and could not help but sigh that a hero is a boy. Walking in front of Li Cha, he said with sincere thanks. Today's business is really thank you, sir. After speaking, the captain and the whole crew bowed to Richard. Hands up. Richard wanted to say that this was Deoxys' effort, just raise his hand to release the pressure. This sentence made Chow and Izumi, who were under pressure, grit their teeth a little. Anyway, we are still the captains of the two dark forces of Fengyuan. It is just a matter of hand to solve us in your mouth. Sir, this is a little thought from our ship. Li Cha accepted it decisively, without any embarrassment. He helped others solve troubles, others offered him rewards, and if he refused, he would not give others face. The captain was also very happy to see Richard accept it so simply. Then these two will be handed over to you, their Pokeballs are here. Richard handed Chow and Kwanmei's Pokeball to the captain, and then left. He wanted to be an unknown evil nemesis. That's really, thank you, sir. The captain also understood what Richard meant and thanked him heavily. How can there be such indifferent people in this world? In fact, Richard didn't want to expose the existence of Deoxys. If he was arrested for research, he might not be able to fight with his current strength. P.S. Flowers have reached 2,000, 7 more today. Chapter 45 Serena's Cry 2/7. After going through the storm of the water fleet, the ship soon arrived at the city of Kana. What the captain gave to Richard was a membership card of the ocean ship and a front row ticket to the Kana City Gorgeous competition. Ocean Steamship is a large shipping company in the fairy world, and ocean ships can be seen in every region. The privilege of this membership card is a 30% discount on the cruise ticket with a luxury cabin. As for the ticket to the Kana City Gorgeous competition, it was ignored by Richard. Is it necessary to watch something like a glamour contest? He, Richard, is the man who wants to be the strongest trainer. When the ship was about to approach the pier in Kana City, an Alliance investigator had already arrived on the ship with Da Wangyan. The captain and the search officer explained the cause and effect, but only described Li Cha as a passing trainer. Seeing that the water fleet was unhappy, he offered to help, and then left without taking a cloud with him. As for what kind of spirit Richard used, the captain said he didn't know it. He really didn't know Deoxys. Unknown elf. The Alliance investigator felt that this brave man was not easy. After the information was recorded, the captain was notified that he could dock at the dock, and the Alliance and the police had to interrogate the two captains of the water fleet. This also means that Richard can get off the boat. Richard is observing the city of Kana, another metropolis of the love. A person's journey is about to begin. Firefox, we have to cheer up at night. In Serena's cabin, she's cheering Firefox. She signed up for the gorgeous contest in Kana City Online a few days ago. Tonight is the day of the official contest, which will also be her debut battle. However, her mind is now full of Richard's back. What kind of person is he? Hu Kuo. Feeling Serena's unskilled stroking, Firefox couldn't help but miss the person just now. It really has its owner and its pet. After the ship docked at the pier in Kana City, Chow and Izumi were taken away by two middle-aged Alliance investigators. Next, they had to face the torture of the Alliance. Then the tourists disembarked, and Richard followed the crowd to the pier. Richard plans to go to the Elf Center to have a good rest first, and then visit the city at night. Travel cannot be a blind battle, it is more important to see different people and scenery. Dash 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 dash. When he woke up, Li Cha found that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The hunger all over reminded him that it was time to eat. Putting all the Pokeballs in place, put on the backpack and left the room. After a sumptuous dinner at the Elf Center, Richard went to the streets of Kana City for a stroll. It was already night, and the whole city was illuminated by neon lights. Some people took the elves out for a walk, and all Li Cha saw was the catty dog and the cat boss. There are also people performing street art with elves. Sucker puppets are transformed into living people, and their chests are broken by arm strength. Li Cha walked and watched, and unknowingly came to a fountain. Strange to say, shouldn't there be a lot of traffic in a place like the fountain? There is no one else in this fountain except Richard. Hu Kuo. Li Cha suddenly heard a familiar cry, looked down and saw a fire fox was pulling his trousers. Isn't this Serena's fox? Firefox tugged at Richard's trousers and pointed in one direction. Let me go over there. Firefox nodded, then led the way. Richard followed Firefox to a small park, where there was no one but a person sitting on a bench. Hu Kuo. Firefox pointed to the man sitting on the bench and ran over. Richard heard a slight sob as he approached the bench. Serena is sad about tonight's gorgeous contest. She finally passed the first round of review, but was defeated by a trainer who used Poison Rose in the second round of review. The trainer named Xiao Shun also laughed at her. If you're so weak, don't come to the glamour contest. Serena has never suffered such grievances since she was a child. She resisted the urge to cry and came here, crying secretly by herself. Firefox didn't know how to comfort its trainer until it smelled Li Cha and brought Li Cha over. Hey! Serena turned around and saw a pack of tissues lying on a slender, white hand. Girls don't look good when they cry. Under the bright moonlight, Li Cha's smile looked very warm. Serena's heart beat a little faster, and she recognized the boy who saved the ship. After hearing his words, she still took the tissue, and turned her head over, not wanting to let Richard see his crying face. How did you find this place? Serena took a lot of effort to find this secluded place with no one else. It brought me here. After finishing speaking, Richard pointed to the firefox in Serena's arms. P.S. Second more sent. Chapter 46. You teach me to fight, I cook for you. 3/7. It knows you. Serena was a little curious, because her firefox was afraid of life and basically didn't know anyone. Probably, I'll just feed it something. After Li Cha said these words, the two fell into a strange silence again. Until Serena broke the silence. Are you traveling? Serena thought of a very bold idea, but out of restraint, she didn't bring it up directly. Yes, I'm traveling to challenge the Caillou conference. Then how many badges have you collected? 2. Richard opened his jacket, and even in the dark night, the 2 badges still shone brightly. Wow, you're amazing. Serena, even if she is not a trainer, knows the strength of getting 2 badges at this point in time. Immediately, thinking of Li Cha's performance in repelling the water fleet, his heartbeat could not help speeding up a little. In the elf world, powerful trainers are social elites. And there are very few handsome and powerful trainers like Li Cha. Unlike me, not even a single ribbon. Serena couldn't help but feel a little disheartened when she thought that she needed to get 5 gorgeous ribbons to participate in the gorgeous celebration. Hearing Serena's words, Li Cha's most correct thing to do at this time should be to comfort Serena, and then send his own encouragement, so that Serena may secretly agree. But is Richard that kind of person? He is not. Then you have to work harder. The atmosphere between the two became awkward again. It's like talking about grades among classmates. People treat you as a good friend to tell them about their failings, but you ask them to work harder. The encouragement and comfort Serena needed most at this time. Immediately, Serena thought that she might really have to work harder. Looking at the Fire Fox, who had already gained a punch in her arms compared to Carlos, she decided to start a special training plan. Firefox doesn't know yet about its tragic fate, and it wants to explain it to itself. Fire-type elf will gain weight with the increase of fire-type energy, while ice-type elf will become thinner and thinner. This is because of thermal expansion and contraction. Funny. You are a trainer, can you teach me to fight? Serena said this sentence with another thought. Teaching battle is definitely not a temporary thing, she wants to stay with Richard for a longer time. In other words, she wanted to travel with Richard. Aren't you a coordinator trainer? Why do you care about battles? Richard looks gorgeous. The premise of the battle is to be gorgeous, and then it is the battle. I was beaten today, but I want to win it back. Serena's eyes flickered with inexplicable light when she said those words. Richard was silent, not a hesitant silence, he was thinking about how to reject Serena. Then can I travel with you? You teach me to fight and I cook for you. After speaking, Serena found that her words seemed a little misleading, and quickly explained. I mean I can cook and can help while traveling. Li Cha shook his head, he was not the kind of boy who would have no resistance just because girls could cook, so he chose to refuse. No. Ding, the host triggers the selection, please choose from the following options. Option 1. Accept Serena's request and reward, how champions are made. Option 2. Reject Serena's request and reward a cooking robot. Li Cha's no has been said and taken back. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be missing a companion who could cook. Thinking of the days of eating snacks with Duan, Li Cha couldn't help feeling a little distressed for himself. He is not Serena's body, he is the cooking skill of the greedy family, and this book, How to Become a Champion. It sounds amazing, and it must be a book that teaches you how to become a champion. After silently reciting, Option 1 inch, the current of knowledge that Li Cha thought did not appear, but felt that the backpack was a little heavier. Is this, How Champions Are Made, a physical book? Li Cha felt that he had been deceived, and decided to take it out for a while. I've just given it some serious thought, and I think your proposal is a very good one. He now had a thoughtful look again. I agree to travel with you. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand. Serena quickly picked up the hand on Firefox's head and held it with Richard's. Introduce myself, my name is Richard, from Fengyuan Kana's city. My name is Serena, from Carlos Osaka. The eyes of the two looked at each other, and an inexplicable emotion rose in their hearts. Richard felt that his plan to travel alone was in vain, and he was a little regretful. Serena felt like she didn't feel the same way about Li Cha, but when she looked at Li Cha, her heart beat faster. The third PS is sent. Chapter 47 It's a Man Fight, 4/7. Where do you stay at night? You don't have a place to stay, and you don't want to live with me. When Li Cha spoke, he didn't think through his brain, he just said what he wanted to say. I live at the Elf Center. Serena tucked her long hair back from her ear, the most feminine gesture her mother ever said. What a coincidence, so am I. Li Cha was a little puzzled by Serena's movements here. This girl didn't wash her hair, right? Otherwise, what's the haircut? It's getting late, let's go back, I'll call you tomorrow. Serena knew that the two had just met, so she couldn't rush to speed up the progress. She had to slowly let Richard know that she was good and take the initiative to like her. On the way back to the Elf Center, the two chatted without a word. It was Serena who asked, and Richard answered. Li Cha, did you just travel? I thought you had traveled for a long time. Serena's surprise is also human, ordinary people who have just debuted have such strong strength. Yes. Li Cha was a little speechless. These girls all looked very interested in themselves. It's not all greedy for my body, scumbag. The two chatted and laughed and came to the Elf Center. At the entrance of the Elf Center stood a green-haired boy, wearing a purple shirt and jacket, which seemed to be blowing hair. After Serena saw this person's appearance, the smile on her face vanished and her face became expressionless. "Richard, let's go in quickly. This person is Xiao Shun who beat her tonight." She really didn't want to see this person for a second. Li Cha was a little puzzled by how this woman changed her face when she changed her face. Wasn't it okay just now? Yo, isn't this Miss Firefox from Carlos? Xiao Shun is still just a child. He is too pretentious to treat anyone with contempt. In short, he is too proud. After seeing Xiao Shun's appearance clearly, Li Cha suddenly thought of why Serena was so sad. It should be tonight's gorgeous contest. After Serena was defeated by Xiao Shun said something that made Serena very sad. Li Cha knew how annoying Xiao Shun was before his personality changed. "Please let us in, we're going in." Li Cha's words made Xiao Shun feel that he was being ignored, and he was a little unhappy when he looked at Li Cha's face. "Why is this guy so handsome? Is this your boyfriend? Isn't he a weak guy like you?" After Xiao Shun said this, he felt that his collar was being grabbed. "Just hit a man." Field. Li Cha didn't want to say a word to Xiao Shun, so he took Xiao Shun to the battlefield behind the elf center. "What are you mocking, smelly brother?" Serena looked at Li Cha's back, and felt a little moved. "Is he coming out for me?" In fact, Serena thought too much, and Li Cha just wanted to teach Xiao Shun this little brat a lesson. Let him know that there are people outside people, there are days outside people, and stop being so arrogant. Li Cha threw Xiao Shun on one side of the opposing battlefield, and then came to the other side by himself. At this time, many trainers in the Elf Center stuck their heads out of the room, and some of them were the contestants of tonight's gorgeous contest. They both knew Shun, who almost won the ribbon tonight, and Serena, who passed the first round of review. It happened that a few of them lived adjacent to each other, so they chatted. "What's going on with Xiao Shun and that handsome guy? Are you going to fight? Did you see the Serena player next to her? I guess it was her boyfriend who stood up for her, and I have to teach Xiao Shun a lesson. Competitor Xiao Shun is very strong. If it weren't for Mr. Robert, it would definitely be the ribbon of Xiao Shun. It's not certain who will teach someone a lesson." The coordination trainer known as Mr. Robert saw Richard. As a trainer who had just entered the quasi-king level, he knew that this man was very strong. "In this battle, Xiao Shun will lose. Don't say that I use the identity of a trainer to bully you as a coordination trainer. This is the elf I conquered 3 days ago, and its strength has just reached the elite level." White light flashed, and Cerulean in a white dress landed on the field. The blue hair and orange eyes became the focus of attention, and the noble aura of every move shocked many people. "It's the Glitter Fairy. It feels very strong. What is Glitter Pixie? This trainer is not easy." Serena was a little envious after seeing Richard's Cerulean. Such a beautiful and powerful elf is the pursuit of every girl. HMPH, what about the Glitter Elf? What's the use without strength? Xiao Shun seemed to have forgotten the embarrassment that Li Cha mentioned just now, and said stubbornly. "Then I will defeat you with my own hands. Go, Poison Rose." A white light flashed, and a poisonous rose appeared on the field and habitually saluted. It seems noble and untouchable. But this kind of acquired temperament and the natural noble temperament of Cerulean were compared. P.S. The fourth more to send. Chapter 48 Beat Arrogance, 5/7. Poison Rose. Level 29, Elite. Ability, Stinger. Qualification, Green. This Poison Rose is Xiao Shun's initial elf. It's been a month since he got Poison Rose, and it's not bad to be able to cultivate it like this. You go first. This is not the kind of expansion of the vine tree, but confidence in himself and Cerulean. Chiru. Cerulean's characteristics also changed into a stinger at this time, and she and Li Cha entered a state of telepathy. Her hands were slightly raised, and they were ready for battle. You will pay for your ego. Xiao Shun couldn't get used to Li Cha's arrogant appearance. He felt that only he could do this. He wanted to defeat this guy and then humiliate him severely. Poison Rose, highly poisonous. Mysterious Guardian. The blue flower on Poison Rose's left hand brewed for a while, and spit out a cloud of purple-black silt at Cerulean. This is the poison of Poison Rose. Seeing Li Cha's unresponsive appearance, Xiaoshun evoked a confident smile. This person is really not useful, and everyone is frightened. Unexpectedly, the poison was blocked by an invisible wall when it was close to Cerulean. Mysterious Guardian. But when was the order issued? Not only Shun, but also the trainers who watched had such doubts. Telepathy. Robert guessed that it was telepathy, and not every super-type elf would have telepathy, which depended on the elf's talent. Phantom Rays. Richard still didn't speak. Cerulean's orange eyes lit up slightly, and a spiral light emanated from her hand, flying towards Poison Rose. Xiaoshun was frightened by this sudden attack, which was simple and crude and not gorgeous at all. Shun, who is accustomed to the gorgeous skills of the gorgeous tournament, is very uncomfortable. For a while, I forgot to command Poison Rose. Well. Poison Rose forcefully swallowed this phantom light and let out a painful cry. Super-type moves are very unfriendly to grass-type Poison Rose, and their power will be doubled. Has contestant Xiaoshun been frightened? On this level, the evaluation of Xiaoshun by the trainers who watched also dropped a grade 1 after another. A trainer who cannot make correct on-the-spot reactions is not a qualified trainer. You guys' moves aren't fancy at all. Xiaoshun wanted to use this to attack Li Cha, but he completely forgot that the gorgeous battle was also based on the Battle of the Elves, and the beauty without battle was just a nothingness. As he himself said, it's not worth it. Gorgeous. Then look at it. Li Cha had an idea in his mind. He didn't know whether he could control it with Cerulean's superpower. He wanted to give it a try. Poison Rose, use the sludge bomb. Poison Rose gave a slight bow, and the two red and blue flowers in her hand instantly spit out two groups of purple sludge, which was much faster than the previous poisonous one. Mind power, the target is the sludge bomb. Cerulean's eyes shone brightly, her hands were slightly raised, and an invisible force burst out. The sludge bomb that was flying in the air seemed to be slowed down, and the speed became slower and slower until it fell to the ground. What? Seeing that his moves didn't even touch the enemy's fur, Xiaoshun was a little unacceptable. This superpower is too powerful. Robert looked at Cerulean, showing a trace of fear and then relieved, because he thought that Richard was not a coordination trainer. Magic Leaf, condense a little more. Richard is going to give Xiaoshun a gift to show him what true beauty is. A lot of purple leaves appeared in front of Cerulean, which puzzled many people. Magic leaves don't seem to do much harm to Poison Rose. I don't know what this trainer thinks, and the commander will not command it. People may be telepathic, so they haven't spoken. Serena is also very puzzled, but she believes in Richard, which is an unconditional belief. She didn't know why she believed so much in a boy who had only known each other for less than a day. Maybe it was because Richard walked out of the cabin without hesitation. Attach the ghost fire to it and dance around the poisonous rose. The leaves around Cerulean instantly burned a layer of strange purple flames, and then flew towards Poison Rose at an extremely fast speed. Poison Rose, use and defend. At this moment, Xiaoshun can only rely on this defensive skill to resist Cerulean's attack. The ghost fire wrapped the leaves and came to Poison Rose. Instead of hitting Poison Rose, she danced around Poison Rose. Cerulean's superpower control ability amazes those who know it. Countless people watched this amazing scene, took out their photographic equipment, and wanted to record this scene. Damn it. Looking at the purple ghosts floating in the sky, it seemed like he was laughing at him. Xiaoyan was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. The pride in my heart is being crushed little by little. P.S. 5th more. Chapter 49 Undercurrent, 6/7. Poison Rose looked at the ghost fire leaves surrounding her, and couldn't help being a little scared. This is a natural fear of grass elves for flames. Looking at Poison Rose's slightly trembling body, Xiao Shun's last line of defense was also defeated. I admit defeat. It turns out that he is the frog at the bottom of the well, and he loves to ridicule others. Richard signaled Cerulean to stop the control. Cerulean shook his hands. Like a signal that the band's performance was over, the ghosts disappeared, and the blades slowly fell. Cerulean didn't salute like Poison Rose. In its view, other than his trainer, others only have the right to salute him. Li Cha touched Cerulean's head, and now it has reached his waist. I don't know how tall it will be after it evolves into Shinado. Well done, getting better and better. Chiru. Cerulean enjoyed the trainer's touch and circled happily. Richard took Cerulean back to the Pokeball and walked to Xiao Shun. Your opponent is none other than your pride. After saying this, Richard and Serena returned to the Spirit Center. Arrogant. Xiao Shun looked at the poisonous rose in front of her, thoughtfully. The second floor of the Fairy Center. Richard's room is 207 and Serena's is 218, which are far apart. That's it for today, I'll call you tomorrow. Although Li Cha said so, Serena still looked unwilling to leave, as if she had something to say. Richard. Thank you for today. Richard knew what Serena was talking about. Wasn't it about his evil nemesis, the Great Vandal Fleet? It's just a trivial matter. I often do this kind of thing. Serena was a little puzzled when she heard it. Why do you often do things like helping girls get ahead? Looking at Li Cha's handsome face, Serena didn't think it was surprising that there were girls who helped Li Cha get ahead. Nodding understandingly, she felt a faint pressure. A good boy like Li Cha must not lack the pursuit of girls. It seems that he is a little difficult. Okay, let's go back. Richard couldn't wait to see today's harvest, so he urged Serena. Serena was moved again when she heard the words. Li Cha must have been worried that he was stimulated too much today and would not be able to sleep at night, so he told himself to go back to rest early. I see, Richard. Serena called out Richard's name forcefully and returned to her room. It wasn't until the door was closed that Serena dared to take a deep breath. Just now, her heartbeat was so fast that it almost jumped out. Why are you yelling so loudly? Li Cha complained, and then went back to his room to check the harvest. Water Fleet Base. What? Chao and Izumi were caught by the Alliance. Shui Wudong listened to Dee's report, one of the three captains, and was a little unbelievable. Quan Mei has the strength of a heavenly king, and no matter how bad the tide is, he is also a trainer who is near the peak of the Heavenly King. If you can't beat you can run, how could you be caught? Boss, according to our informant, this news is absolutely true. When Digang knew the news, he thought it was the informant who was fooling him. Later, he found out that it was true after verification from various sources. Who did it? Shui Wudong couldn't see the moodiness and anger on his face. Ever since he found the blue orb, his mood has become moody. It is said to be a passing trainer. I want to kill the person who reported the information. What is a passing trainer? Then some didn't dare to look at Shui Wudong's face, for fear that they would be scolded and drenched in blood. After a long silence, Shui Wudong spoke. I see, you ordered to go on. All the team members suspend their activities and try their best to find Kyogre. At this time, Shui Wudong's face was full of enthusiasm, and there was a faint blue light in his eyes. He no longer cares about the loss of two generals. As long as he can find Kyogre, he can get back everything he lost. Yes. Dee looked at Shui Wudong's expression, knowing that the former Shui Wudong was no longer there, and secretly made a decision. Kenna City Spirit Center. Touched it with the mega stone he got from Huo Village before. No response. In addition to these two things, Mega Evolution also requires the bond between trainers and elves. Richard called out Cerulean, the only one in his lineup that can super evolve. Cerulean, look at this stone. Pass the green and pink mega stone to him. Chirrut. Cerulean took the mega stone and felt that the stone was very attractive to it. The stone touched Cerulean and glowed slightly. PS 6th more. Chapter 50 inches How Champions Are Made, 7/7. Seeing Cerulean's changes, Richard can be sure that this is Shineido's evolution stone. Immediately put away the super evolution stone, ready to find an opportunity to make this stone into something that can be carried around. Necklaces, rings, whatever. Chirrut. Companion, what is this? Cerulean could feel that this stone was of great help to it, a desire for the source of life. When you grow up, I will give it to you. Chiru. Then I must grow up quickly. Cerulean's little heart began to be filled with the desire to grow. Licha also released the electric shock beast for training. Training is not something that can be accomplished overnight, it requires perseverance. Doubled the strength training for the shock beast, and the meditation training for Cerulean. Looking at the backs of the two elves working hard, Licha felt that he should work hard too, so he took out the book, How Champions Are Made. The book is very thick, and Richard flipped through it roughly. There are 400 or 500 pages. Open the first page. Champion Mood. The mood of the champion is something that must be mastered to break through the champion. It is a kind of mood. The formation of artistic conception requires more fetters with elves and thinking about battle. If one of the two is missing, it is impossible to form a complete artistic conception. Here are a few ways of cultivating the mood for your reference. Seeing this, Licha's pupils shrank suddenly. He had underestimated the value of this book before. If all of the above is true, then this book can be considered invaluable. When the head is out, the champion is king. In this era when the champion realm is the Zeon, it goes without saying how precious it is to have such a book that can guide you to become a champion. At this moment, Richard also understands the true meaning of the title a little bit. This is a guidebook for champions. Then look down. Mood, Emperor. Cultivation prerequisites. There are 3 king elves, and the other elves must not be of royal blood. King Elf, Mosquito Coil Frog King, Hippo King, Thorn Dragon King. Cultivation method. Stimulate the king's breath in the body of the elf, and realize what a king is from it, in order to cultivate successfully. Effect. King is in the world, don't dare to obey. Hiss. After seeing the emperor's mood, Licha took a deep breath. I don't know what the effect is, but it sounds great. This book should come in handy when he's going to the championship. After closing the book, Richard reminded the shock beast and Chilean to let them go to bed earlier. Then he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Serena was getting dressed in the room, and it was the last step. Thread long over the knee socks across your calves, covering half of your thighs, revealing an eye-catching white touch. Today's Serena deliberately wore light makeup, and her indigo blue pupils looked even more seductive. Dong dong dong. Who is it? Serena asked while putting on her boots. It's me. Richard's calm voice came over. He slept well last night and is in good spirits today. Come here. After Serena put on her boots, she immediately opened the door for Richard. Are you ready? Licha was a little surprised when he looked at Serena, who was well dressed in front of him. He was surprised that Serena was able to put on makeup so early, which was amazing. This accident was also caught in Serena's eyes. She thought that Richard was surprised by her beauty, and she couldn't help but feel a little happy. She went back to her room last night and started picking clothes, and she got up at 6 o'clock this morning to put on makeup. Seeing Li Cha's reaction, she felt that it was all worth it. Ready, let's go. A new journey is about to begin. The goal of the two is Zijin City. There will be a gorgeous competition in Zijin City the day after tomorrow, while Li Cha is going to challenge the gym. dash 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 dash. In the forest outside the city of Cana. The two had already left Cana City, and along the way, Richard was telling Serena about the Battle of Elves. I don't know the rules of the gorgeous battle, but the timing of the elves' battle is very important. In other words, it's the rhythm of the fight, and you have to drag your opponent into your rhythm. Serena nodded vaguely, which was still a bit obscure to her. But that didn't stop her from admiring Richard. Lee Cha feels that you know a lot. Mom taught her that it's okay to brag when she meets a boy she likes, so that the boy will have a good impression on you. But Richard is obviously not the kind of boy, Serena's mother said. It's not that I know too much, it's that you know too little. You. Serena was also a little tired at this time. What kind of straight man is this? No oil and salt. At this time, a gust of wind blew and blew Serena's hat a little crooked. When she was about to tidy the hat, she found that the hat was gone.